I've been trying to work out when exactly I should have stopped, you know? At what point did this stop being a bit of harmless curiosity and turn into something I should have walked away from? I lie awake some nights, replaying it all, wondering if I'm the sort of person who is always capable of ignoring the obvious warning signs, or if desperation just has a way of making you blind to things you'd normally see clear as day. I used to manage property listings for a lettings agency in Sheffield. Nothing glamorous, just photographing flats and writing descriptions for rental websites. But then someone offered me money to do similar work for properties that weren't exactly available through normal channels, and I convinced myself it was all legitimate because I needed to believe it was. I'm staying with my sister in Glasgow now, as far from Sheffield as I could reasonably get without leaving the country, and I still don't feel safe because I finally understand what those listings were really for, what I was helping these people do, and I know they won't be happy that I've worked it out. The whole thing started about 10 months ago when the lettings agency I worked for went into administration. One day, I'm photographing a 3-bedroom terrace in Hillsborough. The next, I'm being told they can't make payroll, and we're all being let go with immediate effect. I was 42 years old, with a mortgage and no savings to speak of. Watching my entire career disappear overnight, I tried finding similar work with other agencies, but the property market was going through one of its periodic collapses, and nobody was hiring. I signed on at the job centre and started applying for anything that seemed remotely suitable, but weeks turned into months with nothing but rejection emails and silence. That's when I got the message through a professional networking site. Someone had seen my portfolio of property photography and was interested in commissioning similar work for a private client. The rate they offered was nearly double what I'd been earning at the agency. £1,500 per property, paid immediately upon completion. I should have been suspicious about why anyone would pay such generous rates for basic property photography, but I was desperate enough to overlook the obvious questions. The client explained they represented overseas investors who needed detailed documentation of UK properties for their portfolio assessments. The first assignment seemed straightforward enough. I was given an address in Rotherham, a modest, semi-detached house in a quiet residential area, and asked to photograph the exterior and, if possible, gather information about the interior layout. The client provided specific requirements about camera angles, lighting conditions, even particular features they wanted documented. When I arrived at the property, I quickly realized this wasn't a house that was for sale or rent. There were curtains in the windows, a car in the driveway, even children's toys scattered in the front garden. This was someone's home, and I was being paid to photograph it without the occupant's knowledge or consent. I almost walked away then, but the client had paid half the fee upfront, and I'd already spent most of it on overdue bills. So I convinced myself I was just taking photographs from a public street. Nothing technically illegal about documenting buildings that anyone could see. I took the exterior shots as requested, making sure to capture all the angles and features the client had specified. Then I walked around to the back alley and photographed the rear of the property as well, noting the security arrangements and access points as the brief had requested. When I submitted the photographs, the client was pleased with my work and paid the remaining fee immediately. They also offered me another assignment for the following week, a different property in Doncaster with similar requirements. Over the next few months, I photographed dozens of properties across South Yorkshire. All of them were occupied homes rather than properties for sale, and all required the same detailed documentation of security features, access points, and daily activity observations. The assignments came with increasingly specific requirements. I was asked to note what time residents left for work, whether they had security systems or dogs, even to identify which windows were typically left open during warm weather. The client claimed this information helped their investors assess neighborhood security and property maintenance standards. But I was starting to understand that I wasn't documenting properties for investment purposes. I was conducting surveillance for people who intended to break into these homes. The detailed information I was gathering would allow burglars to identify vulnerable properties, plan their approach, and minimize the risk of being caught. I tried to convince myself I was being paranoid, that there were innocent explanations for why overseas investors might need such detailed security assessments. But the evidence was mounting that I'd been recruited to provide reconnaissance for organized crime. The breakthrough came when I was assigned to photograph a property in Chapeltown. The house was a neat bungalow occupied by an elderly couple who I'd occasionally see tending their garden when I drove past during my surveillance work. The client's brief was more detailed than usual. They wanted photographs documenting the couple's daily routine, the times when the property was empty, even close-up shots showing the type of locks on the doors and windows. This wasn't property assessment. It was target reconnaissance for people planning to victimize vulnerable elderly residents. I couldn't ignore what I was really doing anymore. I'd been providing intelligence that enabled criminals to identify and exploit the most vulnerable members of our community. Every photograph I'd taken, every security assessment I'd compiled, had probably contributed to someone's home being burgled. But I couldn't just stop accepting assignments without facing serious consequences. I'd become financially dependent on the income, and the client had made it clear they valued discretion above all else. People who cause problems for their operation might face difficulties of their own. I started keeping detailed records of all my assignments, documenting which properties I'd surveilled and what information I'd provided. I told myself I was preserving evidence in case I needed to cooperate with law enforcement. But really, I was just trying to feel less guilty about what I was doing. That's when I discovered the client wasn't just commissioning surveillance from me. They were coordinating dozens of reconnaissance operatives across the country, building a comprehensive database of vulnerable properties and their security arrangements. The operation used hidden internet channels to coordinate activities and share intelligence. I only discovered this because the client sent me login credentials to access their secure communication system, apparently deciding I was trustworthy enough to participate in their wider operations. What I found when I accessed their system was more sophisticated and extensive than I'd imagined. They had detailed profiles of thousands of properties across the UK, all compiled by operatives like me who'd been recruited to conduct surveillance work. The properties were categorized by vulnerability factors: elderly occupants, single parents, families with young children, even specific details about medical conditions or disabilities that might make residents less able to defend their homes. This wasn't opportunistic burglary. It was systematic targeting of the most defenseless members of society. Each property listing included comprehensive intelligence gathered from multiple sources. My photographs and observations were combined with information from other operatives who'd posed as utility workers, charity collectors, even care service providers, to gain access to homes and assess their contents. Some listings included floor plans sketched by people who'd been inside the properties, detailed inventories of valuable items, even assessments of residents' psychological vulnerabilities that could be exploited during home invasions. The operation was treating burglary like a business enterprise, with professional standards and systematic intelligence gathering. They'd industrialized home invasion, creating an efficient system for identifying targets, planning approaches, and maximizing the value extracted from each crime. But what really disturbed me was discovering that some of the listings weren't just for burglary. Certain properties were marked with special designations that indicated they'd been selected for more serious criminal activity. I found discussions among the operatives about properties that could be used for other purposes once the residents had been driven out through harassment or intimidation. Homes that might be suitable for illegal operations, properties in strategic locations that could be taken over by criminals once the legitimate occupants had been sufficiently terrorized. One thread discussed an elderly woman in Barnsley whose home had been repeatedly burgled until she'd agreed to move into a care facility. The property was then rented to criminals who used it as a base for drug dealing, with the original owner having no idea her former home was being exploited for illegal purposes. Another discussion focused on a family in Meadowhall who'd been subjected to escalating harassment until they'd sold their house at below market value. The property had been purchased through a front company and was now being used for purposes the operatives wouldn't specify in their online communications. I realized I'd been part of an operation that went far beyond simple burglary. These people were systematically identifying and exploiting vulnerable residents, not just stealing their possessions, but driving them from their homes and taking over the properties for criminal enterprises. The surveillance work I'd been doing wasn't just enabling individual crimes. It was facilitating a form of domestic terrorism that destroyed people's lives and communities. Every property I documented was potentially being targeted not just for theft, but for systematic harassment, designed to drive out legitimate residents. I started researching the properties I'd surveilled, checking local news reports and crime statistics to see what had happened after I'd submitted my intelligence. What I found confirmed my worst fears. Many of the properties had been burgled within weeks of my surveillance work, often multiple times in quick succession. The burglaries showed intimate knowledge of the residents' routines and security arrangements, suggesting they'd been planned using the intelligence I had provided. But some properties had experienced worse than simple burglary. Several families had been subjected to sustained harassment campaigns that seemed designed to force them to relocate. Vandalism, threatening behavior, even violent confrontations that escalated until the residents felt they had no choice but to move away. A few properties had been taken over entirely after the original occupants had left. Criminals had moved in and established operations that turned quiet residential streets into centers for drug dealing, prostitution, and other illegal activities. I was looking at a systematic campaign to destabilize working-class communities by driving out vulnerable residents and replacing them with criminal enterprises. My surveillance work had been part of a coordinated effort to hollow out neighborhoods and create spaces where organized crime could operate with minimal interference. The elderly couple in Chapeltown, whose home I'd surveilled, were among the victims. They'd been burgled twice in the space of a month, losing possessions that had sentimental rather than financial value. The second burglary had traumatized them so badly they'd moved in with their daughter, leaving their home empty and vulnerable. I checked the property listing system and saw their house had been marked as vacant and available for criminal use. Someone was planning to take advantage of the empty property, probably using it for illegal operations, while the elderly couple paid the mortgage on a home they were too frightened to return to. That's when I realized I couldn't continue being part of this operation, regardless of the financial or personal consequences. I'd been helping to destroy communities and victimize the most vulnerable people in society, all because I'd been too desperate and too cowardly to walk away when I should have. I tried contacting the police to report what I'd discovered, but explaining the technical aspects of the operation proved more complicated than I'd expected. The officer I spoke to seemed confused by my descriptions of hidden internet channels and coordinated criminal intelligence gathering. They took a statement and promised to investigate, but I could tell they were overwhelmed by the scope of what I was describing. Organized crime operations using sophisticated technology to coordinate activities across multiple regions weren't something local police felt equipped to handle. I was advised to stop accepting surveillance assignments and avoid further contact with the criminal operation. The officer suggested I might be called as a witness if they managed to build a case against the organizers, but warned me not to expect quick results given the complexity of the investigation. That advice would have been more useful if I hadn't already made myself a target by asking too many questions about the operation's broader activities. The criminals I'd been working for had been monitoring my access to their communication systems, and they'd noticed my sudden interest in properties I hadn't personally surveilled. I started receiving messages warning me to mind my own business and focus on my assigned surveillance work. The tone was polite but firm, making it clear that curiosity about the operation's wider activities wasn't appreciated. When I ignored these warnings and continued investigating what happened to the properties I documented, the messages became more explicit. I was told that people who caused problems for the operation had a tendency to experience problems of their own, and it would be unfortunate if I found myself in a similar situation. That's when I noticed I was being watched. Cars following me when I drove to surveillance assignments, people photographing me from across the street, even evidence that someone had been through my flat while I was out working. I found my own details posted on the same hidden communication system I'd been using to access the property listings. My home address, my daily routine, even a floor plan of my flat that someone had obviously sketched after gaining access while I was away. The message was clear. I was now a target myself, subject to the same surveillance and intelligence gathering I'd been conducting against others. They were demonstrating that they could reach me anywhere, that they knew intimate details about my life, and that I was just as vulnerable as the elderly couples and single parents I'd been helping them victimize. The surveillance escalated quickly after that. My flat was broken into while I was at the supermarket, though nothing was stolen. Someone wanted me to know they could access my home whenever they chose, that my locks and security measures meant nothing against people who had professional expertise in circumventing such protections. I started finding evidence of their intrusions everywhere. Personal belongings moved slightly out of position, computer files accessed and deleted, even photographs of me sleeping that had been left on my bedside table as a threat. The psychological impact was worse than any physical harm. I couldn't sleep knowing that strangers were entering my home while I was unconscious and vulnerable. I couldn't relax knowing that I was being watched and documented with the same systematic precision I'd applied to surveillance of others. I reported the break-ins to the police, but without evidence of theft or damage, they treated it as low-priority harassment rather than serious criminal activity. They suggested I improve my home security, apparently unaware that I was being targeted by professionals who could circumvent any reasonable security measures. That's when I realized I needed to leave Sheffield entirely. The surveillance operation knew where I lived, where I worked, even where I shopped and socialized. I couldn't escape their attention while remaining in a city where they had extensive resources and intelligence gathering capabilities. I packed essential belongings and drove to Glasgow to stay with my sister, leaving behind most of my possessions and my entire life in Sheffield. I told my sister I needed a change of scene after losing my job, not wanting to burden her with the truth about what I'd been involved with. But even here in Glasgow, several hundred miles from Sheffield, I don't feel entirely safe. The surveillance operation extends across the country, with operatives in every major city conducting reconnaissance work for criminals who treat home invasion as a professional enterprise. I keep checking the hidden communication system I still have access to, monitoring whether my details have been flagged for targeting by operatives in Scotland. So far, I haven't found any specific threats, but I know that could change at any moment. The worst part is knowing that the operation continues without me. Other desperate people are being recruited to conduct surveillance work, probably telling themselves the same lies I did about legitimate property assessment and overseas investors. The properties I documented are still being targeted for burglary and harassment. The elderly couples and vulnerable families I helped identify are still being victimized by criminals who use the intelligence I provided to plan their attacks. I keep thinking about that couple in Chapeltown who are too frightened to return to their own home after being burgled twice in a month. About the family in Meadowhall who sold their house at a loss because the harassment became unbearable. About all the other victims whose lives I helped destroy because I was too desperate for money to ask the obvious questions about what I was really doing. The surveillance operation has probably moved on to recruiting new operatives by now, finding other unemployed property professionals who are desperate enough to accept generous payment for documenting homes without asking why anyone would pay such rates for simple photography work. And somewhere in South Yorkshire, criminals are probably using the intelligence I gathered to plan their next burglary or harassment campaign. Breaking into homes where elderly residents live alone, targeting families with young children, driving vulnerable people from their properties so the homes can be exploited for illegal purposes. I suppose I'm telling you this because I need someone to understand how these operations recruit ordinary people, how they exploit financial desperation to make us complicit in serious crimes, and how they're systematically destroying communities across the country. If you're ever approached with offers that seem too generous for simple work, if someone wants to pay you to photograph properties or gather information about residents, please walk away immediately. Don't make the same mistake I did by convincing yourself it's legitimate, because you need to believe it is. Because once you're involved with these operations, once you understand what they're really doing and who they're targeting, you can't unknow what you've learned. You become a liability they need to manage, a potential threat they need to monitor and control. And if you cause them enough problems, if you try to expose their activities or interfere with their operations, you might find yourself on the receiving end of the same surveillance and harassment you helped inflict on others. I'm living with that fear every day now, wondering if they've decided I'm enough of a threat to warrant more serious attention, wondering if the next property listing I see on their communication system will include my sister's address here in Glasgow. The operation taught me that privacy is an illusion, that home security means nothing against determined professionals, and that anyone can become a target if they threaten the wrong people's criminal enterprises. But most of all, it taught me that financial desperation can make you capable of things you never imagined you'd do, that the desire to pay your bills and keep your home can override your moral judgment until you're complicit in the systematic victimization of innocent people. I can't undo the damage I helped cause, can't restore the sense of security I helped destroy for dozens of families across South Yorkshire. All I can do is hope that someone with more resources and authority will eventually dismantle these operations before they destroy more communities and ruin more lives. And hope that my sister never asks why I jump every time I hear a car door close outside, or why I check the locks 3 times before going to bed, or why I can't seem to settle into normal life here in Glasgow, despite being several hundred miles from the people who turned me into both a criminal and a victim. My mum always used to say that I was the reliable one in my family, the person everyone calls when they need someone dependable to handle something important while they're away. Growing up, I was the kid who reminded my parents about appointments, made sure bills got paid on time, and generally kept track of things that other people forgot about. That reputation followed me to university, where I became the go-to person for friends who needed someone trustworthy to handle responsibilities they couldn't manage themselves. House-sitting while people went home for holidays, collecting packages when flatmates were away, even helping with coursework deadlines when people were struggling to stay organized. I didn't mind being seen as dependable. It actually worked in my favor when I started looking for ways to earn extra money during my second year. While other students were competing for bar work or retail jobs that required specific experience or skills, I could offer something different. Absolute reliability in situations where people needed someone they could trust completely. That's how I got into pet sitting. It started small, just looking after a neighbor's cat for a weekend, while they visited family. But word spread quickly that I was good with animals and could be trusted with house keys and security codes. Soon I was getting regular requests from people who needed someone to care for their pets while they traveled for work or holidays. The money was decent, often better than minimum wage jobs, and the work was usually straightforward. Feed the animals, clean up after them, maybe take dogs for walks or clean out rabbit hutches. Most pet owners left detailed instructions and were happy to pay well for peace of mind that their animals would be properly cared for in familiar surroundings. After a few months of building up a good reputation through word-of-mouth recommendations, I started looking for ways to find more clients systematically. There were several websites that connected pet sitters with animal owners, but most charged high commission rates or had waiting lists for new service providers. I eventually found a platform called Pet Care Connect that specialized in matching experienced pet sitters with clients who needed reliable, discreet service for valuable or unusual animals. Their website emphasized security and professionalism, catering to people who owned expensive pets or had specific requirements that mainstream pet sitting services couldn't accommodate. The registration process was more thorough than other platforms I'd encountered. Beyond basic information about my experience with different types of animals, they wanted detailed background information, including references from previous clients, details about my living situation, and even information about my daily schedule and availability for emergency call-outs. They explained that their clients often owned rare or valuable animals that required specialized care and absolute reliability. Some had exotic pets that needed specific handling techniques, while others owned pedigree animals worth thousands of pounds that required experienced, trustworthy care. The screening process included video interviews where I demonstrated my knowledge of animal care and answered questions about hypothetical emergency situations. They also requested character references from non-family members who could vouch for my reliability and discretion. After about 2 weeks, I was accepted onto their platform and started receiving requests from clients who seemed to have very specific requirements for pet care services. My first assignment was caring for a collection of tropical fish belonging to someone who claimed to be a rare fish dealer. The setup was elaborate. Multiple tanks with complex filtration systems, specific feeding schedules for different species, and detailed water quality monitoring that needed to be performed daily. The client provided comprehensive instructions and seemed genuinely knowledgeable about aquarium maintenance. The fish were beautiful and obviously valuable, including several species I'd never seen before. The week-long assignment went smoothly, and the client was pleased with my attention to detail and adherence to their specific care protocols. But I noticed some odd things about the setup that didn't quite fit with what I'd expect from a fish enthusiast's home collection. The security measures around the fish tanks seemed excessive for even valuable aquarium fish. Multiple cameras monitoring the tanks constantly, alarm systems connected to individual tank locations, even what appeared to be temperature and pH monitoring systems that sent real-time data to external monitoring services. The basement where most of the tanks were located had been professionally converted with commercial-grade electrical systems, industrial ventilation, and security features that seemed more appropriate for a commercial operation than a hobbyist collection. Most concerning were the feeding instructions, which included supplements and treatments that I didn't recognize and couldn't find information about online. Some of the substances came in unmarked containers with handwritten labels using terminology that didn't seem to relate to standard aquarium maintenance. When I asked the client about these unusual supplements, they explained that rare tropical fish required specialized nutrition and water treatments that weren't available through normal aquarium supply channels. They claimed to import specific products from overseas suppliers who catered to serious collectors and commercial breeders. The explanation seemed reasonable for someone dealing with expensive, exotic species. But I started paying more attention to the details of subsequent assignments, looking for patterns that might help me understand what kind of operation PetCare Connect was really supporting. My next client needed someone to care for a large collection of reptiles, including several species that appeared to be restricted or prohibited in the UK. The setup was even more elaborate than the fish operation, with custom-built enclosures, sophisticated climate control systems, and security measures that included motion sensors and cameras throughout the property. The client claimed to be a licensed wildlife researcher, conducting studies on captive breeding programs for conservation purposes. They provided official-looking documentation that appeared to authorize their possession of restricted species, though I wasn't qualified to verify the authenticity of the permits. But the care instructions included procedures that seemed designed more for concealment than animal welfare. Specific protocols for what to do if unauthorized visitors arrived, instructions for quickly moving certain animals to hidden locations, and emergency procedures that involved contacting the client immediately if anyone official showed interest in the property. The client also emphasized the importance of absolute discretion about the location and contents of their collection. They explained that conservation work often attracted unwanted attention from animal rights activists and regulatory officials who didn't understand the scientific value of private breeding programs. I was starting to suspect that some of the animals I was caring for might not be legally owned or properly licensed. The elaborate security measures and emphasis on secrecy suggested that these operations were hiding from official oversight rather than simply protecting valuable collections. But the money was excellent, often several £100s for a week's work, and the animals themselves seemed to be well cared for and healthy. Even if there were legal irregularities in how the collections had been assembled, the immediate welfare of the animals wasn't being compromised. I tried researching the clients I'd worked for, hoping to verify their claims about conservation work and legal authorization for restricted species. What I found was troubling. Most had minimal online presence and no verifiable connection to legitimate conservation organizations or research institutions. The documentation they'd provided looked professional, but when I tried to verify it with the regulatory bodies that supposedly issued the permits, I found that some of the reference numbers didn't exist, and others corresponded to completely different types of licenses. I was probably caring for animals that had been illegally imported, bred or traded in violation of wildlife protection laws. The elaborate security measures weren't protecting valuable collections. They were concealing criminal operations that exploited protected species for profit. But extricating myself from the situation wasn't straightforward. I'd signed detailed confidentiality agreements with each client, agreeing not to discuss their operations with unauthorized parties. Even if the collections were illegal, reporting them might result in legal action against me for breaching those agreements. More importantly, I'd been inside multiple properties that were clearly being used for illegal activities. If law enforcement investigated these operations, my involvement in caring for restricted animals could be presented as evidence that I'd been aware of the criminal nature of the collections. I decided to gradually reduce my involvement with Pet Care Connect while being careful not to raise suspicions about my reasons for withdrawing from assignments. But the platform seemed reluctant to accept that I was simply losing interest in pet sitting work. When I started declining assignments, the coordinator contacted me directly to discuss my reduced availability and offer higher payment rates for continuing to work with their premium clients. They emphasized that experienced sitters who had proven their reliability and discretion were valuable assets that the platform was committed to retaining. They offered exclusive assignments with even higher pay rates and suggested that reducing my involvement would be disappointing to clients who had specifically requested my services. The pressure to continue working felt excessive for what should have been a straightforward commercial relationship. It seemed more like the response of people who were concerned about losing access to someone who had inside knowledge of their operations. I tried researching Pet Care Connect more thoroughly, looking for information about their business registration, leadership, and regulatory oversight of their pet sitting services. What I found was that while the platform was officially registered as a legitimate pet care service, there was very little verifiable information about their actual operations or client base. They claimed to serve hundreds of clients across the UK, but their public profile was minimal, and they had no obvious connections to mainstream pet care organizations. More concerning was evidence that the platform had connections to businesses involved in exotic animal trading and wildlife trafficking. Some of the shell companies connected to Pet Care Connect had been investigated by customs officials and wildlife protection agencies, though no prosecutions had resulted from these investigations. The pattern suggested that Pet Care Connect was being used as a recruitment and coordination system for people willing to provide support services to illegal wildlife operations. They identified reliable, discreet individuals who could be trusted to care for restricted animals without asking awkward questions about legal authorization. I wasn't just providing pet care services, I was supporting organized crime that involved trafficking protected species and violating international wildlife protection laws. But understanding the true nature of what I'd been involved with didn't immediately resolve my situation. The people operating these illegal collections now knew my identity, address, and personal circumstances. They demonstrated their willingness to use legal threats and financial pressure to maintain the silence of people who had knowledge of their operations. If I tried to withdraw completely or report what I discovered, they might decide that I posed a security risk that needed to be managed more directly. Meanwhile, the requests for my services were becoming more frequent and urgent. Clients were offering premium rates for immediate availability and expressing frustration when I suggested delays or scheduling conflicts. Some requests involved assignments that would require me to travel to remote locations or work with animals that were clearly more dangerous or restricted than previous collections. The operations were expanding, and they wanted experienced support staff who could handle increasingly complex and risky situations. I realized that my reputation for reliability and discretion had made me a valuable asset to people who specialized in serious wildlife crimes. The more work I did for them, the deeper I became involved in their operations, and the more difficult it would become to extract myself safely. But I also knew that these operations were causing significant harm to protected species and contributing to the illegal wildlife trade that threatened endangered animals worldwide. The animals I'd been caring for had probably been taken from wild populations or bred in conditions that violated animal welfare laws. I was trapped between my moral obligation to report serious crimes and my concern about the personal consequences of exposing people who had demonstrated their willingness to use intimidation and legal threats against anyone who threatened their operations. The situation became more urgent when I received a request to care for a collection that included animals I was certain were critically endangered species that couldn't legally be owned by private individuals under any circumstances. The client claimed to be conducting conservation breeding work authorized by international wildlife organizations, but the species they wanted me to care for were so rare that legitimate breeding programs would be managed by major zoos or government agencies, not private collectors operating from residential properties. They were offering to pay more than I typically earned in a month for 2 weeks of care, emphasizing the critical importance of the work and the need for absolute discretion about the location and contents of their collection. But accepting this assignment would make me directly complicit in serious wildlife crimes that could result in significant prison sentences if discovered. The animals involved were protected by international treaties, and unauthorized possession carried much more severe penalties than the exotic species I'd been caring for previously. I was being asked to cross a line from unknowingly supporting illegal activities to deliberately participating in serious international wildlife trafficking. When I tried to decline the assignment, the response was much more threatening than previous attempts to retain my services. The coordinator emphasized my contractual obligations to the platform and suggested that failing to fulfill premium assignments could result in legal action for breach of service agreements. They also mentioned that they had detailed records of my previous work with their clients, including photographs and documentation that could be presented as evidence of knowing participation in illegal wildlife operations if I created problems for their business. The implicit threat was clear. If I tried to withdraw from their operations or expose what I'd discovered, they would ensure that I face serious criminal charges for my involvement in caring for protected species. I was trapped by my own reliability and willingness to help with what I'd thought were legitimate pet care services. The more I learned about the scope of the wildlife trafficking operations I'd been supporting, the more I understood how systematically they recruited and controlled people who provided support services for their illegal activities. They specifically targeted students and young people who needed money but didn't have extensive knowledge of wildlife laws or exotic animal regulations. People who would be grateful for well-paid work and wouldn't immediately recognize the signs of illegal operations. Once they'd identified reliable individuals, they gradually increased the scope and risk level of assignments, while building detailed records that could be used to implicate their workers in criminal activity if they ever tried to withdraw or expose the operations. The pet-sitting work was just an entry point into a criminal organization that specialized in exploiting people's financial needs and naivety to recruit unwitting accomplices for serious international crimes. But the most disturbing realization was that this recruitment system was probably operating on a much larger scale than just exotic animal care. If they could systematically identify and control people through fake pet-sitting services, they were probably using similar methods to recruit support for other types of criminal activity. Students and young people across the country were probably being drawn into various illegal operations through offers of well-paid part-time work that seemed legitimate, but gradually evolved into direct criminal involvement. The coordinator called that evening to confirm my availability for the endangered species assignment, emphasizing the time-sensitive nature of the work and the serious consequences of disappointing their most important clients. When I tried to explain that I was no longer available for pet-sitting work, they reminded me that I had detailed knowledge of multiple illegal operations and that withdrawing my cooperation would create serious problems for everyone involved. They suggested that it would be much safer for me to continue providing reliable service than to risk the legal and personal consequences of abandoning my responsibilities to their clients. The strangest thing about renting out your spare room on Airbnb is how normal the dangerous people can seem. 3 months ago, I thought I was just providing budget accommodation in my Nottingham terraced house to help pay the mortgage. Now I'm hiding in a travel lodge in Derby, knowing that tomorrow night thousands of people on the dark web will watch me become the unwilling star of something I helped create without realizing it. I've been hosting guests for about 18 months. My house is nothing special. 2 bedrooms, small garden, decent location near the city centre. After my partner moved out last year, I needed the extra income to cover the mortgage payments. Airbnb seemed like an obvious solution. Most guests were exactly what you'd expect: tourists, business travellers, people visiting family. The occasional odd one, but nothing concerning. The booking that changed everything came through in early November. A guest named David Chen wanted to stay for 3 weeks, paying in advance. His profile showed several good reviews from previous hosts in other cities. He claimed to be a freelance photographer working on a documentary project about urban architecture in the Midlands. The extended stay and advance payment made it an attractive booking. David arrived on a Sunday evening, carrying professional camera equipment and a large metallic case that he said contained lighting gear. He was polite, quiet, and seemed genuinely interested in the city's industrial heritage. He kept regular hours, going out during the day with his camera equipment and returning in the evening. He was the kind of guest hosts dream about: tidy, respectful, no complaints. After his first week, David asked if he could use the basement for storing and organizing his equipment. My house has a cellar that I use for storage and the boiler, accessed through a door in the kitchen. I agreed, mainly because he offered to pay an additional fee for the privilege. The extra money was helpful, and I rarely went down there anyway. Over the following days, I noticed David making multiple trips to the basement, carrying equipment I didn't recognize. When I asked about his project, he explained that he was documenting forgotten spaces in urban environments: basements, abandoned buildings, industrial sites. He said the documentation required specialized lighting and recording equipment to capture these spaces properly. About halfway through his stay, David asked if I'd be interested in featuring my house in his documentary. He explained that Victorian terraced houses like mine represented important architectural heritage, and the basement would be particularly interesting as an example of period construction techniques. He offered to pay me a consultation fee for appearing in the documentary. The money was tempting, and the project sounded legitimate. David showed me some of his previous work on his laptop: professional quality photographs and videos of various urban locations. Everything appeared above board. We agreed that he would film a short segment with me discussing the house's history and architectural features. The filming took place in the basement on a Wednesday evening. David had set up impressive lighting equipment that transformed the dingy space into something that looked almost cinematic. Multiple cameras captured different angles as I talked about the house's Victorian features and how the basement reflected period construction methods. David was professional throughout the process, asking thoughtful questions about architectural details and the neighborhood's history. The session lasted about an hour, after which he thanked me and said he'd send me a copy once the documentary was complete. I returned upstairs feeling pleased with the extra income and curious to see the finished product. Over the next few days, I noticed David working late into the night in the basement. I could hear equipment running, the sound of keyboards, and occasionally what sounded like video editing software. When I mentioned the noise, he apologized and explained that he was under deadline pressure to complete the project. He offered to buy me noise-cancelling headphones as compensation. David's stay ended the following Sunday. He packed his equipment, thanked me for the accommodation, and left excellent feedback on the platform. I thought that would be the end of our interaction. I was wrong. 2 weeks later, I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line contained my full name and address. The body contained a link to what appeared to be a dark web site. A .onion address that could only be accessed through specialized browsers. The message explained that my performance had been well received and that there was interest in a follow-up appearance. I was confused but curious enough to download Tor and access the link. The site had a stark, professional design with minimal text. It showed what appeared to be a preview of David's documentary, but the content was nothing like what we had filmed. The video showed my basement, but it had been edited to look like a completely different space. The lighting made it appear more confined and institutional. More disturbing was how my interview had been edited. My words about the basement's construction had been cut and rearranged to make it sound like I was describing a purpose-built space for containing people. Comments about the solid Victorian walls and soundproofing qualities of the basement had been edited to seem like I was advertising features for imprisonment. At the bottom of the page was a counter showing several thousand viewers and a section for what appeared to be cryptocurrency payments. There were also comments in various languages discussing the upcoming live event and speculation about when the subject would be brought to the location. I realized that David hadn't been making a documentary about architecture. He'd been creating promotional material for something much darker. My basement had been transformed into what appeared to be a dark web red room, and I had unknowingly provided the introduction. I tried to contact the site administrators to demand the removal of my image and information about my house, but the contact methods led to encrypted messaging systems that never responded. I considered going to the police, but explaining that I discovered my basement being advertised on the dark web for purposes I didn't fully understand seemed both implausible and potentially incriminating. Instead, I changed the locks on my house and resolved to be more careful about future guests. I thought the incident was over, that David had moved on to find another location for whatever he was really planning. 3 weeks later, I received another Airbnb booking request, this time from someone calling themselves Sarah Williams, who wanted to stay for a weekend. Her profile was sparse but contained positive reviews. She said she was visiting Nottingham for medical appointments. Something about the booking felt off. The messaging was too formal. The timing seemed random, but I needed the income. Sarah arrived on Friday evening carrying a small bag and what appeared to be medical equipment. She explained that she had a rare condition requiring specialized monitoring devices. She was polite and professional, much like David had been. She asked about the basement almost immediately, claiming she needed a quiet, temperature-controlled environment for her medical equipment. I refused, explaining that the basement wasn't suitable for guests. She seemed disappointed but didn't press the issue. However, that night I heard sounds from the basement. Footsteps, equipment being moved, voices. When I investigated, I found the door unlocked and evidence that someone had been down there recently. Sarah had gone out, ostensibly for a medical appointment, but I suspected she was connected to David's project. I searched her room and found sophisticated computer equipment hidden in her luggage, along with what appeared to be dark web communication devices. I also found printed materials in various languages, advertising a live event scheduled for the following week. I confronted Sarah when she returned, demanding an explanation. She remained calm and professional, but her story changed. She claimed to be working with David on a legitimate research project about urban exploration and abandoned spaces. She showed me documents that appeared to support this explanation, including what looked like academic credentials and research permits. But that night, I discovered the truth about what was happening in my basement. Unable to sleep, I crept downstairs and found Sarah working at a computer setup I hadn't seen before. Multiple screens showed dark web sites with familiar .onion addresses, cryptocurrency wallets with substantial balances, and chat systems discussing the upcoming Nottingham event. One screen showed my basement, but it had been further modified since David's visit. Additional equipment had been installed, including restraints and what appeared to be medical monitoring devices. The space had been transformed into a fully functional red room, complete with multiple camera angles and interactive systems that would allow dark web viewers to influence what happened there. Sarah noticed me watching, and her demeanor changed completely. She explained that I was already complicit in their operation, that my filmed introduction had been used to promote the space, and that my continued cooperation was expected. She showed me viewer statistics and payment records demonstrating the substantial interest in the Nottingham facility. The final component of their plan was clear. They needed a host for the space, someone who could provide legitimacy and deflect suspicion, someone who could book future guests and maintain the property between events, someone who was already compromised by their participation in the promotional material. I told Sarah to leave immediately, that I would contact the police, that I wanted nothing to do with their operation. She remained calm, explaining that the evidence of my participation was already online, that my face and voice were associated with the space, that authorities would find it difficult to believe I wasn't aware of what was happening in my own basement. She left the next morning, but not before explaining that the Nottingham event would proceed as scheduled, that interested parties had already paid substantial sums to access the broadcast, that the space was prepared and the audience was waiting. Over the following week, I received constant messages through various platforms, encrypted emails, anonymous texts, dark web communications. All carried the same theme. I was expected to facilitate the upcoming event, to provide access to the space, to ensure that operations could proceed without interference. I've been staying in different hotels since then, but the messages keep finding me. They know my location, my schedule, my vulnerabilities. They provided evidence of their surveillance, photographs of me in public, recordings of my phone conversations, details about my daily routines. Yesterday, I received the most explicit message yet, a video showing my basement fully prepared for broadcast with professional lighting and multiple camera angles, a countdown timer showing less than 24 hours remaining, and a reminder that my cooperation was not optional, that I had already been promoted as the host of the facility, that thousands of dark web viewers were expecting the event to proceed. The message included details about how they had tracked my movements, monitored my communications, and prepared contingencies for various scenarios. They had evidence of my filmed introduction, records of payments made to my accounts, and documentation of my voluntary participation in what they could present as willing cooperation with their operation. I'm writing this from a travel lodge outside Derby, using a public computer. I don't know if this will reach anyone who can help, or if sharing this story will make my situation worse. I only know that tomorrow night, thousands of people on the dark web will expect to see a broadcast from my basement, and I'm running out of places to hide. The most terrifying realization is that they never needed to force me to participate. They just needed me to become complicit gradually, one small decision at a time. Accepting David's booking, agreeing to the basement usage, participating in the filming. Each step seemed reasonable individually, but together they created a chain of involvement I can't escape. The dark web red room they've created isn't in some remote warehouse or abandoned building. It's in my house, registered to my name, promoted with my face and voice. Even if I never participate directly, I'm already the host. The space exists because I allowed it to be created. Tomorrow's broadcast will happen whether I'm there or not. They've made that clear. The only question is whether I face whatever comes next, or let someone else become the victim of a system I inadvertently helped build. The viewer counter on the latest message shows tens of thousands of people waiting. People who have paid in cryptocurrency to access the broadcast. People who believe they're about to see something exclusive and authentic. People who don't care that the host never intended to become part of this horror. I keep thinking about David's professional demeanor, Sarah's medical equipment story, the gradual way they transformed my basement into something unrecognizable. How many other Airbnb hosts have been approached with similar projects? How many spare rooms and basements across the country might be serving similar purposes? The dark web has made it possible for these operations to exist anywhere, to recruit hosts unknowingly, to create content that appears consensual but isn't. The technology makes it easy to hide, to pay anonymously, to consume horror without consequence. I should have trusted my instincts about David's equipment, should have questioned why he needed such sophisticated gear for architectural photography, should have refused to participate in any filming, should have investigated the basement modifications more carefully. But it's too late for regrets now. Tomorrow night, my basement becomes a dark web broadcast studio. Whether I'm there or someone else takes my place, the show will go on. I thought I was helping elderly people preserve their family memories by digitizing old photographs. But it turns out someone was using those images to impersonate their deceased relatives online. My gran had dementia in her final years, and one of the most heartbreaking things was watching her struggle to remember faces and stories that had defined her entire life. She'd sit for hours, looking through old photo albums, trying to piece together relationships and events that were slipping away from her. It made me realize how precious those visual memories were, especially for people whose minds were letting them down. After she died during my second year at university, I started volunteering with a local charity called Memory Keepers that helped elderly people organize and preserve their family photographs. Most older people had boxes full of unsorted pictures spanning decades, wedding photos, holidays, children growing up, but they were often too physically frail or mentally confused to organize them properly. The charity's mission was simple: visit elderly people in their homes, help them sort through their photographs, and create digital copies that could be shared with family members or preserved for future generations. It was exactly the sort of meaningful work that felt like honoring my gran's memory, while helping other families avoid losing precious history. The training was straightforward. Basic photography skills, gentle interview techniques for encouraging people to share stories about their pictures, and simple digital archiving methods for organizing scanned images. Most volunteers were retired people who enjoyed hearing life stories and had patience for working with clients who might be confused or forgetful. My coordinator was a woman called Helen, who managed volunteers across Lancashire. She seemed genuinely passionate about preserving family history and had extensive experience working with elderly people who were dealing with various forms of cognitive decline. She explained that our work often provided crucial social interaction for isolated people, while creating lasting records of family history that might otherwise be lost. My first client was a lovely woman called Mrs. Patterson, who lived alone in a bungalow in Chorley. Her children lived abroad and she rarely saw them, but she had decades of family photographs that told the story of a life well lived. Weddings, christenings, school sports days, family holidays, the sort of comprehensive visual record that most families accumulate over generations. The work was exactly what I'd hoped it would be. Mrs. Patterson enjoyed talking about the people and events in her photographs, and I could see how much pleasure it gave her to share these memories with someone who was genuinely interested. We spent several sessions organizing her pictures chronologically and scanning the most important ones into digital files that her children could access online. But I started noticing that Helen was particularly interested in certain types of photographs that didn't seem obviously relevant to family history preservation. She wanted detailed scans of identity documents that appeared in the pictures, passports left open on tables, driving licenses visible in wallet shots, even official letters and certificates that happened to be in the background of family photos. When I asked why these items needed to be preserved, she explained that documentary evidence often provided crucial context for family history research. Helen also requested comprehensive information about the people shown in photographs, including full names, dates of birth, and current addresses when known. She claimed this metadata was essential for creating proper archives that families could use for genealogy research and legal documentation. The level of detail seemed excessive for a charity focused on preserving memories, but Helen emphasized the importance of thorough documentation for families who might need to verify relationships or inheritance claims years later. After working with several clients, I began to suspect that memory keepers was collecting much more information than necessary for their stated mission of family history preservation. The digital files we created included not just family photographs, but comprehensive databases of personal information about elderly people and their relatives, names, addresses, financial circumstances, family relationships, even details about valuable possessions that appeared in photographs of people's homes. When I tried to access the archived files to check my work, I discovered that volunteers weren't given access to the complete database. Our scanned images and documented information were being processed through systems that we couldn't view, ostensibly for security and privacy protection. Helen explained that centralized processing helped ensure consistent quality and prevented accidental disclosure of sensitive family information. But the lack of transparency made it impossible to verify how the collected information was actually being used. I started paying closer attention to the clients I was assigned and the specific types of information Helen requested about their circumstances. Most clients were elderly people living alone with minimal family support, exactly the demographic that would be vulnerable to various forms of exploitation or fraud. The comprehensive personal information being collected would be valuable for anyone planning to target these individuals for financial scams or identity theft. More concerning was Helen's interest in clients' daily routines, security arrangements, and valuable possessions. Information that would be useful for burglars or con artists, but had no obvious relevance to family history preservation. I tried researching memory keepers more thoroughly and found that while the charity was officially registered, there was minimal information about their actual activities or oversight of their operations. For an organization claiming to serve hundreds of elderly clients across the Northwest, their public profile was remarkably limited. When I attempted to contact some of the families who had supposedly received digital archives of their relatives' photographs, I found that many had no knowledge of memory keepers or any family history preservation services. The pattern suggested that the charity was collecting detailed personal information about vulnerable elderly people under false pretenses, possibly for criminal purposes. But the true scope of what was happening became clear when I discovered how the digitized photographs were actually being used. While researching online memorial sites and genealogy platforms, I found profile pages for several of my former clients that had been created using the photographs I'd scanned for memory keepers. But these profiles weren't memorializing the elderly people I'd worked with. They were impersonating deceased relatives shown in their family photographs. Someone was using images of dead grandparents, spouses, and siblings to create fake social media accounts and dating profiles. The comprehensive personal information collected during memory keepers' visits provided enough background detail to make these impersonations convincing to people who might be emotionally vulnerable to contact from deceased loved ones. The scam was sophisticated and emotionally manipulative. Grieving family members would be contacted by profiles claiming to be their deceased relatives, using authentic family photographs and accurate personal details to establish credibility. Once emotional connections were established, the fake profiles would request money for various fabricated emergencies or financial difficulties. But the impersonation scheme was just one way the collected information was being exploited. The detailed personal data about elderly clients was also being used for more direct criminal purposes. Several of my former clients had experienced burglaries or fraud attempts that seemed to be based on inside knowledge of their circumstances, daily routines, and valuable possessions. Information that could only have been obtained through the comprehensive home visits conducted by memory keepers volunteers. I realized I'd been unknowingly facilitating systematic exploitation of vulnerable elderly people, while thinking I was helping preserve their family memories. The charity was a front for criminal operations that specialized in gathering intelligence about isolated elderly people and their families, then using that information for various types of fraud, theft, and emotional manipulation. But confronting Helen about what I'd discovered would alert her that the operation had been compromised. More importantly, I'd been directly involved in collecting the personal information being used to harm innocent people, potentially making me legally liable for the consequences. When I started declining assignments and reducing my availability, Helen became increasingly insistent about my continued participation in the program. She emphasized the importance of reliable volunteers for serving clients who had specifically requested my services, and offered additional training opportunities that would allow me to take on more complex archival projects. The pressure to continue working felt excessive for a volunteer position with a small charity. It seemed more like concern about losing control over someone who had inside knowledge of their data collection methods. I tried to research other volunteers who had worked for memory keepers, hoping to warn them about what was really happening to the information we collected. But most had only worked for short periods before moving on to other volunteer opportunities, and none seemed to have realized the criminal nature of the operation. The few I managed to contact were shocked to learn that their work had been used to facilitate fraud and exploitation of the elderly people they'd been trying to help. But they were also concerned about their own legal exposure for having unknowingly participated in gathering information used for criminal purposes. Memory keepers had systematically recruited well-meaning volunteers to conduct intelligence gathering that would have been impossible for professional criminals to accomplish without arousing suspicion. Elderly people trusted charity volunteers in ways they would never trust strangers, asking invasive questions about their personal circumstances. The operation was probably being replicated in communities across the country, with similar fake charities recruiting volunteers to gather detailed information about vulnerable populations under the guise of providing helpful services. But the most disturbing aspect was how the scheme exploited both elderly victims and the volunteers who thought they were helping preserve precious family memories. We'd been manipulated into betraying the trust of people we genuinely cared about, turning our desire to help into a tool for systematic exploitation. I started monitoring online platforms where the impersonation profiles were being used, documenting evidence of how family photographs and personal information were being weaponized against grieving relatives. The scale was much larger than I'd initially realized. Hundreds of fake profiles using images and information collected from elderly people across multiple regions, all operated by people who specialized in emotional manipulation and financial fraud, targeting vulnerable family members. But gathering evidence of the criminal operation put me at risk of being identified as someone who was investigating their activities. If the people behind Memory Keepers realized that I discovered their true purpose and was documenting their methods, they might decide I posed a security threat that needed to be managed. The personal information I'd helped collect included details about my own background and circumstances, making it easy for them to monitor my activities or take action against me if they considered me a liability. When I tried to stop volunteering entirely, Helen contacted me expressing concern about my sudden withdrawal from the program and suggesting that personal problems might be affecting my commitment to helping elderly clients who depended on our services. She offered to arrange counseling support and reduced responsibilities that would allow me to continue contributing to Memory Keepers while dealing with whatever difficulties were preventing me from maintaining my volunteer schedule. But her response included specific references to my personal circumstances and family relationships that I'd never shared during volunteer training or client visits. Someone had been researching my background as thoroughly as we'd been investigating the elderly people we were supposedly helping. That evening, I received a friend request on social media from a profile claiming to be my deceased grandfather, using family photographs that I'd never seen before, but that showed him exactly as I remembered from my childhood. I deleted everything 3 weeks ago, wiped my laptop, threw away my external drives, even got rid of my phone and bought a new one. People think digital footprints are permanent, but you'd be surprised how thoroughly you can erase yourself if you're motivated enough. And I was very, very motivated. The thing is, I know it won't matter. They already have what they need. But doing something, anything, made me feel slightly less powerless, slightly less complicit in what happened. I should probably explain what I mean by that, what I did, what I saw. I'm a freelance photographer, or haven't picked up my camera in months now. I used to do wedding photography mainly, the occasional corporate event, sometimes product shoots for small businesses trying to look more professional than they actually were. It paid the bills, barely, and I was good at it. Had that ability to make people look natural even when they were deeply uncomfortable, which is apparently a valuable skill when you're photographing someone's awkward second cousin at a wedding reception in Nottingham. The work dried up during the lockdowns, obviously. Weddings postponed indefinitely. Businesses closing. Nobody wanting a photographer within 2 meters of them. I burned through my savings in about 4 months, then started living on credit cards, then started getting very creative about what constituted an essential expense. By the time things started opening up again, I was in debt up to my eyeballs and absolutely desperate for work. But the photography industry had changed. Everyone with a decent phone camera suddenly thought they were professionals. Prices had collapsed. The jobs I used to get offered for 400 or 500 quid were now going for 100, sometimes less. I was applying for everything, undercutting my own rates, and still barely getting responses. That's when I started looking for alternative income. Not because I wanted to do anything illegal or dodgy. I just needed money, and I needed it quickly. I'd heard about people selling stock photography online, licensing images to websites and publications. It seemed simple enough. Take some decent photographs, upload them to stock sites, earn a few quid every time someone downloaded them. The problem was that stock photography is incredibly oversaturated. Millions of images of people having breakfast or shaking hands in offices or staring pensively at sunsets. My photos were fine, perfectly competent, but they disappeared into the noise. I made maybe £30 in 2 months. Then I stumbled across a discussion thread. This was on the regular internet, nothing dark or hidden, where photographers were talking about niche markets. Apparently, there was decent money in very specific types of stock imagery that mainstream sites didn't cater to. Medical photos, industrial photography, that sort of thing. One person mentioned that the real money was in custom requests if you knew where to find them. Someone in the replies mentioned the dark web, said there were communities there that paid significantly better for specific types of photography, no questions asked. I'd heard about the dark web before, obviously, but only in that vague way everyone has: drugs and hitmen and stolen credit cards. The idea of it being a marketplace for legitimate services hadn't really occurred to me. I was skeptical at first, but I was also eviction notice desperate, and desperate people do stupid things. Getting access wasn't particularly complicated. Took me an evening of following guides and figuring out how to browse anonymously. And then I was there, looking at websites that resembled something from the late 90s, all text and minimal formatting. I spent a few days just exploring, trying to understand how it all worked. There were marketplaces, sure, selling exactly the kinds of things you'd expect, but there were also service listings. People offering skills ranging from graphic design to translation to consultation. And there were photography requests. Most of them were straightforward. Someone wanted photos of a specific building in Birmingham from multiple angles, probably for something architectural or planning related. Someone else wanted candid street photography from Manchester city centre during specific times of day. The pay was decent, much better than stock photography, and payment was arranged through methods I won't detail here, but which seemed secure enough. I started taking those jobs. Nothing sinister, nothing that made me uncomfortable. Just photography with specific requirements, delivered anonymously, paid reasonably well. It kept me afloat, paid down some of my debt, let me breathe a bit easier. The requests got more specific over time. Someone wanted photographs of a particular house in Leeds, exterior shots only, taken at different times of day across a week. Someone else wanted images of the interior of a specific pub in Newcastle, as detailed as possible. I told myself these were probably for property assessments or business valuations, things that needed to be done anonymously for whatever reason. I never asked questions. That was the unspoken rule. You fulfilled the request exactly as specified, delivered the images, got paid, moved on. No communication beyond the initial brief. Then I got a request that paid significantly more than anything I'd seen before. Almost £3,000 for what seemed like a simple job. Someone wanted photographs of a specific flat in Bristol. Interior shots as comprehensive as possible. Every room, every angle. They'd provide access. There'd be a key hidden near the property. and I'd have a 2-hour window when the flat would definitely be empty. £3,000. That was 2 months of rent, a massive chunk off my credit cards, breathing room I desperately needed. I should have questioned why someone would pay that much. Should have wondered why they couldn't just hire a normal photographer through normal channels. Should have asked myself what possible legitimate reasons someone would have for wanting detailed photographs of someone else's flat without their knowledge. But I didn't. I just accepted the job. The flat was in a converted Victorian house in Clifton, the nice part of Bristol. The key was exactly where they said it would be, tucked behind a loose brick near the entrance. The flat itself was on the 2nd floor. I let myself in during the specified window, a Tuesday afternoon, middle of the day, when presumably the occupant was at work. It was a woman's flat clearly, neat but lived in, books on the shelves, photos on the walls, the kind of space that felt like someone actually inhabited it, rather than just existed there. I felt sick doing it, moving through her private space with my camera. But I told myself I was just taking photos, not stealing anything, not damaging anything, just photographs. I shot everything as requested, the living room from multiple angles, the kitchen, including inside the cupboards and fridge as specified, the bathroom, the bedroom, which felt like the worst violation somehow, photographing someone's unmade bed and the clothes draped over a chair and the books on their nightstand. There were photos of her throughout the flat, with friends, with family, on holiday. She looked happy in them, normal, completely unaware that a stranger would soon be standing in her bedroom, documenting every detail of her private life. I finished the job, locked up, replaced the key, uploaded the photographs through the secure method they'd specified. The payment came through within hours. I tried not to think about it, tried to tell myself it was probably for insurance purposes or some kind of property dispute, but I knew that was rubbish. Nobody pays £3,000 for insurance photos. Nobody needs that level of detail, that invasion of privacy, for any legitimate purpose. I knew what those photos were probably for. Either someone planning to rob her, or someone obsessed with her, or something worse I didn't want to imagine. And I'd helped them. I'd provided the tools for whatever was going to happen. But I'd also been paid £3,000, and my landlord had stopped sending threatening letters, and I could buy food without calculating the cost of every item. So I took the money and tried to forget about it. A week later, I got another request. Same type of job, different location. A house in Southampton this time. £4,000. Again, access would be provided. Specific time window. Comprehensive interior photography required. I told myself I wouldn't do it. Told myself the Bristol job had been a one-off moment of desperation, and I was better than this. But £4,000. Christ, I did the job. And then I did another one. And another. Over about 3 months, I photographed the interiors of maybe a dozen properties across England. Houses, flats, even a few businesses. Always the same pattern. Generous payment provided access, specific window of time, detailed photography required. The money was extraordinary. I cleared my debts completely, built up savings, could have stopped doing it at any time. But I didn't stop. That's the thing I'm most ashamed of. It wasn't desperation anymore. It was just greed. Easy money for a few hours of work. I'd gotten good at not thinking about what the photos might be used for, at compartmentalizing the ethics of it. Then came the request that changed everything. It was for a flat in Reading. The pay was higher than usual, almost £6,000. The brief was similar to previous jobs. Comprehensive interior photography during a specified time window. But this one included an additional file. A photograph of the occupant, presumably so I'd know whose flat I was documenting. I shouldn't have opened that file. Should have just declined the job right there. But I clicked it. The photograph showed a young woman, mid-20s probably, dark hair, sitting in what looked like a cafe. She was looking at her phone, unaware she was being photographed. There was something about the image that made my skin crawl. The angle suggested it had been taken from across the street, through a window. This wasn't a social media photo or a casual snapshot. This was surveillance. Below the image was a single line of text, usual requirements plus any personal items of interest. Personal items of interest. What the hell did that mean? Diaries, computers, underwear. I stared at that request for hours. This wasn't about property valuation or insurance. This was about a woman who was being watched, being targeted, by someone who was now asking me to help them get closer to her, to provide an intimate map of her private life. I should have refused, should have deleted everything and never gone back to that site. But £6,000, I hate myself for what I did next. I hate that I can't even claim it was desperation or stupidity. It was just pure, calculating greed. I accepted the job. The flat was in a modern building near the town centre. Nice area, secure entrance, the kind of place where you'd feel safe. The key was hidden as usual, the time window specified. 2 hours during a Thursday afternoon. I let myself in and immediately knew something was different. The flat felt lived in a way the others hadn't. There were plants on the windowsill, properly cared for, fresh flowers in a vase, a calendar on the wall with neat handwriting marking various appointments. This wasn't just someone's space, it was someone's carefully maintained life. I started with the main rooms as usual. Living room, kitchen, bathroom. Standard shots from multiple angles. But I kept noticing details that made me increasingly uncomfortable. A medical alert bracelet on the bedside table. Prescription medication in the bathroom cabinet. A walking stick leaning against the wall near the door. This woman was vulnerable somehow, and someone was paying me £6,000 to document every aspect of her private space. I should have stopped. Should have walked out right then. But I was already there, already inside, already complicit. So I kept going. The bedroom was worse than the others had been. More personal somehow. There were photos everywhere. Family photos, friend photos, holiday photos. A whole life documented on the walls. I photographed them all as requested, hating myself more with every click of the shutter. Then I found the laptop on her desk. It was closed, probably in sleep mode. The request had mentioned personal items of interest. Did they want me to open it, go through her files? I stood there for a long time, trying to decide. Part of me knew that opening that laptop would cross a line I couldn't uncross. The photography was bad enough, but this felt like something darker. In the end, I didn't open it. I just photographed it, photographed the desk around it, moved on. I finished the job quickly after that, desperate to be out of there. Locked up, replaced the key, went home feeling filthy in a way that had nothing to do with physical dirt. I uploaded the photographs that night and waited for payment. It came through within a few hours, same as always. £6,000 appearing in my account like nothing had happened. Like I hadn't just violated a stranger's privacy in the most intimate way possible. I tried to forget about it, tried to go back to normal life, normal photography work, but I couldn't stop thinking about that flat in Reading, about the woman in the photograph, going about her life, completely unaware that someone had been inside her home, documenting everything. 3 weeks later, I saw a news article. A woman in Reading had been attacked in her own flat by an intruder. He'd somehow gained access to the building, let himself into her flat with a key, waited for her to come home. She'd survived, but was in hospital with serious injuries. The police were appealing for information. The article included a photograph of the victim. I recognized her immediately. The same dark hair, the same face I'd seen in that surveillance photo. I felt physically sick. Actually had to run to the bathroom and throw up, because I'd helped that happen. Maybe the person who'd attacked her was the same person who'd hired me. Maybe it was someone they'd sold the information to. Maybe it was even more removed than that. But the chain of cause and effect was clear. My photographs had helped someone hurt that woman. I stopped taking those jobs immediately, stopped going on the dark web at all. But the damage was done. I'd enabled something terrible, and there was nothing I could do to take it back. I reported it to the police eventually. Anonymous tip, no personal details. Told them about the photography requests, the dark web marketplace, everything I knew. I don't know if they took it seriously, or if they could even do anything with that information. The dark web isn't easy to investigate, and I couldn't provide much in the way of useful details. The woman survived, I found out later. The man who attacked her was arrested a few weeks after, caught trying to do the same thing to someone else. He had photographs on his computer, detailed interior shots of multiple properties. Some of them were mine. I recognized my own work. Other photographers had been doing the same jobs I had, helping him prepare, providing reconnaissance. We weren't the ones who hurt those women, but we'd built the ladder someone else climbed. I still think about those flats sometimes, about the people whose homes I violated, whose private lives I documented and sold. I wonder if they ever found out, if they ever felt that creeping sense that someone had been in their space, touching their things, learning their secrets. I wonder if the woman in Reading ever feels safe in her own home now, if she looks at her possessions differently, knowing that someone photographed them, studied them, used that knowledge to hurt her. I've got money saved now, enough to live on for a while without working. But every time I look at that bank balance, I see those flats, those private spaces I shouldn't have been in. That woman's face in the news article, blood money, that's what they used to call it, isn't it? Money earned through harm. I thought I was just taking photographs, thought I could separate the action from the consequence, tell myself I was just providing a service and what happened after wasn't my responsibility. But it was. It is. I helped hurt people because I wanted money, and no amount of rationalizing changes that. The worst part is how easy it was, how quickly I went from desperate to greedy, from one questionable job to a dozen, from feeling sick about it to barely thinking about it at all. That's what frightens me most. Not what I did, but how simple it was to do. How easy it is to become complicit in terrible things when you're just trying to get by. I've thought about going to therapy, talking to someone about what happened. But what would I even say? That I'm traumatized by my own choices. That I'm struggling with guilt over something I did willingly, repeatedly for months. I don't deserve sympathy. The woman in Reading does. The other people whose homes I violated do. I just deserve to live with what I've done. So I deleted everything, like I said at the start. Wiped it all clean. But you can't wipe your memory. Can't delete the knowledge of what you're capable of when circumstances push you in the wrong direction. I see that woman's face sometimes when I close my eyes. The one from the surveillance photo, sitting in that cafe, looking at her phone, completely unaware that her life was about to be invaded. Completely unaware that somewhere out there was a photographer desperate enough and greedy enough to help make that invasion possible. That photographer was me. I did that, and I'll carry that knowledge for the rest of my life. I'd always been bad at languages despite studying French for years at school. By the time I got to university, I could read fairly well and understood most of what I heard, but speaking was still a nightmare. That horrible combination of knowing exactly what you want to say, but being too self-conscious about pronunciation and grammar to actually get the words out. My course required a year abroad, which meant I needed to be conversational in French by the following September or risk failing my degree entirely. The University Language Centre offered conversation classes, but they were always oversubscribed and moved too slowly for someone who needed intensive practice. Private tutoring was expensive, and most of the French students I knew were more interested in practicing their English than helping struggling Brits with pronunciation. That's when someone mentioned online language exchange platforms where you could practice conversation with native speakers for free. The concept was simple. You'd spend half your session helping someone practice English, and they'd spend the other half helping you with French. Mutual benefit without the cost of formal tutoring. I found several platforms that offered this kind of language exchange, most of them operating through standard video calling software with simple matching systems based on your language learning goals and availability. The more established sites had thousands of users and sophisticated systems for matching people with compatible learning objectives. But the platform I eventually chose specialized in what they called intensive language immersion for students who needed rapid improvement. They claimed to use advanced matching algorithms that paired learners with native speakers who had specific expertise in helping people overcome particular language barriers. The registration process was more detailed than I'd expected for a language learning platform. Beyond the basic information about my French ability and learning goals, they wanted comprehensive details about my background, daily routine, and personal circumstances. They explained that this information helped them match people with compatible schedules and similar life experiences. The level of personal detail they requested was extensive. Where I lived, what I studied, my family background, even information about my social activities and hobbies. When I questioned why this was necessary for language learning, they explained that successful conversation practice required understanding cultural context and shared experiences that could serve as discussion topics. Within a few days, I was matched with a French speaker called Marie, who claimed to be a university student in Lyon, looking to improve her English conversation skills. Her profile indicated she was studying similar subjects to me and had comparable language learning challenges, suggesting we'd be well suited for mutual practice sessions. Our first conversation went reasonably well. Marie was patient with my pronunciation mistakes and provided helpful corrections without being condescending. She seemed genuinely interested in practicing English and asked thoughtful questions about British university life and cultural differences between our countries. But I noticed that Marie was particularly interested in details about my personal life that seemed tangential to language practice. She wanted to know about my daily schedule, where I lived, what my accommodation was like, and how I spent my free time. When I redirected the conversation to more general topics, she seemed disappointed and struggled to maintain interest in the discussion. Over the next few sessions, this pattern became more pronounced. Marie would ask increasingly specific questions about my routine, my living situation, and my personal relationships. She wanted to know when I was typically alone, whether I lived with other students, and how often my family visited or called. When I tried to focus on structured language exercises or discussion of academic topics, Marie seemed distracted and would quickly steer the conversation back to personal questions about my circumstances and daily activities. I started to suspect that Marie wasn't genuinely interested in language exchange at all. Her English was actually quite fluent, much better than she'd initially suggested, and her questions seemed designed to gather information rather than practice conversation skills. More concerning was that Marie seemed to know details about my life that I hadn't shared during our conversations. She made references to places I'd visited, people I'd mentioned in passing, and even changes to my schedule that I was certain I hadn't discussed with her. When I asked how she knew these details, Marie claimed she had good memory for the personal information people shared during conversations. But I started keeping notes of what I'd actually told her, and it became clear that she was demonstrating knowledge that could only have come from systematic monitoring of my activities. I decided to research the language exchange platform more thoroughly, looking for information about their matching process and data protection policies. What I found raised serious concerns about the legitimacy of their operation. The platform claimed to be based in Switzerland and registered as an educational service provider, but the business registration details were minimal and didn't include verifiable contact information. Their terms of service were vague about how personal data was collected, stored, and shared with other users. Most concerning was the discovery that many users had similar experiences to mine. Language exchange partners who seemed more interested in gathering personal information than practicing conversation, and who demonstrated knowledge about users' lives that couldn't have been obtained through normal conversation. Some users reported that their supposed language partners had tried to arrange in-person meetings, claiming they were visiting the UK and wanted to practice English in real-world situations. Others had received unsolicited contact from their partners outside the platform, including phone calls and messages to personal accounts they'd never shared. The pattern suggested that the language exchange platform was being used as a cover for systematic data collection about vulnerable young people, particularly international students and others who might be isolated or seeking social connections. I tried to research Marie's background more thoroughly, using the information she'd provided in her profile to verify her identity and location. What I found was troubling. There was no evidence that Marie was a real person at all. The university she claimed to attend had no record of students matching her description. The photos in her profile appeared to be stock images rather than genuine personal photographs. Even her supposed social media accounts were recently created and contained minimal genuine content. Marie was a completely fabricated identity, created specifically to interact with language learners and gather information about their personal circumstances. I realized that I'd been providing detailed information about my life, routine, and vulnerability to someone whose identity and motives were completely unknown to me. But ending contact with Marie wasn't straightforward. When I stopped scheduling conversation sessions, she began contacting me through other channels, claiming concern about my language learning progress and offering alternative ways to continue our practice sessions. She suggested meeting in person when she visited the UK, or continuing conversations through private messaging apps that would provide better audio quality than the platform's built-in system. When I declined these suggestions, she seemed genuinely distressed and insisted that abandoning our language exchange would significantly harm both of our learning objectives. Her persistence in maintaining contact seemed excessive for someone who was supposedly just disappointed about losing a conversation partner. It felt more like someone who was concerned about losing access to information they'd been systematically collecting. I started monitoring whether my personal information was appearing in unexpected places online, concerned that details I'd shared with Marie might be used for identity theft or other fraudulent purposes. What I found was evidence that information about my circumstances was being traded through hidden marketplaces that specialized in data about students and young people. Personal details, daily routines, and contact information were being sold to buyers who weren't identified but were presumably planning to use the data for criminal purposes. Some of the information being traded was specific enough that it could only have come from the detailed conversations I'd had with Marie during our supposed language exchange sessions. I wasn't just a victim of data theft. I was part of a systematic operation that used language learning as a pretext for gathering intelligence about vulnerable young people who could be targeted for various types of exploitation. The language exchange platform was essentially a recruitment tool for identifying isolated students who were seeking social connections and might be susceptible to manipulation or fraud. I tried to research other users who might have been similarly targeted, hoping to warn them about what was happening and gather evidence that could be used to expose the operation. But contacting other users was difficult because the platform didn't provide direct communication between participants beyond their scheduled language exchange sessions. I could only reach people who happened to be online at the same time I was, and most seemed reluctant to discuss their experiences with platform security or data protection. The few users I managed to speak with confirmed that they'd had similar experiences with language partners who seemed more interested in personal information than conversation practice. But most hadn't realized the full scope of what was happening and were shocked to learn that their personal details might be traded through criminal marketplaces. Some users had already experienced problems that might be connected to their participation in the language exchange program. Identity theft, unauthorized use of personal information, even stalking incidents that had started shortly after they'd shared details about their circumstances with supposed conversation partners. But proving the connection between the language platform and subsequent criminal activity was difficult. The time delays between initial data collection and eventual misuse meant that most victims didn't recognize the relationship between their language learning activities and later problems. I decided to document everything I could about the platform's operations and the information gathering techniques used by fake language partners like Marie. This investigation revealed that the operation was much more sophisticated than I'd initially realized. The platform hosted hundreds of fake profiles representing language learners from various countries, all designed to appeal to different types of users and extract different kinds of personal information. Some fake profiles targeted business students and gathered information about career prospects and financial circumstances. Others focused on international students and collected details about visa status, family connections, and social isolation that might make them vulnerable to exploitation. The most disturbing profiles seemed designed to target people dealing with mental health problems, relationship difficulties, or other personal challenges that might make them especially susceptible to manipulation and control. All of this information was being systematically collected, organized, and distributed through networks that specialized in facilitating crimes against vulnerable young people. The language exchange concept was just one of many methods being used to identify and profile potential victims of serious criminal activity. But exposing what I'd discovered wasn't straightforward. Reporting the platform to law enforcement would require admitting that I'd voluntarily shared personal information with strangers online, potentially making me appear naive or careless, rather than victimized. More importantly, taking action against the platform might alert the criminals operating it that their methods had been discovered, causing them to modify their techniques or target new populations before their existing victims could be protected. I was also concerned about my own safety. If the people behind the platform realized that I'd identified their criminal purpose and was gathering evidence against them, they might decide that I posed a security risk that needed to be eliminated. The personal information I'd shared with Marie would make it easy for them to monitor my activities and take action against me if they decided I was a threat to their operations. Meanwhile, Marie continued trying to maintain contact sending increasingly concerned messages about my absence from scheduled conversation sessions. She claimed to be worried about my well-being and offered various types of support that seemed designed to re-establish regular communication. Her messages demonstrated detailed knowledge of my university schedule, social activities, and personal relationships that she couldn't have obtained through our previous conversations. Someone was clearly conducting comprehensive surveillance of my daily life. Most disturbing were messages that included information about my family members and friends, suggesting that the data collection operation had expanded beyond just targeting me to include people in my social network. Marie claimed that she'd learned this information through mutual connections in the language learning community, but the level of detail suggested systematic research into my personal relationships and background. I realized that everyone connected to me might be at risk of being targeted by criminals who specialized in exploiting personal information for financial fraud, identity theft, or worse. The language exchange platform had provided them with everything they needed to systematically compromise the security and privacy of everyone in my social circle. I tried to warn friends and family members about the potential risks, but explaining the situation without sounding paranoid or delusional was challenging. Most people found it difficult to believe that language learning websites could be covers for serious criminal operations. Some friends suggested that I was overreacting to what was probably just aggressive marketing by language learning companies, trying to retain customers. Others thought I might be misinterpreting cultural differences in communication styles between French and British language learners. But the evidence of systematic data collection and distribution was too comprehensive to dismiss as misunderstanding or coincidence. I started monitoring hidden marketplaces more systematically, documenting how personal information was being traded, and looking for evidence of the criminal activities that this data was being used to facilitate. What I found was a comprehensive criminal economy built around exploiting personal information obtained from vulnerable young people through various deceptive schemes. Language learning platforms were just one method among many being used to gather intelligence about potential victims. Similar operations used fake dating profiles, fraudulent employment opportunities, bogus charity work, and various other pretexts to establish relationships with isolated or vulnerable individuals. All of these schemes shared the same basic methodology: identify people who were seeking social connections or opportunities, establish trust through seemingly legitimate interactions, then systematically extract personal information that could be used for criminal purposes. The scale of the operation suggested that thousands of young people were being targeted simultaneously through multiple platforms and schemes, creating a vast database of personal information that could be used to facilitate identity theft, fraud, stalking, and more serious crimes. But most victims never realized they were being targeted because the initial contact seemed legitimate, and the eventual misuse of their information was delayed and difficult to trace back to the original data collection. The language exchange platform was still operating when I last checked, continuing to match unsuspecting language learners with fake conversation partners who were systematically gathering information about their personal lives and circumstances. Marie was probably still conducting conversation sessions with new victims, collecting details about their routines, relationships, and vulnerabilities that would eventually be used to facilitate crimes against them. And somewhere in hidden marketplaces, detailed profiles of hundreds of students and young people were being bought and sold by criminals who specialized in turning personal information into opportunities for exploitation and harm. The conversation practice I thought would help me improve my French had instead made me part of a criminal network that systematically targeted vulnerable people for some of the most serious crimes imaginable. But the most terrifying part was knowing that I'd voluntarily provided most of the information that put me at risk, thinking I was just having friendly conversations with someone who shared my interest in language learning. The people operating these schemes understood exactly how to exploit normal human desires for social connection and self-improvement, turning our most positive impulses into vulnerabilities that could be systematically exploited for criminal gain. And they were probably developing new methods and platforms all the time, finding increasingly sophisticated ways to identify and target people who were seeking help, friendship, or opportunities for personal growth. The next time someone offers to help you learn something new or make social connections online, you might want to ask yourself what they're really hoping to learn about you. Imagine discovering that every disturbing sound you've dismissed as normal city noise was actually someone's final moments being broadcast to thousands of paying viewers on the dark web. The thing about living in a converted warehouse in East London is that you get used to strange noises. Industrial buildings weren't designed for residential living, so sounds carry in odd ways through the concrete and steel. For 2 years, I thought the sounds coming from the flat below mine were just part of urban life. Deliveries, renovations, the occasional late-night party. Now I know better, and in approximately 18 hours, I'm going to become the star of the same dark web broadcasts I've been unknowingly listening to through my floorboards. I moved into my flat in Hackney Wick after university, when the area was still affordable for someone working entry-level jobs in marketing. The building used to be a textile factory, converted into a dozen small flats with thin walls and thinner floors. Most of my neighbors were artists, freelancers, or young professionals like me who couldn't afford anywhere better. The kind of transient community where people keep to themselves and mind their own business. The flat directly below mine was occupied by someone I rarely saw. Occasionally, I'd glimpse a middle-aged man in the communal entrance, always carrying heavy bags or equipment cases. He kept odd hours and seemed to have frequent visitors, but in a building full of creative types working irregular schedules, that wasn't unusual. I knew him only as the name on the buzzer, M. Patterson. The first time I noticed something strange was about 6 months after moving in. I was working late on my laptop when I heard what sounded like someone crying through the floor. Not ordinary crying. Desperate, terrified sobbing that lasted for several minutes before stopping abruptly. I assumed it was an argument between Patterson and a partner, the kind of domestic situation you pretend not to hear in shared buildings. Over the following weeks, similar sounds occurred regularly. Always late at night, always brief, always stopping suddenly. Sometimes crying, sometimes what sounded like pleading or distressed conversation. The sounds were muffled by the concrete floor, but clear enough to be disturbing. I considered complaining to the building management, but wasn't sure how to explain what I was hearing without sounding like I was spying on my neighbor. The noises gradually became more frequent and more varied. Heavy objects being moved around, electronic equipment humming constantly, what sounded like construction work happening at strange hours. Patterson seemed to have an unusual number of visitors, always arriving and leaving at night, always carrying equipment or large bags. One evening, I was coming home from work when I encountered Patterson in the stairwell. He was directing 2 other men who were carrying what appeared to be professional camera equipment up to his flat. When he saw me, he explained that he was a freelance videographer working on corporate training materials that required controlled lighting conditions. The explanation seemed reasonable, and it accounted for the equipment noises I'd been hearing. But the sounds that followed weren't consistent with normal video production. Instead of the steady hum of lights and cameras, I heard intermittent activity that suggested something more irregular was happening. Periods of intense activity followed by long silences. Sounds that suggested distress or conflict rather than professional filming. About a month later, I discovered what appeared to be the first concrete evidence of something wrong. I was taking rubbish to the communal bins when I found several items that had clearly come from Patterson's flat. Medical supplies, plastic sheeting, and cleaning products that seemed excessive for normal household use. The combination was disturbing, particularly given the sounds I'd been hearing. I started paying closer attention to the patterns of activity below. The sounds seemed to follow a schedule. Preparation phases involving equipment setup, periods of intense activity that included the distressing human sounds, followed by cleanup periods that often lasted until dawn. The pattern repeated roughly once a week, always at night, always following the same sequence. One night, curiosity got the better of me. During what sounded like a preparation phase, I went down to the communal garden behind the building and looked up at Patterson's windows. They were covered with blackout material, but I could see the edges of bright lighting equipment around the frames. What disturbed me more was seeing cables running from his windows to a small satellite dish I hadn't noticed before. The next morning, I found Patterson in the communal entrance and casually asked about his video work. He was more forthcoming than I expected, explaining that he specialized in niche content for international clients. He mentioned working with subjects who required discretion and privacy, hence the soundproofing and security measures he'd installed. He also mentioned that his work required high-speed internet connections and specialized broadcasting equipment. When I asked about the satellite dish, Patterson explained that his clients demanded secure, encrypted transmission methods that standard internet connections couldn't provide. He said he used dark web protocols to ensure client confidentiality and protect the privacy of his subjects. The explanation sounded professional, but something about his manner suggested he was being deliberately vague. Over the following days, I researched dark web broadcasting and discovered information about red rooms, allegedly live-stream torture or murder where viewers could pay to watch or influence events. Most sources insisted they were urban legends, but some suggested they might exist using sophisticated encryption and cryptocurrency payment systems to avoid detection. The timing coincided with an escalation in the sounds from Patterson's flat. The preparation phases became longer and more complex. The periods of distress became more intense and extended. The cleanup phases seemed to involve more thorough work, including what sounded like industrial cleaning equipment. I also noticed changes in the building's internet connectivity. During Patterson's active periods, the shared Wi-Fi became unreliable, suggesting he was using substantial bandwidth for upload activity. When I mentioned this to other residents, they confirmed experiencing similar issues, always at night, always coinciding with increased activity from Patterson's flat. 2 weeks ago, everything changed. I was lying in bed around midnight when I heard sounds that were unmistakably different from the usual pattern. Instead of the typical preparation noises, I heard what sounded like a struggle, followed by someone calling for help in a voice that carried clearly through the floor. The sound suggested someone was in immediate danger. I called the police, reporting a possible domestic violence situation. They arrived within minutes and spoke to Patterson, who calmly explained that he was editing audio for a documentary about crime victims. He showed them his professional equipment and credentials and played samples of the audio he claimed to be working with. The officers seemed satisfied and left without further investigation. But Patterson knew I had called them. The next morning, I found a note pushed under my door thanking me for my concern about the previous night's work. He explained that his documentary work sometimes involved distressing content that could be misinterpreted by neighbors. He assured me that everything was legitimate and suggested that we should discuss his work schedule to avoid future misunderstandings. When I met with Patterson that evening, he was surprisingly open about his activities. He explained that he produced specialized content for clients who paid premium rates for authentic, unscripted material. He said his work involved creating realistic scenarios that appeared genuine to viewers who were willing to pay substantial amounts for convincing performances. Patterson showed me some of his equipment, professional cameras, sophisticated lighting systems, and computer servers that he said were necessary for secure broadcasting to international clients. He explained that his subjects were paid performers who specialized in creating convincing distress reactions for discerning audiences who could distinguish between authentic and simulated content. The explanation addressed many of my concerns, but something still felt wrong. The sounds I heard didn't seem like performances. They carried an authenticity that suggested genuine fear and pain. When I mentioned this, Patterson explained that the most successful performers were those who could create truly convincing reactions, and that his clients paid premium rates specifically for content that seemed completely real. He also explained the dark web broadcasting setup, showing me how encrypted protocols and cryptocurrency payments allowed him to serve clients worldwide while maintaining their anonymity and his own security. He said this level of discretion was necessary because his content pushed boundaries that mainstream platforms wouldn't accept. Patterson concluded our conversation by mentioning that he was always looking for new performers who could create authentic reactions. He said the work paid extremely well for people who could handle intense scenarios convincingly. He suggested that if I was ever interested in supplementing my marketing income, he could arrange an audition. I declined, but Patterson's offer stayed with me. The marketing work wasn't paying enough to cover rising London rents, and the money he mentioned was substantial. Over the following days, I found myself considering his proposition, particularly when I heard what sounded like another successful session from his flat. Last week, I finally agreed to meet with Patterson about potential work. He explained that his current project involved creating content for a very specific audience that paid extraordinary amounts for authentic-seeming material. He said new performers typically started with minor roles to build comfort and confidence before progressing to more intensive scenarios. Patterson showed me the contracts his performers signed, which included substantial payment terms, confidentiality clauses, and detailed consent agreements. Everything appeared professional and legitimate. He explained that the intense reactions I'd been hearing were the result of method acting techniques that helped performers create convincing distress responses. He offered me what he called a trial role, a simple scenario that would pay enough to cover several months of rent. The work would involve a few hours of filming, following a script designed to create authentic-seeming reactions for his discerning clientele. He assured me that everything was performance, that safety protocols were in place, and that I could withdraw at any time if I became uncomfortable. I agreed to the trial, scheduled for tomorrow night. Patterson explained that the session would be broadcast to his regular audience, who had been informed about the new performer and were particularly interested in authentic reactions from first-time participants. He said the audience engagement was part of what made his content valuable. Viewers felt they were witnessing genuine experiences rather than obvious performances. But yesterday, I made a discovery that changed everything. While Patterson was out, I managed to access the building's Wi-Fi router and examine the network traffic from his flat. The data streams were massive, far larger than normal video files. and were being transmitted to multiple dark web addresses simultaneously. More disturbing was what I found when I managed to access one of these addresses through a Tor browser. Instead of the professional performance content Patterson had described, I found myself looking at what was clearly a Red Room operation. Live streams of genuine torture and murder, with chat functions allowing viewers to request specific actions through cryptocurrency payments. The archives showed dozens of previous broadcasts, all apparently filmed in Patterson's flat, all featuring people who displayed genuine terror and pain rather than convincing acting. These weren't performances, they were real victims, and I had been listening to their final moments through my floorboards for months. I realized that Patterson's offer wasn't for acting work. Tomorrow night's trial role was scheduled to be my final performance, broadcast live to thousands of dark web viewers who were expecting to watch someone die in the flat below mine. I've been hiding in a hotel since making this discovery, but Patterson keeps finding ways to contact me. Messages on social media, emails to accounts he shouldn't know about, even notes left at my workplace, all reminding me about tomorrow's commitment and explaining that his audience has been told to expect a new performer with authentic reactions. This morning, I found a package at my hotel room containing a tablet computer. When I turned it on, it showed a live feed of my empty flat, apparently filmed from Patterson's unit below. Text on the screen explained that the audience was already gathering for tomorrow's broadcast and that my non-appearance would disappoint viewers who had paid premium rates for the session. The message also included details about my daily routines, my workplace, my family's addresses. Information that made it clear they had been monitoring me far longer than I realized. The final line explained that tomorrow's broadcast would happen regardless of my cooperation. The only question was whether I would be conscious for it. I'm writing this from another hotel, but I know they'll find me again. Patterson's operation is too sophisticated, too well-resourced, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. I've heard too many of their victims through my floorboards to believe I can escape the same fate. Tomorrow night, thousands of people on the dark web will watch a live stream from the flat below mine. They've paid in cryptocurrency to see authentic reactions from someone who doesn't know what's really happening until it's too late. They've been promised genuine terror and pain rather than acted performances. The most horrifying realization is that I've been living above a dark web red room for over a year, listening to people die while assuming they were just neighbors arguing or filming amateur videos. I've been an unwitting witness to dozens of murders, dismissing genuine cries for help as domestic disputes or creative projects. How many other people might be living above or next to similar operations? How many strange noises do we ignore because we don't want to get involved? How many victims have called for help through thin walls and floors, only to have neighbors assume it's just part of urban living? The dark web has made it possible for these operations to exist anywhere, hidden in plain sight, broadcasting horror to paying audiences, while neighbors remain oblivious to what's happening around them. The technology makes it easy to hide, to pay anonymously, to consume murder as entertainment. I should have trusted my instincts about those sounds, should have called police sooner, should have investigated more thoroughly instead of minding my own business, should have realized that genuine distress sounds different from acting or arguments. But it's too late for should-haves now. Tomorrow night, I'll probably become another voice crying through floorboards that someone else will dismiss as just neighborhood noise. Whether I show up willingly or they come to collect me, tomorrow's broadcast will feature the neighbor who lived upstairs and listened to all the previous victims without understanding what he was hearing. And somewhere above us, another neighbor will probably assume my screams are just someone having a bad night. I've always been interested in how people think and make choices, which is probably why I ended up studying psychology at university. The human mind fascinates me. Why some people are naturally optimistic while others see problems everywhere. How our backgrounds shape the way we interpret information. What makes someone choose one path over another when faced with difficult decisions. That curiosity made me a natural participant for research studies. Most psychology departments rely on students volunteering for experiments, and I genuinely enjoyed contributing to research while earning a few pounds for my time. Nothing dramatic, just the sort of studies that help academics understand cognitive processes and social behavior. Most university research was straightforward. Memory tests, personality questionnaires, reaction time measurements. But the studies that paid the best were usually more complex, often involving online platforms where participants could complete tasks at their own pace, rather than coming into labs at specific times. That's how I found the Decision Analysis Research Project, which claimed to be a collaboration between several universities studying how people make choices in complex scenarios. They were looking for participants to evaluate hypothetical situations and explain their reasoning, contributing to research about moral decision-making and risk assessment. The initial screening process was more detailed than typical university studies. Beyond basic demographic information, they wanted to know about my family background, personal relationships, academic interests, and even details about my daily routine and living situation. They explained that understanding participants' context was crucial for interpreting their decision-making patterns. Someone's choices about hypothetical scenarios would be influenced by their real-world experiences, social connections, and current circumstances. The study itself involved regular online sessions where I'd be presented with scenarios and asked to choose between different options, then explain my reasoning in detail. The situation started simple. Ethical dilemmas about lying to spare someone's feelings, resource allocation problems, conflicts between personal benefit and social responsibility. The scenarios were thoughtfully constructed, and the debriefing questions were insightful. I could see how my responses would contribute to understanding the psychological factors that influence moral reasoning and decision-making under pressure. But gradually, the scenarios became more personal and disturbing. Instead of abstract ethical dilemmas, I started receiving scenarios that seemed specifically tailored to my circumstances. Situations involving university students in Durham, people with my academic background, even scenarios that included details about the specific area where I lived. When I mentioned this to the research coordinator, they explained that personalized scenarios produced more authentic responses than generic situations. People made different choices when they could relate to the context and characters involved. The scenarios also became more extreme. Instead of minor ethical conflicts, I was being asked to evaluate situations involving serious crimes, violence, and harm to innocent people. The options I could choose between were increasingly disturbing, often requiring me to select which terrible outcome was least problematic. Some scenarios included detailed descriptions of violence or illegal activities that seemed unnecessary for research about decision-making. Others asked me to role-play perspectives that made me uncomfortable, considering situations from the viewpoint of criminals, predators, or people planning to harm others. When I questioned whether these extreme scenarios were appropriate for academic research, the coordinator emphasized the importance of understanding how people reason about difficult moral choices. Real-world decision-making often involved choosing between unpleasant alternatives, and research needed to reflect that complexity. But I started noticing that the scenarios included information that seemed to go beyond what would be necessary for psychology research. Some situations involved specific methods for committing crimes, detailed descriptions of how to avoid detection by law enforcement, even practical advice about acquiring illegal items or accessing restricted locations. The scenarios read more like instruction manuals than research materials. Other scenarios asked me to evaluate strategies for manipulating or coercing other people, with detailed psychological techniques that seemed designed to teach effective manipulation, rather than study moral reasoning about interpersonal influence. I tried to research the decision analysis research project more thoroughly, looking for information about the universities involved and the academic credentials of the research team. What I found was concerning. While the project claimed to be affiliated with several prestigious institutions, there was no verifiable information about the specific researchers involved or peer-reviewed publications resulting from their work. The registration details were vague, the methodology descriptions were minimal, and there was no evidence that the research had been approved by ethics committees that would normally oversee studies involving potentially disturbing psychological content. I started suspecting that the research project wasn't legitimate academic work at all, but some form of recruitment or training program disguised as university research. The scenarios I was evaluating seemed designed to normalize thinking about criminal activities and to test my willingness to consider increasingly extreme options when presented as hypothetical choices. But the personal information collected during registration meant that my responses were being associated with detailed knowledge of my background, circumstances, and psychological profile. Someone was building a comprehensive assessment of my moral boundaries, decision-making patterns, and susceptibility to various forms of influence or manipulation. When I tried to withdraw from the study, the coordinator's response was immediate and concerning. They expressed disappointment that I was abandoning important research and emphasized my commitment to completing the full study protocol. They also offered substantial bonus payments for continuing participation and suggested that withdrawing would disappoint the academic supervisors, who had specifically requested my continued involvement based on the quality of my previous responses. The pressure to continue felt excessive for volunteer research participation. It seemed more like concern about losing control over someone who had provided valuable information or demonstrated useful capabilities. I tried to research other participants in the decision analysis research project, hoping to understand whether they'd had similar experiences with increasingly disturbing scenarios and pressure to continue participation. But the project's privacy policies prevented direct contact between participants, and online searches revealed no discussions or reviews of the research from people who had completed the study. Either participants were maintaining strict confidentiality about their involvement, or something was preventing them from sharing information about their experiences. I decided to document the scenarios I'd been given and the personal information that had been collected, building evidence of what appeared to be a systematic assessment program targeting university students. This documentation revealed patterns that suggested the research project was actually a recruitment tool for identifying people who might be suitable for various types of criminal activity. The scenarios were designed to test participants' moral flexibility, willingness to consider illegal options, and ability to rationalize harmful choices when presented with appropriate justifications. The personal information collected would allow recruiters to identify participants who were financially vulnerable, socially isolated, or dealing with circumstances that might make them susceptible to offers of illegal employment. But the most disturbing possibility was that successful participants were being gradually conditioned to accept increasingly extreme scenarios as normal decision-making challenges. The study might be a systematic desensitization program designed to prepare people for actual criminal activities by normalizing violence and illegal behavior through repeated exposure in hypothetical contexts. When I stopped responding to scenarios and ignored follow-up communications, the coordinator began contacting me through other channels. Messages to my university email account, contact through social media platforms I'd never shared with the research project, even phone calls to numbers I was certain I hadn't provided during registration. They claimed concern about my well-being and offered support for any problems that might be preventing me from completing the research. But their access to my personal contact information suggested much more comprehensive background research than would be normal for academic studies. Someone had been systematically investigating my online presence and personal circumstances, gathering information that could be used for harassment or intimidation if I created problems for their operation. The scenarios I'd been asked to evaluate started appearing in other contexts. News reports about crimes that matched the methods and approaches I'd been asked to consider, with enough similarity to suggest that the research scenarios weren't hypothetical at all. Someone was using the decision-making study to test real criminal plans against the moral reasoning and risk assessment capabilities of potential accomplices. The participants weren't contributing to academic research about ethics and psychology. We were unknowingly providing consultation services for people planning actual crimes. Our detailed responses to scenarios were being used to refine criminal strategies, identify potential problems with illegal plans, and select people who might be willing to participate in the activities we'd been asked to evaluate. I realized that my participation in the study had probably contributed to actual crimes against innocent people, with my moral reasoning and decision-making analysis being used to improve the effectiveness of criminal operations. But reporting what I discovered would require admitting that I'd voluntarily participated in evaluating scenarios involving serious crimes, potentially making me appear complicit in planning illegal activities. The detailed personal information collected during the study also made me vulnerable to retaliation if the people running the operation decided I posed a security risk to their continued activities. Meanwhile, the recruitment program was probably continuing to target other students through fake research projects, gradually conditioning new participants to accept criminal scenarios as normal academic exercises while building detailed profiles of their moral flexibility and personal vulnerabilities. The Decision Analysis Research Project was still advertising for participants when I last checked, continuing to recruit psychology students who were interested in contributing to research about human decision-making. My former coordinator was probably still presenting increasingly disturbing scenarios to new participants, testing their boundaries and gathering information that could be used to involve them in actual criminal activities. And somewhere in hidden databases, detailed psychological profiles were being maintained about hundreds of students who had unknowingly provided comprehensive assessments of their moral reasoning, criminal potential, and susceptibility to various forms of manipulation and coercion. The research study I'd thought would contribute to understanding human psychology had instead made me an unwitting consultant for criminal operations that exploited academic curiosity to recruit accomplices and refine illegal strategies. But the most disturbing realization was that legitimate university research was probably being infiltrated by similar recruitment programs, making it impossible for students to distinguish between genuine academic studies and criminal assessment tools. People seeking to contribute to psychological research were being systematically evaluated for their potential usefulness in illegal activities, with their trust in academic institutions being exploited to facilitate serious crimes against innocent victims. 3 weeks after I'd stopped all contact with the Decision Analysis Research Project, I received an email claiming to be from the university's ethics committee, asking me to participate in a follow-up study about my research experiences and any concerns I might have about the psychological impact of participating in decision-making scenarios. I've struggled with my weight since I was a teenager, trying every diet and exercise program that promised lasting results. Growing up in Norwich with a family that showed love through food, I learned early that eating was about much more than nutrition. By the time I started university in Cambridge, I was carrying enough extra weight to affect my confidence and health, but not enough to qualify for NHS support. The campus gym was intimidating and expensive. Most diet programs were designed for people with more money than students typically had, and the stress of studying often made my eating habits worse rather than better. I tried various online communities and apps, but most were either full of people selling supplements or so focused on extreme restrictions that they felt impossible to maintain. That's when I found a community called Wellness Transformation that claimed to offer personalized support for people who had struggled with traditional weight loss methods. Their approach emphasized gradual lifestyle changes rather than dramatic restrictions, with individual meal plans and regular check-ins with qualified nutrition advisors. The registration process was thorough, including detailed questionnaires about my medical history, current eating habits, exercise routine, and previous diet experiences. They also requested information about my living situation, daily schedule, and access to different types of food in my area. They explained that successful weight loss required understanding the complete context of someone's life, including social and environmental factors that might affect their ability to maintain healthy habits. The comprehensive assessment would allow them to create a program that was realistic and sustainable for my specific circumstances. Within a week, I received a personalized meal plan with detailed shopping lists, preparation instructions, and explanations of how each element contributed to healthy weight loss. The plan was more complex than I'd expected, including specific brands of ingredients, precise portion measurements, and timing requirements for meals and snacks. But the recommendations seemed well researched, and the advisor assigned to my case was knowledgeable about nutrition science and weight management. The plan avoided extreme restrictions and included foods I actually enjoyed, making it feel sustainable rather than punitive. I started following the meal plan carefully, tracking my progress through the community's app and participating in regular check-ins with my advisor. The initial results were encouraging: steady weight loss without the hunger and fatigue that had sabotaged previous diet attempts. But after a few weeks, I began experiencing symptoms that seemed unrelated to normal weight loss: persistent headaches, difficulty concentrating, and occasional dizziness that made it hard to focus during lectures. When I mentioned these issues to my advisor, they assured me that temporary discomfort was normal as my body adjusted to healthier eating patterns. They recommended specific supplements that were supposed to help with the transition period, explaining that many people experience similar symptoms when changing from processed foods to natural ingredients. The supplements were available through the community's website at reasonable prices. The symptoms persisted despite taking the recommended supplements, and I started feeling worse rather than better as I continued following the meal plan. The weight loss was continuing, but I was experiencing fatigue and mood changes that seemed excessive for someone who was supposedly becoming healthier. When I tried to research the specific ingredients and supplements recommended in my meal plan, I found limited information about some of the products. Several supplements contained compounds I couldn't identify, and some of the specialized food items were only available through suppliers connected to Wellness Transformation. I started paying closer attention to the other members of the community looking for people who might be experiencing similar symptoms or had concerns about the meal plans they'd been given. What I found was troubling. Many community members reported experiencing health problems that seemed to worsen the longer they followed their personalized plans. Digestive issues, sleep problems, anxiety, and physical symptoms that were dismissed by advisors as normal parts of the weight loss process. More concerning was that members who questioned the safety of their meal plans or tried to modify the recommendations were often removed from the community entirely. The advisors claimed that deviation from prescribed plans would compromise results and that people who couldn't commit to following instructions weren't suitable for the program. I tried to research wellness transformation more thoroughly and found that while they claimed to employ qualified nutritionists and medical professionals, there was minimal verifiable information about their staff credentials or regulatory oversight of their programs. The supplements they recommended weren't approved by standard health authorities, and some contained ingredients that had been associated with adverse health effects in medical literature. The meal plan seemed designed to create nutritional deficiencies rather than promote genuine wellness. I realized I might be participating in some form of medical experiment or systematic poisoning disguised as a weight loss program. When I tried to contact other members directly to discuss our experiences, I found that the community's messaging system was heavily monitored and restricted. Members couldn't communicate privately, and discussions about health concerns or program modifications were quickly deleted or redirected. The isolation was deliberate, preventing participants from comparing experiences or recognizing patterns that might reveal the true purpose of the meal plans. I decided to stop following my meal plan and tried to withdraw from the program entirely. But the community's response was immediate and concerning. My advisor contacted me within hours, expressing worry about my decision and explaining that sudden dietary changes could be dangerous. After following their program for several weeks, they claimed that my body had adapted to their nutritional approach and that returning to previous eating habits without proper transition could cause serious health problems. They offered to modify my plan rather than discontinue it entirely, emphasizing the medical risks of abandoning their program abruptly. But they also began demonstrating knowledge about my daily routine and activities that they couldn't have obtained through the community's website. References to my university schedule, where I lived, even details about my family that I'd never shared during registration. Someone had been researching my background and monitoring my activities outside the weight loss program. I tried to research other people who had withdrawn from wellness transformation, looking for information about whether they'd experienced pressure to continue or health problems after stopping their meal plans. What I found was that most former participants seemed to have disappeared from any online discussion of weight loss or health topics. No reviews of the program, no discussions of their experiences, no presence in other diet and wellness communities. Either they'd been convinced to stay quiet about their experiences, or something had happened to prevent them from sharing information about what they'd discovered. I started documenting everything I could about the program, the specific ingredients in meal plans, the supplements being recommended, the health symptoms reported by participants, and the monitoring and pressure tactics used to maintain compliance. This investigation revealed that wellness transformation was probably conducting systematic experiments on people under the guise of weight loss support. The personalized meal plans were designed to test the effects of various compounds and nutritional deficiencies on human subjects who had unknowingly consented to participate in medical research. The detailed personal information collected during registration allowed them to select participants who were isolated, financially vulnerable, or dealing with health and self-esteem issues that made them unlikely to question adverse effects or seek external medical attention. but gathering evidence of the experimental program put me at risk of being identified as someone who was investigating their activities. The monitoring they demonstrated suggested they were tracking participants' online behavior and real-world activities. If they realized I was documenting their methods and health effects, they might decide I posed a security risk that needed to be managed through more direct intervention. Meanwhile, the symptoms I'd experienced while following their meal plan were getting worse rather than better, even after stopping their recommended diet. Some of the compounds I'd consumed might have long-term effects that would continue affecting my health regardless of dietary changes. I tried to get medical attention for the symptoms I'd been experiencing, but explaining the situation to doctors was complicated. Admitting that I'd been following an unregulated online diet plan made me appear careless about my health, and the symptoms were vague enough that they could be attributed to stress, poor sleep, or other common student health problems. Most medical professionals weren't familiar with wellness transformation or the specific supplements I'd been taking, making it difficult to get appropriate treatment for whatever physiological changes had been caused by their experimental meal plans. I was trapped between needing medical help for symptoms caused by participating in their program and being unable to prove the connection between my health problems and their experimental treatments. When I tried to contact regulatory authorities about Wellness Transformation's activities, I found that oversight of online nutrition programs was limited and unclear. They operated in legal grey areas that made it difficult to prosecute even obvious medical experiments conducted without proper consent or safety protocols. The community was still operating when I last checked, continuing to recruit new participants for their experimental meal plans while maintaining the appearance of a legitimate weight loss support service. My advisor was probably still conducting regular check-ins with new victims, monitoring their symptoms and adjusting their experimental treatments based on observed health effects. And somewhere in hidden databases, detailed records were being maintained about the physiological responses of hundreds of people who had unknowingly participated in medical experiments that violated every principle of informed consent and participant safety. The weight loss program I thought would help me become healthier had instead made me a test subject in systematic experiments that were designed to study the effects of various compounds on human physiology. But the most disturbing aspect was realizing how many other people were probably participating in similar programs without understanding the true nature of what they'd signed up for. Online communities promising health improvements, fitness programs, nutrition support, and medical guidance were probably being used as recruitment tools for experimental research that couldn't be conducted through legitimate medical institutions. People seeking help with legitimate health concerns were being systematically exploited by researchers who used their vulnerabilities and trust to conduct experiments that would be prohibited in any ethical medical setting. The symptoms I'd experienced were probably mild compared to what other participants might be enduring in programs designed to test more dangerous compounds or more extreme physiological interventions. 2 weeks after stopping contact with Wellness Transformation entirely, I received a package at my university address containing supplements I'd never ordered, along with a note explaining that my advisor was concerned about my health and wanted to ensure I had access to treatments that would help with the withdrawal symptoms I was probably experiencing. I thought I was helping a local artist with a photography exhibition, but it turns out the subjects weren't volunteers, and most of them had no idea they were being documented. I grew up in Brighton, surrounded by creative types from an early age. My mum was a ceramicist. Half our neighbours were musicians or artists of some description, and there was always someone looking for help with exhibitions, installations, or other projects that needed extra hands. By the time I started studying at Sussex University, I'd spent years helping with gallery openings and art events around the city. That background made me a natural choice when people needed someone reliable to assist with creative projects. I knew how galleries worked, understood the local art scene, and could handle everything from hanging paintings to managing guest lists. It was good casual work that fitted around my history degree and often led to interesting conversations with artists whose work I genuinely admired. When Marcus approached me about helping with his latest photography project, it seemed like exactly the sort of opportunity I enjoyed. He was a conceptual artist who specialized in documentary photography, exploring themes around privacy, surveillance, and urban life in contemporary Britain. His previous exhibitions had received good reviews in the local arts press, and he had connections with several respected galleries. The project he needed help with was called Observed Lives and focused on how people behaved in private spaces when they believed they were unobserved. Marcus explained that he was interested in the contrast between public personas and private behaviors, documenting the authentic moments when people thought nobody was watching. He'd been developing the project for several months, working with volunteer subjects who had agreed to allow him to photograph them during ordinary daily activities. The volunteers came from various backgrounds and age groups, providing a cross-section of how different people experience privacy and solitude in urban environments. My role would be organizing the photographs and helping to prepare them for exhibition. Marcus had accumulated hundreds of images and needed someone to help catalog them, identify the strongest pieces, and work out how they should be presented in a gallery setting. It was exactly the sort of behind-the-scenes work I'd done for other artists, and Marcus offered to pay reasonably well for what seemed like straightforward archival assistance. The photographs themselves were genuinely striking. Marcus had a good eye for composition and timing, capturing moments of genuine spontaneity and emotion. People cooking alone in their kitchens, reading in bed, having phone conversations they thought were private. The images had an intimate quality that was both compelling and slightly uncomfortable to view. What impressed me most was how natural and unposed the subjects appeared. Unlike typical portrait photography where people were clearly aware of the camera, these images showed people behaving exactly as they would if they were completely alone. Marcus had obviously developed excellent rapport with his volunteers to achieve such authentic results. But as I worked through more of the collection, I began noticing technical details that seemed inconsistent with the collaborative process Marcus had described. Many of the photographs appeared to have been taken from significant distances, using telephoto lenses that would have required the photographer to be positioned well outside the subjects' homes. The angles suggested shots taken from across streets, through windows, or from elevated positions that wouldn't have been accessible if the subjects had been aware of the photography sessions. The lighting also seemed wrong for posed photography. Most images showed people in natural indoor lighting, without the additional illumination that would be necessary for good quality photography in domestic environments. The shots looked more like surveillance photographs than collaborative artistic documentation. When I asked Marcus about these technical aspects, he explained that achieving authentic results required photographing people in their genuine living environments without artificial lighting or obvious camera presence. The volunteers had agreed to extended documentation periods during which Marcus would capture their daily routines using discrete equipment and techniques. That explanation addressed my technical concerns, but raised new questions about the consent process and how the volunteers had been recruited for such an invasive project. Marcus showed me some of the paperwork associated with the project, including consent forms that volunteers had signed agreeing to be photographed during normal daily activities. The forms looked legitimate and included detailed explanations of what the project involved and how the resulting images would be used. But the consent forms raised as many questions as they answered. The volunteers' personal details were limited to first names and partial addresses, making it difficult to verify that these were real people who had genuinely agreed to participate. The signatures looked authentic, but there was no independent verification that the people signing the forms understood what they were agreeing to. More concerning was the scope of the project. According to the documentation, Marcus had been photographing some volunteers for weeks or months, documenting their daily routines in comprehensive detail. The level of surveillance involved seemed excessive even for an ambitious art project about privacy and observation. I started paying closer attention to the specific content of the photographs, looking for clues about how they had actually been produced. Many images showed people in states of partial undress or engaged in intimate activities that seemed unlikely to have been performed knowingly in front of a photographer. Subjects changing clothes, bathing, or in bed with partners in ways that suggested complete privacy rather than awareness of being documented. Other photographs captured people in moments of emotional vulnerability, crying, arguing, or dealing with personal problems in ways that would be difficult to fake, even with excellent acting skills. These images had the spontaneous quality of genuine private moments rather than performed scenarios. The most disturbing images showed people in situations that appeared dangerous or distressing. Subjects who looked ill, intoxicated, or upset in ways that suggested they might need help rather than documentation. Some photographs showed people in domestic environments that looked unsafe or neglected, raising questions about their welfare and living conditions. If these images were genuinely collaborative, Marcus would have been ethically obligated to intervene in situations where his volunteers appeared to be in distress or danger. The fact that he had continued photographing rather than offering assistance suggested that the subjects were unaware of his presence. I began to suspect that Observed Lives wasn't a collaborative project at all. Instead, Marcus had been conducting unauthorized surveillance of people in their homes, documenting their private lives without consent or knowledge. When I tried to research Marcus's previous work more thoroughly, I found inconsistencies in his artistic background that made me question whether he was a legitimate photographer at all. While he had indeed exhibited work in local galleries, the scope and technical quality of those exhibitions were much more limited than he'd suggested. His artistic reputation seemed to be based on a small number of shows that had received minimal critical attention, rather than the established career he'd implied. More troubling was the lack of documentation about how his previous projects had been developed. There were no interviews, reviews, or academic discussions that explained his methods or explored the ethical dimensions of his surveillance-based photography. Either Marcus was much less established in the art world than he'd claimed, or his previous work had also involved questionable methods that reputable critics and curators preferred not to examine too closely. I decided to investigate some of the locations where the Observed Lives photographs had been taken, hoping to understand more about how the project had been conducted. Several of the images showed distinctive architectural features or interior details that made it possible to identify specific buildings or neighborhoods. Using this information, I was able to locate some of the properties where Marcus claimed to have been working with volunteer subjects. What I found was deeply disturbing. Most of the buildings were ordinary residential properties with no obvious connection to artistic projects or experimental photography. The residents I spoke to had never heard of Marcus or any project involving documentary photography of private domestic life. More significantly, some of the properties had recently experienced break-ins or reports of prowlers that corresponded with the timeframes when Marcus claimed to have been conducting photography sessions. Residents described incidents of someone being seen in their gardens, evidence of attempted entry through windows, and feelings of being watched that they couldn't explain. Marcus hadn't been collaborating with volunteers at all. He'd been systematically stalking and surveilling people in their homes, using sophisticated photography equipment to document their private lives without consent. The art project was actually a cover story for what amounted to organized voyeurism and invasion of privacy on a massive scale. But understanding what Marcus was really doing didn't immediately resolve my situation. I'd been working with him for several weeks and had access to hundreds of photographs that constituted evidence of serious crimes. Simply walking away from the project might not protect me if law enforcement investigated his activities. More importantly, the people whose lives had been documented deserved to know what had happened and to have the opportunity to take legal action against their privacy violations. But contacting them would require admitting my involvement in cataloging and organizing the images of their private lives. I was trapped between my ethical obligation to help Marcus's victims and my potential legal liability for having assisted with organizing the evidence of his crimes. Meanwhile, Marcus continued to treat our working relationship as if everything was completely normal. He regularly checked on my progress with cataloging the photographs and discussed plans for the eventual exhibition. He seemed genuinely excited about the artistic and commercial potential of the project. His casual attitude toward what he'd been doing was almost as disturbing as the surveillance itself. Marcus clearly didn't see anything wrong with systematically violating people's privacy for artistic purposes. He viewed his subjects as source material rather than human beings whose consent and dignity mattered. When I tried to raise ethical concerns about the project, Marcus dismissed them as conventional thinking that failed to appreciate the innovative nature of contemporary conceptual art. He argued that all significant artistic breakthroughs required challenging social norms and conventional ideas about privacy and consent. He also pointed out that none of his subjects had been physically harmed, and that the photographs revealed nothing more intimate than what could be observed by neighbors, delivery drivers, or other people who had legitimate access to residential areas. That argument completely missed the point about consent and violated the fundamental principle that people should have control over how their private lives are documented and shared. But it also revealed something important about how Marcus justified his behavior to himself. He'd constructed an elaborate intellectual framework that allowed him to view systematic stalking and surveillance as legitimate artistic practice. I began to worry that Marcus's current project wasn't his first experience with this type of unauthorized documentation. Someone who was comfortable with such extensive privacy violations had probably been engaging in similar behavior for years, developing the technical skills and psychological justifications that made observed lives possible. I started researching unsolved cases of stalking, voyeurism, and privacy violations in Brighton and surrounding areas, looking for incidents that might be connected to Marcus's activities. What I found was a pattern of reports spanning several years that seemed consistent with someone conducting systematic surveillance of residential properties. Prowler sightings, attempted break-ins, and reports of photography equipment being used to observe people in their homes. Most of these incidents had been reported to police but hadn't led to arrests or prosecutions. Stalking and voyeurism cases are notoriously difficult to solve unless perpetrators are caught in the act, and many victims are reluctant to pursue complaints that require them to discuss intimate details of their private lives. But the pattern suggested that Marcus had been conducting unauthorized surveillance projects for much longer than just the Observed Lives exhibition. He'd probably been stalking and photographing people for years, gradually developing more sophisticated methods and expanding the scope of his activities. The art project framework was just his latest approach to organizing and justifying behavior that had been going on for a long time. That realization made my situation much more serious. I wasn't just helping with a single problematic art project. I was potentially assisting someone who had been systematically stalking and harassing people for years. If Marcus was arrested and prosecuted for his activities, my involvement in organizing his photograph collection could be presented as evidence that I'd been aware of the criminal nature of his work and had chosen to assist him anyway. But I also knew that allowing him to continue meant that more people would be victimized by his surveillance activities. The Observed Lives project was clearly successful from his perspective, and he was probably already planning similar future projects that would involve stalking and photographing additional victims. I needed to find a way to expose what Marcus was doing while minimizing my own legal exposure and ensuring that his existing victims received appropriate support and information about what had happened to them. The challenge was that any effective intervention would require admitting my involvement in organizing the evidence of his crimes. I decided to document everything I could about Marcus's activities and methods, building a comprehensive record that could be provided to law enforcement if necessary. But I also started making copies of some of the most clearly non-consensual photographs, focusing on images that showed evidence of the surveillance techniques he'd used. These copies could potentially be used to help his victims identify what had happened and take appropriate legal action. Most importantly, I began identifying specific locations and timeframes where Marcus had conducted surveillance, hoping to provide enough information for people to determine whether they had been targeted by his photography projects. The process of documenting Marcus's crimes while pretending to continue helping with his exhibition was emotionally exhausting. Every day meant handling more evidence of serious privacy violations while maintaining the pretense that I considered his work legitimate artistic practice. But I was also motivated by anger about what he'd done to innocent people who had no idea their most private moments had been photographed and catalogued for an art exhibition. The subjects in his photographs weren't collaborators or volunteers. They were victims of systematic stalking who deserved justice and protection from future harassment. However, my careful documentation process was interrupted when Marcus announced that he'd found a gallery willing to exhibit the Observed Lives collection. The exhibition was scheduled to open in 6 weeks, meaning that hundreds of photographs documenting unauthorized surveillance would soon be publicly displayed in a respected Brighton gallery. Marcus's victims would potentially discover that their private lives had been violated only when they saw their own images hanging on gallery walls, viewed by strangers who had paid admission to observe their most intimate moments. I had to act immediately to prevent the exhibition from proceeding and to alert the victims about what had been done to them. I've always been the responsible type. Growing up, I was the kid who reminded teachers about homework and never forgot to lock the front door. My mum used to say I was born middle-aged, which wasn't exactly a compliment, but wasn't entirely wrong either. That reliability served me well when I moved to Manchester for university. While my course mates were getting bladdered every night and sleeping through lectures, I kept my head down, studied hard, and managed my money carefully. By my second year, I built up a decent reputation as someone who could be trusted with responsibilities that other students would probably mess up. That's how I ended up house-sitting for Professor Williams. She taught European history and lived in one of those Victorian terraces in Didsbury that academics always seem to end up in. The place was filled with books and quirky furniture, looking like it had been furnished entirely from charity shops, but somehow working perfectly together. She'd been recommended for a visiting fellowship at Oxford and needed someone reliable to look after her house for 6 months. The arrangement was brilliant for me. Free accommodation in a much nicer area than I could normally afford, plus a small monthly payment for handling basic maintenance and keeping the place secure. All I had to do was water her plants, deal with any post, and make sure the house didn't get broken into while she was away. Professor Williams was thorough about explaining everything before she left: which plants needed watering when, how to work the ancient central heating system, where the stopcock was in case of emergencies. She showed me around every room, pointing out anything that might need attention and making sure I understood how everything worked. The house was larger than it looked from outside, with rooms that seemed to have been added on over the years without much planning. There was a study lined with books from floor to ceiling, a conservatory full of plants that she was particularly worried about, and a cellar that she used for storage, but told me I probably wouldn't need to access. She also had a small office upstairs where she did her research, with a computer and filing cabinets full of what looked like academic papers and correspondence. She asked me not to disturb anything in there, which was fine by me. I had no interest in medieval trade routes or whatever it was she specialized in. The first few weeks went smoothly. I settled into a routine of checking the plants every couple of days, bringing in any post, and generally making sure everything was ticking over normally. The house was comfortable and quiet, much better for studying than my previous shared accommodation, where someone was always playing music or having people round. Professor Williams had left me her contact details and asked me to send weekly updates about how everything was going. Just brief emails letting her know that the house was fine and there were no problems. She was clearly quite anxious about leaving her home for such a long period, which I could understand given how much stuff she had accumulated over the years. But after about a month, I started receiving emails from her that seemed odd. She began asking very specific questions about things happening around the house, whether I'd noticed anyone lurking in the street outside, if any post had arrived that wasn't addressed to her, whether I'd heard any unusual noises during the night. The sort of questions that suggested she was worried about something more serious than just general burglary concerns. When I assured her that everything was completely normal and quiet, she seemed relieved, but also somehow surprised, as if she'd been expecting something to happen and was puzzled that it hadn't occurred yet. She also started giving me additional instructions about security, making sure all windows were locked every night, not answering the door to anyone I didn't recognize, being careful about what information I shared if neighbors asked questions about her absence. Again, sensible precautions, but the level of concern seemed disproportionate to the actual risks. I began paying more attention to the house and neighborhood, wondering if there was something I'd missed that was making Professor Williams so anxious. But Didsbury was exactly the sort of middle-class area where the biggest crime problem was probably bicycle theft. The neighbors were friendly but not intrusive. The street was well lit and regularly patrolled, and I'd never felt unsafe walking around at any time of day or night. The house itself also seemed perfectly secure. Good locks on all the doors and windows, a modern alarm system, even security lights that came on automatically if anyone approached the property after dark. Whatever Professor Williams was worried about, she'd clearly taken reasonable precautions to protect against it. That's when I started exploring the house more thoroughly. I'd been respectful of her privacy during the first month, staying in the main living areas and only going into other rooms when necessary for maintenance. But her increasingly worried emails made me curious about whether there was something about the property that she hadn't mentioned during her initial tour. The study and conservatory were exactly as she'd shown me. Nothing unusual or concerning. Her bedroom and the guest room where I was staying were also completely normal. But when I started looking more carefully at the upstairs office, I noticed things that hadn't registered during my initial visit. The filing cabinets contained much more than just academic research. There were folders full of correspondence with solicitors, insurance companies, and what appeared to be private investigators. Legal documents related to property disputes, insurance claims for items that had apparently been stolen, even what looked like restraining orders taken out against individuals whose names I didn't recognize. Professor Williams had clearly been dealing with some serious problems that went well beyond normal academic concerns. The computer in her office was password protected, but she'd left it logged in with several browser windows open. Most were related to her research, but there were also tabs showing websites that specialized in personal security and surveillance detection. Forums where people discussed stalking, harassment, and methods for protecting yourself against individuals who posed ongoing threats. It was becoming clear that Professor Williams's anxiety about house security wasn't general paranoia. She was dealing with specific threats from people who had targeted her in the past and might try to access her property while she was away. I started reading through more of the documents in her filing cabinets, trying to understand what kind of situation I'd gotten myself involved with. What I found was a pattern of harassment and intimidation that had been going on for several years. Someone had been systematically targeting Professor Williams with various forms of harassment, items stolen from her garden, threatening letters posted through her door, even incidents of people attempting to break into her house while she was asleep. She'd reported everything to the police, but they'd been unable to identify the perpetrators or provide effective protection. The harassment seemed to be connected to her academic work, specifically research she'd been conducting into historical property ownership in the Manchester area. Some of her findings had apparently contradicted claims made by individuals who were involved in contemporary property disputes, and they'd responded by trying to intimidate her into retracting or modifying her conclusions. But the harassment had escalated beyond simple intimidation. Recent incidents included evidence that someone had been inside her house while she was away, moving items around and accessing her computer and files. Professional security assessments had confirmed that her property was being monitored by people with sophisticated surveillance equipment and detailed knowledge of her daily routine. The Oxford Fellowship hadn't been an academic opportunity. It had been an escape route. Professor Williams had accepted the position specifically to get away from Manchester until the harassment situation could be resolved. She'd hoped that a 6-month absence would convince her tormentors to move on to other targets. But leaving the house empty created new vulnerabilities. If the people harassing her were primarily interested in her research and files, an unoccupied property would provide the perfect opportunity for them to search through everything without interference. That's why she'd been so specific about security precautions and had asked for such detailed updates about any unusual activity. She wasn't just worried about burglary. She was expecting her harassers to use her absence as an opportunity to break in and steal or destroy her research materials. I realized I was essentially being used as a human security system, positioned in the house to deter break-in attempts and alert her if anyone tried to access her property. But I had no idea how dangerous these people might be or what they'd do if they discovered someone was living in the house they were planning to search. Professor Williams hadn't told me any of this because she'd known I probably wouldn't have agreed to house sit if I'd understood the real risks involved. Instead, she'd presented it as a straightforward arrangement that would benefit both of us while concealing the fact that I might be putting myself in serious danger. I considered confronting her about the deception, but I was also curious about what exactly she'd discovered that had made these people so determined to stop her research. The academic papers in her filing system were dense and technical, full of references to medieval property records and land ownership disputes that seemed unlikely to generate such extreme reactions. But when I started looking at her more recent work, I found research that was much more contemporary and potentially controversial. Professor Williams had been investigating connections between historical property ownership and modern property development in Manchester. Specifically, she'd been tracing how certain pieces of land had been acquired, developed, and transferred over several centuries, revealing patterns that suggested some contemporary property holdings might be based on fraudulent historical claims. Her research had identified several prominent Manchester property developers whose holdings appeared to be derived from land that had been acquired through forged documents, bribery, and other illegal methods during the 19th and early 20th centuries. If her findings were accurate, these developers' current property empires could be vulnerable to legal challenges that might cost them millions of pounds. That would certainly explain why someone might be willing to use harassment and intimidation to prevent her research from being published or used in legal proceedings. But it also meant that the people targeting her weren't just academic rivals or cranks with grievances about historical interpretations. They were potentially connected to serious criminal enterprises with substantial financial resources and a willingness to use violence to protect their interests. I was now living in a house that contained evidence of major property fraud, being targeted by people who had already demonstrated their willingness to use illegal methods to suppress inconvenient research. Professor Williams's increasingly worried emails suddenly made much more sense. She wasn't just concerned about burglary. She was terrified that her research would be destroyed and that anyone protecting it might be seriously harmed in the process. I started taking much more serious security precautions, double-checking all locks every night, varying my daily routine to make it harder for anyone to predict when I'd be home, even researching escape routes from the house in case someone tried to break in while I was there. But I also began preparing to document and preserve Professor Williams's research in case something did happen to the original materials. If people were willing to commit serious crimes to suppress her findings, those findings were probably important enough to deserve protection. I started copying her files onto external storage devices, uploading important documents to secure cloud storage, even photographing particularly crucial papers so there would be multiple backups if the originals were destroyed. As I worked through her research more systematically, I began to understand why it posed such a serious threat to certain property developers. Her historical analysis didn't just identify questionable land acquisitions. It provided detailed documentation that could be used in court to challenge the legal ownership of some of Manchester's most valuable commercial and residential properties. Property worth hundreds of millions of pounds could potentially be redistributed if her research was accepted as evidence in legal proceedings. Entire business empires could collapse if the historical ownership claims they were based on were proven to be fraudulent. That level of financial exposure would certainly justify extreme measures to prevent the research from becoming public knowledge. But I also realized that simply copying and storing the research wasn't enough to protect it. If the people targeting Professor Williams discovered that backup copies existed, they'd probably escalate their efforts to suppress the information entirely. Anyone known to have access to her research would become a target for the same harassment and intimidation she'd experienced. And unlike an established academic with tenure and institutional support, a student house-sitter would be much more vulnerable to serious threats. I was sitting on evidence of major crimes committed by people with significant resources and demonstrated willingness to use illegal methods to protect their interests. Even if I tried to distance myself from the situation, I now knew too much to be completely safe from retaliation. The house-sitting arrangement that had seemed like such a good opportunity was actually a trap that had put me in serious danger without my knowledge or consent. That's when I started noticing signs that the house was being watched. Cars parked in the street for longer than normal, with occupants who seemed to be observing the property rather than visiting neighbors. People walking past more frequently than you'd expect for a quiet residential street, sometimes making multiple passes within short periods. Most concerning were indications that someone had been testing the house's security measures. Scratch marks around lock mechanisms that suggested attempted lockpicking, footprints in flower beds near windows, even what looked like small electronic devices attached to the property's exterior that might have been surveillance equipment. Professor Williams's harassers had apparently identified the house as a target and were conducting reconnaissance in preparation for a break-in attempt. I tried contacting her to report these developments, but her responses became increasingly evasive. She seemed reluctant to discuss specific security concerns and kept redirecting the conversation to routine house maintenance issues, as if she was worried that our email communications might be monitored by the same people who were targeting her research. When I pressed her for clearer guidance about what to do if I discovered evidence of attempted break-ins, she suggested that I might want to consider ending the house-sitting arrangement early and returning to normal student accommodation. But by this point, I was too invested in protecting her research to simply walk away. The historical property fraud she'd uncovered was exactly the sort of investigative journalism I hoped to pursue after graduation. Her work represented years of careful research that could expose serious crimes and help victims recover property that had been stolen from their families generations earlier. If I abandoned the house and her research was destroyed, important evidence of historical injustices would be lost forever. I decided to stay and take whatever precautions I could to protect both the property and the research materials. But I also started preparing for the possibility that the harassment might escalate to direct confrontation. That preparation turned out to be necessary sooner than I'd expected. I woke up 3 nights later to the sound of someone trying to force open the back door of the house, not attempting to pick the lock or disable the alarm system, just using brute force to break through the door and gain entry as quickly as possible. I had maybe 30 seconds before they got inside. I've been trying to pinpoint exactly when I crossed the line from doing something questionable into doing something genuinely harmful. But the truth is, there probably wasn't one single moment. It was gradual. It was a series of small compromises that seemed reasonable at the time, but added up to something I'm deeply ashamed of now. I used to write recommendation letters for people applying to jobs. Sounds innocent enough, right? Except I was writing them for strangers I'd never met, people who paid me to fabricate glowing references for positions they weren't qualified for. I'm holed up in a Premier Inn outside Newcastle now, having fled my flat in Leeds after discovering what some of those recommendations were actually being used for, because it turns out that helping unqualified people get jobs they shouldn't have isn't just unethical, it's dangerous. And I've spent the last 6 months living with the consequences of not asking enough questions about who I was helping and why they needed my services. The whole thing started about 18 months ago, when I was barely scraping by as a freelance copywriter. I'd left my job as a communications officer for a local charity after a falling out with management, and I'd discovered that freelance writing paid even worse than I'd feared. Most months, I was choosing between heating and eating, as the saying goes. I'd been doing the usual freelance work, blog posts, website copy, the occasional press release, when I came across a request on a freelance platform from someone looking for professional reference letters. They explained they were applying for jobs, but had been out of work for several years and didn't have recent references from employers who could vouch for their skills. The rate they offered was generous, £200 for a single letter that would take me perhaps an hour to write. They provided details about their work history and the type of position they were applying for, and I crafted a convincing reference letter supposedly from their previous manager. I felt uncomfortable about the deception, but I rationalized it by telling myself that everyone exaggerates on job applications, and I was just helping someone get their foot in the door. They probably had the skills they claimed, just not the documentation to prove it. The client was pleased with my work and recommended me to others who needed similar services. Within a few weeks, I was writing multiple reference letters each month, all for people who claimed to have employment gaps or difficult previous employers who wouldn't provide fair references. The money was keeping me afloat financially, and I convinced myself I was providing a legitimate service for people who'd been unfairly disadvantaged by circumstances beyond their control. After all, the job market was brutal, and sometimes good people needed a helping hand to compete with candidates who had more conventional career paths. But the requests started becoming more specific and troubling. Instead of general employment references, clients began asking for letters vouching for professional qualifications they clearly didn't possess. Teaching credentials, medical certifications, even security clearances for positions that required background checks. When I questioned whether I should be fabricating credentials for regulated professions, the clients assured me they had the necessary qualifications, but had lost their documentation or had problems with previous employers who were blocking their access to official records. The explanations were always plausible enough that I could convince myself I was helping victims of bureaucratic incompetence rather than enabling fraud. The rates increased as the requests became more demanding. I was soon earning more from writing fraudulent references than I had from my previous legitimate employment. The financial security was intoxicating after months of struggling to make rent. I developed a system for creating convincing reference letters that would pass casual scrutiny. I researched real companies and institutions, created plausible employment histories, even generated fake contact details that would redirect to voicemail boxes if anyone tried to verify the references. The work became almost routine. I'd receive a request with employment details, craft a convincing reference letter, and collect my fee. I stopped thinking about the consequences of what I was doing, treating it as just another writing assignment, rather than systematic fraud that was helping unqualified people access positions they had no business occupying. The breakthrough came when I saw a news report about a care home scandal in Yorkshire. Several elderly residents had died after receiving improper medication from a care worker who'd falsified her nursing credentials. The investigation revealed she'd been working in healthcare for over a year using fraudulent reference letters and fake certification documents. Something about the story felt familiar, and I checked my records to see if I'd ever written references for anyone in the healthcare sector. What I found made me feel physically sick. I'd written multiple reference letters for someone matching the care worker's description. fabricating employment history as a qualified nurse with years of experience in elderly care. I couldn't be certain it was the same person. My clients used pseudonyms and paid through anonymous channels, but the timing and details matched too closely to be coincidence. I'd probably helped an unqualified person get a job in a care home, where her incompetence had contributed to several deaths. The realization that my fraudulent reference letters might have enabled someone to kill vulnerable people, even unintentionally, was devastating. But what made it worse was understanding that this probably wasn't an isolated case. I'd written hundreds of reference letters over the past year, and I had no idea what positions those letters had helped people obtain, or what damage those unqualified individuals might have caused. I started researching my previous clients more carefully, trying to understand who I'd been helping and what positions they'd been applying for. What I discovered was far worse than I'd imagined. Many of my clients weren't just people with employment gaps or difficult previous employers. They were individuals who'd been barred from certain professions due to criminal convictions, incompetence, or professional misconduct. They were using my fraudulent references to circumvent the safeguards designed to protect vulnerable people from dangerous or incompetent workers. I found cases of people I'd helped get positions working with children, despite having convictions for child abuse. Others had accessed jobs in healthcare despite having been struck off professional registers for gross negligence. Some had even obtained security positions despite criminal backgrounds that should have disqualified them from such roles. The fraudulent references I'd been writing weren't just helping people exaggerate their qualifications. They were actively undermining the systems designed to protect vulnerable people from those who posed a danger to them. But what really disturbed me was discovering how my services were being advertised and shared. Using the same hidden internet channels where my clients had found me, I saw advertisements for reference writing services that explicitly targeted people who'd been banned from certain professions. The advertisements explained how my fraudulent references could help people circumvent background checks, access positions they were legally prohibited from holding, even target specific vulnerable populations like children or elderly people for exploitation. I realized I'd been part of an operation that systematically enabled dangerous people to access positions of trust and authority over vulnerable individuals. My writing skills were being weaponized to destroy the safeguards that protected those who needed protection most. Some of the discussion threads were horrifyingly explicit about why people needed fraudulent references. They talked about accessing care homes to exploit elderly residents, getting jobs in schools to target children, even obtaining positions in prisons or secure facilities to facilitate criminal activities. One thread discussed using fraudulent references to get hired at a women's refuge, with the explicit goal of gaining access to vulnerable domestic abuse victims. Another focused on targeting disability care services to exploit people who couldn't easily report abuse or defend themselves. I was looking at a systematic effort to place dangerous people in positions where they could harm the most vulnerable members of society, and I'd been helping them do it, writing convincing reference letters that enabled them to bypass the safeguards designed to prevent exactly this kind of infiltration. The guilt became overwhelming when I found a case that was definitely connected to my work. A man I'd written references for had been arrested for abuse while working at a residential facility for adults with learning disabilities. The investigation revealed he'd been barred from working in care services years earlier, but had used fraudulent references to obtain his current position. I recognized the specific employment history I'd fabricated for him, the fictional manager whose glowing recommendation I'd created, even some of the phrasing I'd used to describe his supposed experience and qualifications. There was no doubt I'd enabled this man to access vulnerable people he'd previously been prevented from harming. The news reports detailed the abuse he'd inflicted on residents who trusted him, who'd been placed in his care by families who believed the facility had properly vetted its staff. People had suffered because I'd been willing to write fraudulent references without asking enough questions about why someone needed my services. I tried to contact the authorities to report what I'd been doing and provide information about the fraudulent reference operation, but explaining my role without incriminating myself proved impossible. I'd been knowingly committing fraud for over a year, helping dangerous people circumvent safeguards, and I had no legal protection for coming forward. The police officer I spoke to was sympathetic but frank about the consequences I'd face if I provided evidence of my activities. I'd committed serious crimes that had enabled harm to vulnerable people, and cooperation wouldn't necessarily protect me from prosecution. I was advised to consult with a solicitor before providing any detailed information, but I couldn't afford legal representation on my meager freelance income. I was trapped between my guilt about what I'd enabled and my fear of facing criminal prosecution for my role in the fraud. That's when I decided to stop writing fraudulent references entirely and tried to distance myself from the whole operation. I deleted all my client records, closed down my accounts on the freelance platforms, even destroyed my computer hard drive to eliminate evidence of what I'd been doing. But it was already too late to erase my involvement. The reference letters I'd written were still being used by dangerous people to access vulnerable populations. The damage I'd helped cause would continue long after I'd stopped enabling it. I started receiving messages from former clients asking why I was no longer available for reference writing services. Some were polite inquiries, but others had a threatening tone that made it clear they weren't happy about losing access to my services. One message in particular frightened me. A former client explained that they'd been relying on my references to maintain employment in their current position, and if I wasn't available to provide updated references for future applications, they might need to share information about my fraudulent activities with the authorities. I realized I was being blackmailed by someone I'd helped commit fraud. They were threatening to expose my illegal activities if I didn't continue enabling their deception, and there was nothing I could do about it without admitting my own complicity in systematic fraud. The threats escalated when I refused to resume writing references. Former clients began posting details about my real identity and location on the hidden internet channels where they'd originally found my services. They were exposing me to others who might be interested in preventing me from cooperating with authorities or revealing information about the fraud operation. I started noticing signs that I was being watched. People photographing me from across the street, cars following me around Leeds, even evidence that someone had been through my flat while I was out. The people I'd been helping had decided I was now a liability they needed to monitor and control. The final straw came when I received an envelope containing photographs of me going about my daily routine, along with a list of the vulnerable people who'd been harmed by individuals I'd provided references for. The message was clear. If I caused problems by going to the authorities, information about my role in enabling those harms would be shared widely. I realized I was being held hostage by my own guilt and complicity. The people I'd helped were using my knowledge of what I'd done to ensure I couldn't expose their ongoing activities without destroying my own life in the process. That's when I decided to leave Leeds entirely. I withdrew what little money I had in my bank account, packed essential belongings, and drove to Newcastle, where I hoped I could disappear for a while. I've been staying in budget hotels, moving every few days, trying to avoid establishing any pattern that might make me easy to find. But I know running away doesn't solve anything. The reference letters I wrote are still being used by dangerous people to access vulnerable populations. The safeguards I helped circumvent are still failing to protect those who need protection most. And the guilt I feel about my role in enabling harm to innocent people only grows heavier with each passing day. I keep thinking about the elderly people who died in that care home, the residents who were abused in the disability facility, all the other victims whose suffering was enabled by reference letters I wrote for a few £100s. They trusted that the people caring for them had been properly vetted, that the system had protected them from those who meant them harm. But I helped destroy that trust, helped dangerous people infiltrate the very institutions designed to protect vulnerable individuals. And I did it knowingly, consciously choosing to ignore the obvious warning signs because I needed money more than I cared about the potential consequences. The fraudulent reference operation continues without me. Other writers are probably being recruited to provide the same services I did, creating convincing documentation for people who've been barred from certain professions for good reason. The hidden internet channels where these services are advertised are still active, still connecting dangerous people with writers willing to help them circumvent safeguards. The systematic infiltration of care services, schools, and other institutions continues, enabled by people like me who value their financial security more than the safety of vulnerable people. Sometimes I wonder if I should have gone to the authorities immediately despite the legal consequences I'd face. Whether preventing future harm would have been worth accepting punishment for the fraud I'd committed. But fear of prosecution and shame about what I'd done kept me silent until it was too late to prevent the worst consequences of my actions. I suppose I'm telling you this because I need someone to understand how easy it is to become complicit in terrible things when you're desperate for money, how the desire to pay rent and eat regularly can override your moral judgment until you're actively enabling harm to innocent people. And because I want you to understand that every time you trust an institution to protect vulnerable people, that trust depends on systems working properly and people acting ethically. But those systems can be circumvented by anyone with a few £100 and a willingness to hire someone like me who prioritizes their own financial security over the safety of others. The worst part is knowing that I can't undo the damage I helped cause. Can't protect the vulnerable people who are still being targeted by individuals I helped infiltrate care services and other trusted institutions. All I can do is hide in anonymous hotels and hope that eventually the guilt becomes bearable enough that I can sleep without seeing the faces of victims I never met, but helped harm nonetheless. I keep hoping someone with more courage than I have will expose these fraudulent reference operations before they enable more harm. But I'm not optimistic about that happening, because the people who profit from circumventing safeguards understand how to exploit desperate writers like me, how to insulate themselves from consequences, and how to ensure that their victims remain silent through fear and complicity. And in the meantime, vulnerable people continue to suffer because I was willing to write convincing lies for anyone who could pay my rate, without asking enough questions about why they needed my services or what they planned to do with the fraudulent credentials I provided. I'm not sure if I should have called the police straight away, but hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? What happened was this. I came home to my flat to find a package that definitely wasn't mine sitting outside my door. Nothing unusual there. Happens all the time in student accommodation, where delivery drivers get confused about flat numbers and names. The label showed my address, but a completely different name. Someone called David Chen, who I'd never heard of. The package was from a medical supply company, which struck me as odd given that most students aren't ordering specialized medical equipment. but I figured maybe this David person had a condition that required particular supplies, and I'd just drop it round to wherever he actually lived once I worked out the correct address. That's when I made my first mistake. Instead of just leaving it for the delivery company to sort out, I decided to have a quick look online to see if I could find contact details for the intended recipient. It might save everyone some hassle if I could arrange for him to collect the item directly. Searching for David Chen in Glasgow turned up nothing useful. Too common a name. But when I looked more closely at the return address on the package, I noticed it wasn't from any medical supply company I could find online. The address led to what appeared to be a generic business park with multiple tenants, none of whom seemed to be in the medical supply business. Curiosity got the better of me, and I started digging deeper into where this package might actually have come from. The more I searched, the more I found myself following links to increasingly obscure websites that seemed to exist in corners of the internet I'd never encountered before. Eventually, I ended up on sites that required specific access methods and weren't indexed by normal search engines, places where medical supplies were being sold without the usual regulatory oversight and customer verification that legitimate companies would require. The supplies being offered weren't your typical pharmacy items. These were specialized medical devices, pharmaceutical compounds, and equipment that would normally require prescriptions or professional medical supervision to obtain legally. Most concerning was that many items were being marketed for uses that had nothing to do with legitimate medical treatment. Substances described as useful for behavioral modification or compliance enhancement, devices that could be used for restraint or monitoring, even chemicals that seemed designed for incapacitating rather than treating people. I realized I might be holding a package containing materials that were intended for harming rather than helping someone. The medical supply company was a front for distributing items that could be used for assault, kidnapping, or worse. But that raised the question of who David Chen actually was, and why someone was having these materials delivered to an address near mine. Either he lived in the area and was involved in activities that required access to dangerous medical supplies, or someone was using a false name and approximate address to receive materials they couldn't obtain through legitimate channels. The package was heavier than I'd initially noticed, and when I shook it gently, I could hear what sounded like multiple small containers or vials moving around inside. This product is definitely not what you'd expect from normal medical supplies. I tried to research David Chen more systematically, looking through university records, local business directories, and social media to see if I could find anyone by that name who might legitimately be expecting medical deliveries. What I found instead were references to the same name being used in connection with various questionable online activities, forum posts about acquiring controlled substances, marketplace reviews for sellers of restricted items, even what appeared to be requests for services that couldn't be discussed on normal platforms. The name seemed to be a commonly used alias for people who needed to maintain anonymity while purchasing items or services that weren't available through legitimate channels. I was probably holding a package intended for someone involved in serious criminal activities, delivered to an address close enough to mine that they could collect it without being traced to their actual location. But I had no way of knowing whether the intended recipient was planning to use these materials against specific victims, or whether failing to deliver the package might prompt them to investigate what had happened to their order. If David Chen was expecting delivery of materials he planned to use for harming someone, discovering that his package had been intercepted might make him desperate enough to take risks to recover it. That could put me in danger if he decided I was a threat to his activities. On the other hand, if I delivered the package as intended, I'd be facilitating whatever crime he was planning to commit against innocent victims who had no idea they were being targeted. I decided the safest option was to dispose of the package without opening it or trying to return it to its intended recipient. If David Chen was involved in legitimate medical treatment, he could reorder his supplies through proper channels. If he was planning to harm someone, denying him access to these materials might prevent serious crimes. But getting rid of medical supplies safely required more thought than just throwing them in the bin. If the package contained controlled substances or hazardous materials, improper disposal could create environmental problems or give other people access to dangerous items. I tried to research proper disposal methods for unknown medical materials, but most guidance assumed you knew what substances you were dealing with and had obtained them legally in the first place. Eventually, I decided to take the package to the University Health Center and explain that I'd received someone else's medical delivery by mistake. They might be able to dispose of it safely or contact appropriate authorities if the contents appeared suspicious. But when I arrived at the health center, the staff seemed unusually interested in the package details and asked more questions than I'd expected about how I'd received it and what I knew about the intended recipient. Their reaction suggested they were familiar with packages containing questionable medical supplies and might have dealt with similar situations before. The health center staff seemed to have protocols for handling suspicious medical deliveries that weren't part of their normal patient care procedures. After providing detailed information about the package and signing several forms, I left thinking the situation was resolved. The health center would handle disposal appropriately, and I could forget about David Chen and whatever he'd been planning to do with his medical supplies. But that evening, I received a phone call from someone claiming to represent the medical supply company, asking about a delivery that had apparently gone missing from my address. They seemed to know specific details about the package and were very concerned about recovering their materials quickly. When I explained that I'd turned the package over to university authorities because it had been delivered to the wrong address, the caller became agitated and insisted that the materials were urgently needed for a legitimate medical emergency. They offered to arrange immediate collection from the health center and seemed willing to pay substantial compensation for any inconvenience I'd experienced due to the delivery error. The level of concern and urgency seemed excessive for a simple delivery mistake, especially from a company that was supposedly just sending routine medical supplies to a regular customer. I started to suspect that David Chen and the medical supply company were working together to recover materials that were much more valuable or dangerous than normal medical equipment. When I checked with the University Health Center the next day, they told me the package had already been collected by someone claiming to represent both the medical supply company and the intended recipient. The collection had happened within hours of my dropping it off, suggesting that David Chen and his associates had been monitoring the situation and were prepared to act quickly to recover their materials once they discovered where the package had ended up. But most disturbing was that the person who'd collected the package had provided detailed information about me, my name, course details, and home address, as proof that they were authorized to recover materials that had been mistakenly delivered to my location. They'd been watching me carefully enough to gather personal information that could be used to convince university staff that they had legitimate reasons for collecting the package I'd turned in. That meant David Chen and his associates now knew exactly who I was and where I lived, and they understood that I'd been curious enough about their activities to investigate the package rather than simply ignoring the delivery error. I'd gone from being an innocent bystander who'd received someone else's mail to being a person of interest for people who were involved in illegal medical supply distribution and potentially much more serious criminal activities. The package I'd tried to dispose of responsibly had instead led me into direct contact with people who now had reason to consider me either potential threat to their operations or a possible recruit for activities that required access to the specialized medical supplies they'd been trying to obtain. When I got home that night, there was another package waiting outside my door, this time addressed to me personally and containing a handwritten note thanking me for my assistance with the previous delivery and inviting me to participate in what was described as a lucrative opportunity for students who were interested in discrete medical supply logistics. I never should have kept those photographs. Christ knows why I thought it was a good idea at the time. Some misguided notion about evidence, I suppose, or maybe just morbid fascination. Sitting here in this travelodge in Grimsby, 3 weeks after I packed up and left everything behind, I still can't shake the image of what I found in that house. I keep telling myself I was just doing my job, that I couldn't have known what I'd stumble into. But the truth is, I should have walked away the moment I realized something wasn't right. Should have minded my own business and left well enough alone. Now I'm looking over my shoulder every time I leave this room, wondering if they know what I saw, if they're coming for me next. I work as a house clearance specialist, worked I should say, since I doubt I'll be going back to that line of business anytime soon. It's not glamorous work, clearing out the homes of people who've died with no family to deal with their possessions. Mostly, it's just sad. Rooms full of things that meant everything to someone and nothing to anyone else. But it paid well enough, especially when you factored in the occasional valuable item that the executors had missed. The call came through my usual contact at the probate office in Sheffield. Elderly gentleman had passed away, no next of kin. Fairly standard situation. The house was a Victorian terrace in Rotherham. Nothing special from the outside, but probably worth a fair bit, once it was cleared and renovated. I was to remove all personal effects and furniture, leaving the property ready for sale. I'd done dozens of similar jobs over the years, so I didn't expect anything unusual when I collected the keys and let myself into the house that Tuesday morning. Standard layout for that type of property. Narrow hallway, front room, kitchen extension at the back, 3 bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs. The deceased gentleman had clearly lived alone for some time, judging by the layer of dust on everything and the general air of neglect. The downstairs was straightforward enough. The furniture was mainly comprised of inexpensive pieces that weren't worth rescuing. Kitchen cupboards full of tinned food that had expired years ago, a few pieces of old china that might fetch a few pounds at auction. There was nothing to suggest that the occupant had been anything other than an ordinary pensioner living quietly by himself. It was when I went upstairs that I started to notice things didn't quite add up. The main bedroom was sparse, just a single bed, a wardrobe with a few old clothes, and a bedside table with some reading glasses and a packet of paracetamol. But the second bedroom was different, much different. For one thing, it was clean. Not just tidy, but properly clean in a way that the rest of the house wasn't. The windows had been recently washed. The carpet looked like it had been professionally cleaned, and there wasn't a speck of dust anywhere. The room was almost entirely empty, except for a desk against one wall and a filing cabinet in the corner. The desk had obviously been used regularly. There were wear marks on the surface, and the chair was positioned as if someone had just stepped away from it. But there was nothing on the desk itself. No computer or paperwork or personal items. Just a clean surface and a drawer that was locked. I should have left it alone. I should have included the room in my report and allowed the estate agents to handle the contents. But curiosity got the better of me, and it wasn't difficult to force the drawer open with a screwdriver from my toolkit. Inside were 3 things: a set of car keys, a mobile phone that looked fairly new, and a memory stick. The keys were for a Ford, though I hadn't seen any car parked outside the house. The phone was switched off and needed a PIN to access. But the memory stick, well, that was what changed everything. I plugged it into my laptop, telling myself I was just checking if it contained anything relevant to the estate. Maybe financial records or important documents that the executors needed to see. What I found instead were photographs, hundreds of them, all stored in carefully organized folders. At first glance, they looked like the sort of pictures anyone might take. Houses, streets, people going about their daily business. But as I scrolled through them, I started to notice disturbing patterns. The same individuals appeared in multiple photographs taken over extended periods. The same houses were documented from different angles and at different times of day. This wasn't casual photography. It was systematic surveillance. Someone had been watching specific people and properties, documenting their routines and activities with methodical precision. The folders were labeled with initials and postcodes, suggesting a filing system that covered a wide geographical area. One folder in particular caught my attention because it was labeled with a postcode I recognized. The area where I lived in Sheffield. When I opened it, my blood went cold. There were photographs of my own street, my own house, even pictures of me loading equipment into my van on what must have been recent jobs. The surveillance wasn't random. I was one of dozens of people who had been systematically observed and catalogued. The photographs showed intimate details of my daily routine, when I left for work, what time I returned home, even which neighbors I spoke to regularly. But it was the final folder that made me understand the true scope of what I was looking at. It was simply labeled completed and contained photographs of houses I'd cleared over the past 2 years. Not just exterior shots, but interior photographs taken after I'd finished my work. Someone had been following up on every job I'd done, documenting the empty properties I'd left behind. The implications were terrifying. This wasn't just surveillance, it was preparation. Someone had been using my work schedule to identify properties that would be empty and vulnerable. They knew which houses had been cleared, which ones had no family checking on them, which ones were sitting empty, waiting to be sold. I spent the rest of that day going through every file on the memory stick, trying to understand the scope of the surveillance operation. There were photographs of dozens of people across South Yorkshire and beyond. Families, elderly individuals, young professionals, all documented with the same systematic attention to detail. Some files included additional information, work schedules, holiday plans, even details about security systems and spare key locations. It was like looking at a criminal intelligence database, except the targets were all ordinary people living normal lives. The most disturbing discovery was a section of files that contained what looked like floor plans and property layouts. These weren't professional architectural drawings, but hand-sketched maps showing room layouts, entry points, and security vulnerabilities. Many of them corresponded to houses I recognized from the surveillance photographs. I tried to convince myself there might be an innocent explanation for what I'd found. Maybe the old man had been some sort of private investigator, or perhaps he'd worked for an insurance company doing legitimate surveillance work. But the more I examined the files, the more obvious it became that this was something much darker. The photographs were taken covertly, often through windows or from concealed positions. The subjects clearly had no idea they were being watched, and the level of detail about their personal lives went far beyond anything that would be necessary for legitimate investigation work. I decided to take the memory stick to the police, but first I wanted to copy the files as backup evidence. That's when I made the mistake of accessing the internet to upload the photographs to cloud storage. The laptop connected to an unusual network, one that required special software to access. Out of curiosity, I explored some of the websites available through this network. What I found made me realize that the surveillance operation was much larger than just one person's obsession. There were entire communities dedicated to sharing intelligence about potential targets, coordinating surveillance activities, and planning break-ins. The photographs from the memory stick weren't just evidence of one person's criminal activity. They were part of a collaborative effort involving dozens of people across different regions. The surveillance subjects had been chosen systematically, with different individuals responsible for monitoring specific areas and target types. I found discussion boards where people shared techniques for following targets without being detected, advice on photographing properties from concealed positions, even guides for identifying vulnerable individuals who lived alone or had predictable routines. But most disturbing of all were the sections dedicated to completed operations. Detailed accounts of break-ins and burglaries that had been planned using surveillance intelligence. The perpetrators treated these crimes like collaborative projects, sharing photographs of stolen items and comparing the accuracy of their intelligence gathering. I recognized several of the properties from local news reports about burglaries over the past few months. Elderly residents who'd been targeted while they were at medical appointments. Families whose homes had been ransacked while they were on holiday. Even a few cases where people had been followed home and robbed in their driveways. The network wasn't just facilitating burglaries. They were also sharing information for stalking and harassment campaigns. I found files documenting systematic intimidation of individuals who had apparently done nothing more than catch the attention of someone in the surveillance network. One case file made me physically sick. A young mother in Barnsley had been subjected to months of harassment after someone in the network had identified her as a target. They documented her children's school schedules, her work routine, even the times when she was alone in the house. The harassment had escalated from anonymous phone calls to someone breaking into her garden and leaving threatening messages. The police investigation into her case had apparently stalled because the perpetrators were careful not to leave physical evidence. Everything was coordinated through the hidden network, making it almost impossible for traditional investigative methods to identify the people responsible. I realized I was looking at a new type of organized crime, one that used collaborative surveillance and online coordination to identify and exploit vulnerable targets. The old man whose house I was clearing hadn't been working alone. He'd been part of a distributed network that treated crime like a collaborative hobby. The worst part was understanding how I'd been used. My work clearing deceased persons' properties had made me an unwitting intelligence asset for the network. They'd been following my movements, documenting my jobs, using my work schedule to identify empty properties that could be targeted with minimal risk. Every house I'd cleared had potentially become a target for burglary or worse. Every family I'd helped by clearing their deceased relative's property had unknowingly been added to a surveillance database. I'd been facilitating crimes without even knowing it. I tried calling the police that evening, but explaining what I'd found was more complicated than I'd expected. The investigating officer seemed overwhelmed by the technical aspects of the hidden network and uncertain about how to proceed with evidence that had been gathered through what might be considered unauthorized access to computer systems. They took the memory stick and promised to investigate, but I got the impression that this was beyond their usual expertise. Cybercrime involving hidden networks wasn't something the local police were equipped to handle effectively. That's when I started noticing I was being watched. Cars that seemed to follow me between job sites, people who appeared in different locations but always seemed to be observing me from a distance. My house was photographed again. I found the images on the same hidden network sites I discovered earlier, but this time the surveillance felt different, more focused and threatening. The new photographs included close-ups of my front door, my car registration, even shots taken through my kitchen window. Someone had also accessed my personal information and posted it alongside speculation about what I might have discovered in the old man's house. The network had identified me as a threat and was now treating me as a target. Discussion threads speculated about whether I'd copied their files, whether I'd contacted the police, even whether I might need to be dealt with to prevent further exposure of their activities. I lasted 3 more days before I decided to run, packed a bag, withdrew what cash I could from my accounts, and drove to this seaside town where I hoped I could disappear for a while. Left my house, my business, even my cat with a neighbor who thinks I've gone away on holiday. But I don't think distance is going to protect me from people who've made surveillance and coordination their specialty. They've had weeks to document my habits, my relationships, my vulnerabilities. They probably know more about my life than I do. The police haven't contacted me since I gave them the memory stick, and I'm not sure they're equipped to shut down a network that operates entirely through hidden parts of the internet. These people have created a system that allows them to commit crimes with almost complete impunity, protected by technology that most law enforcement agencies don't understand. I keep thinking about all the people in those surveillance files, all the ordinary individuals who have no idea they're being watched and catalogued by criminals. Families going about their daily lives while strangers document their routines and plan ways to exploit their vulnerabilities. The old man is dead, but his network is still active, still watching, still planning, still treating other people's lives like a game where privacy doesn't matter and everyone else exists only as potential targets. Sometimes I wonder if I should have kept quiet, should have left the memory stick in that drawer and walked away from the whole thing. Maybe I'd still have my normal life, my business, my sense of security. But then I think about that young mother in Barnsley, about all the people who've been targeted because someone decided their privacy was worth less than criminal entertainment. And I know I couldn't have lived with myself if I'd done nothing. I just hope the police can make sense of what I gave them before this network claims any more victims, before they decide I'm too much of a risk to leave alone. Picture a scenario where you've worked somewhere for 8 years, put in the overtime, covered for colleagues when they called in sick, never missed a deadline, and then one Tuesday morning, your manager calls you into his office and tells you the company is restructuring. Your position is being eliminated, effective immediately. Security will escort you out, and they'll post your belongings within a week. That's what happened to me 3 months ago. My name is Martin, I'm 42, and until recently, I was a project coordinator at a logistics company in Reading. Nothing glamorous, but it paid the bills, and I was good at it. The manager who fired me was a man called David Henley, someone who'd been brought in 6 months earlier to implement cost-cutting measures. He'd barely spoken to me before that Tuesday, but he delivered the news with the kind of professional detachment that suggested he'd done this many times before. What made it worse was that I knew the restructuring was selective. 3 people from my department were let go, but they kept on to others who did essentially the same work, just less efficiently. The decision seemed arbitrary, personal even, though I couldn't understand what I might have done to warrant being singled out. The first few weeks after losing the job were occupied with practical concerns. Updating my CV, applying for positions, dealing with benefits paperwork, explaining to friends and family why I was suddenly unemployed. But as the rejections started coming in and the savings began dwindling, the anger began building. Not just frustration at the job market or the economic situation, but genuine rage at David Henley specifically. I found myself thinking about him constantly, imagining confrontations where I'd tell him exactly what I thought of his management style, scenarios where he'd face consequences for his casual destruction of people's livelihoods. The fantasies became increasingly violent over time, though I told myself it was just a way of processing the stress and disappointment. Late one evening, after another day of fruitless job searching, I found myself researching David Henley online. Not for any specific purpose, just curiosity about the man who'd upended my life. His LinkedIn profile, company photos, mentions in trade publications. Nothing particularly revealing, but it felt like I was learning something useful about my enemy. The search led me to forums where people discussed workplace grievances and unfair dismissals. Most of the posts were routine complaints about bad managers and corporate policies, but some were more extreme. People talking about revenge fantasies, sharing stories about bosses who'd faced various misfortunes, discussing hypothetical scenarios that went well beyond anything I'd imagined. One forum in particular caught my attention. The discussions were coded and vague, but seemed to revolve around more serious forms of retaliation than just complaining online. Users would reference services and contacts in ways that suggested real-world consequences rather than just fantasy. The tone was matter-of-fact, practical, as if they were discussing hiring a tradesman rather than something far more serious. I started visiting that forum regularly, not posting anything myself, but reading through the discussions and trying to understand what was actually being offered. After several weeks of lurking, I received a private message from someone who'd noticed my browsing patterns. They didn't introduce themselves with any dramatic usernames or obvious criminal references, just someone called Mike, who seemed to understand what I might be looking for. The conversation that followed was surprisingly normal. Mike asked about my employment situation, my financial pressures, my feelings about the people responsible for my difficulties. He seemed genuinely sympathetic, offering practical advice about job searching alongside more pointed questions about my former manager. Sometimes he'd ask oddly personal things, how well I slept at night, whether I had family who worried about me, if I'd ever felt capable of crossing lines I wouldn't normally cross. I assumed it was just thorough customer service. Over several exchanges, Mike gradually introduced the idea that some workplace problems required more direct intervention than traditional legal channels could provide. He provided links to sites that looked like professional service directories, complete with user reviews and detailed pricing. The services range from relatively minor harassment to more permanent solutions. Everything was presented with corporate professionalism. No dramatic threats or criminal iconography, just matter-of-fact discussions of problems and solutions. The option I found myself considering was listed as executive adjustment services. The description was euphemistic but clear enough, and the reviews suggested genuine experience rather than imagination. The details felt just real enough, never specific enough to be incriminating. Mike seemed to sense my interest without me explicitly stating it. His messages became more focused on practical considerations, timelines, payment methods, information requirements for service providers. He spoke like someone managing a service contract, not arranging a crime. What made it feel legitimate was the systematic approach. They required detailed information about the target, including daily routines, security arrangements, and personal circumstances. The data collection process was thorough and professional, suggesting genuine operational capability rather than simple fraud or fantasy. I found myself gathering information about David Henley without quite admitting what I was planning to do with it. His home address, his car, his typical schedule, his family situation. The research felt purposeful and focused, giving me something constructive to do with the anger and frustration that had been building for months. The information gathering became increasingly detailed over time. I started following his routine, noting his lunch preferences, his gym schedule, his weekend activities. Not obviously stalking, just casual observation that helped me understand his patterns and vulnerabilities. The knowledge felt powerful, like I was finally taking control of a situation that had previously been entirely outside my influence. Mike's messages became more specific as I provided information. He would reference details I'd shared, suggest additional areas for research, and gradually build a comprehensive profile of David Henley's daily life. The collaboration felt professional and goal-oriented, like working on a legitimate project rather than planning something illegal. Around this time, I started noticing changes in my own circumstances that seemed oddly convenient. Job interviews for positions I didn't remember applying for. Meetings arranged by recruitment consultants I'd never contacted. Opportunities appearing with timing that felt deliberate. The interviews were for positions similar to my previous role, with companies that seemed legitimate enough. But the conversations would drift into uncomfortable territory. Questions about workplace stress, my thoughts on management accountability, whether I'd ever considered taking matters into my own hands when official channels failed. The interviewers seemed more interested in my emotional state than my professional qualifications. I began to wonder whether Mike's organization provided services beyond just executive adjustment, whether they were also involved in monitoring and managing clients, ensuring that people considering their services received appropriate guidance and support throughout the decision-making process. The job opportunities became more pressing over time. Offers for temporary positions that would require travel, consulting arrangements that would take me away from Reading for extended periods, opportunities that seemed designed to interrupt my research and planning activities. The timing felt too convenient to be coincidental. Mike's messages became more urgent as well. He mentioned limited availability for executive adjustment services, suggested that delays might affect pricing or scheduling, emphasized the importance of making decisions quickly before opportunities disappeared. The pressure was subtle but unmistakable. I arranged to meet Mike in person to finalize the arrangements, not at his suggestion, but because I wanted to confirm that I was dealing with legitimate professionals rather than elaborate scammers. The meeting was scheduled for a pub in central Reading, public enough to feel safe but private enough for sensitive discussion. Mike turned out to be exactly what I'd expected, middle-aged, professionally dressed, the sort of person you might encounter in any business context. But as we talked, I began to notice things that seemed inconsistent with the straightforward transaction I'd imagined. He seemed to know more about my personal circumstances than I'd shared in our online conversations, details about my financial situation, my housing arrangements, my social connections. When I asked direct questions about operational details, his answers became vague. He couldn't provide specific timelines, wouldn't explain methods, seemed reluctant to discuss practical aspects. Instead, he focused on my motivations. He wanted to understand why I felt David Henley deserved this level of intervention, whether I'd considered alternatives, how I planned to deal with the aftermath. The conversation felt more like a psychological evaluation than a business meeting. When I pressed for concrete commitments and timelines, Mike suggested that I needed more time to consider the decision properly. He recommended taking a few weeks to think through all the implications, perhaps exploring some of the job opportunities that had been appearing, reconsidering whether this level of intervention was really necessary. The meeting ended without any definitive arrangements being made. Mike gave me his contact details and suggested I should reach out when I was completely certain about proceeding. But something about his demeanor suggested that he expected me to change my mind rather than follow through with the original plan. Over the following days, I found myself questioning everything about the interaction. Whether Mike was actually connected to the services I thought I was purchasing, whether the whole setup was legitimate, whether I'd been dealing with professionals or something else entirely. By that point, the job offers had become more frequent and attractive. Legitimate positions with real companies, offering salaries that would resolve my financial difficulties immediately. Again, the timing felt too convenient, as if someone was actively working to provide alternatives to the executive adjustment services I'd been considering. I also started noticing that people seemed to recognize me more often. Once, a stranger mentioned the street I lived on in a casual conversation, though I didn't recall seeing him before. Another time, a shop assistant asked how my job search was going, though I'd never discussed it with anyone at that store. When I tried to contact Mike again, his account had been deactivated. The forums I'd been using showed error messages, and the service websites appeared to be under maintenance. All evidence of the executive adjustment option had become inaccessible. The job offers continued arriving though. Positions that seemed specifically designed for my skills and experience, with companies that had apparently heard good things about my work despite my recent unemployment, opportunities that would require relocation, keeping me busy and providing new focus for my attention. I accepted one of them eventually, a project coordination role with a company in Birmingham, better salary than my previous position, responsibilities that felt familiar and comfortable. The interview process was surprisingly brief, and they'd seemed eager to have me start as soon as possible. 3 weeks after starting the new job, I learned that David Henley had been found dead in his home. Apparent heart attack, no signs of foul play, nothing suspicious according to the police investigation. He was 45, no previous health problems, found by his wife when she returned from visiting her mother. The timing felt too convenient to be coincidental, but I had no way of determining whether his death was connected to my previous planning or simply random misfortune. I'd never completed any arrangements with Mike, never paid for any services, never provided final confirmation that I wanted to proceed. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been part of something larger than I'd understood, that my research and planning had been monitored and incorporated into activities I hadn't been aware of, that what I started had finished itself, with or without my permission. The new job kept me busy enough to avoid dwelling on questions I couldn't answer. My colleagues were friendly, my manager was supportive, and the work environment felt positive in ways my previous employment never had. Life improved substantially, making it easier to forget about the strange period of unemployment and planning. Sometimes I wonder if it all started long before I lost that job. I found a photograph of myself sleeping in my own bed, taken from inside my bedroom, tucked under my kitchen door this morning. The timestamp shows it was captured 3 hours ago. probably shouldn't tell you what I've learned about my neighbor, or about the dark web marketplace that's been using my street as a hunting ground. But if something happens to me, if I disappear on a Tuesday evening like the others, maybe someone will understand why. It started when Mrs. Henderson next door went into hospital. Nothing dramatic, just a routine hip replacement that turned complicated. She'd lived in the terraced house beside mine for nearly 20 years, and suddenly there was this emptiness where her daily routines used to be. No more Radio 4 drifting through the thin walls at 7 sharp each morning. No more clatter of her walking frame on the path when she collected her milk. The estate agent's board went up about a fortnight after she'd moved into the care home permanently. One of those cheerful yellow signs promising quick sales and competitive fees. I didn't think much about who might move in next. You never really do you? You just assume it'll be someone ordinary, a young family perhaps, or another pensioner looking to downsize. The new owner arrived on a Tuesday afternoon in early March. I only noticed because I was working from home that day, catching up on some freelance copywriting projects that had been piling up. Through my front window, I watched a battered white transit van pull up outside Mrs. Henderson's old place. No removal lorry, no boxes of furniture being carried in. Just one man with a heavy rucksack and what looked like a laptop bag. He was younger than I'd expected, probably somewhere in his 30s, with the sort of pale complexion that suggested he didn't spend much time outdoors. Dark hair that needed cutting, wearing a navy hoodie, and jeans that had seen better days. The kind of person you'd walk past in the street without a second glance. What struck me as odd wasn't his appearance. It was how he moved. He kept glancing around as he walked up the path, checking the neighboring houses, scanning the street like he was memorizing it. When he reached the front door, he spent several minutes just standing there before finally going inside. Not looking for keys or checking the address, just standing, watching. I told myself I was being nosy. New neighbors always seem a bit strange until you get used to them. But something about his behavior stuck with me, nagging away like a song you can't quite remember the words to. The next few weeks passed quietly enough. I'd occasionally catch glimpses of him through his windows late at night, always hunched over what appeared to be a computer screen. The blue glow was visible from my bedroom window if I happened to be up past midnight, which I was more and more often. My sleep had been disrupted since starting a new antidepressant, and I'd found myself padding around the house at strange hours, making cups of tea and staring out at the empty street. It was during one of these insomniac wanderings that I first saw him in his back garden. The terraced houses on our street all have small rectangular gardens separated by low brick walls. From my upstairs bathroom window, you can see into most of the neighboring yards. Mrs. Henderson had kept hers immaculate. Rose bushes, a small vegetable patch, one of those rotary washing lines that squeaked in the wind. Her replacement had different priorities. He was digging, not planting or weeding, but creating what looked like a series of rectangular plots about 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. Neat, methodical excavations that he worked on in complete darkness, using only the light from his phone to guide him. The earth he removed was being carefully bagged and presumably disposed of elsewhere, because there was never any pile of soil visible during daylight hours. I counted 6 of these plots before I stopped watching. Something about the precise measurements made my stomach turn. The sensible thing would have been to assume he was planning some sort of garden renovation. Maybe he was one of those people who prefer to work at night to avoid curious neighbors. Maybe he had a day job that made evening gardening impossible. Maybe he was just eccentric, but the plots were too uniform, too deliberate, and they never seemed to get filled with plants or paving stones or anything else you might expect. I started keeping a casual eye on his activities, the way you might monitor roadworks outside your house or construction noise that's disrupting your routine. Not obsessively, just noting the patterns when they interrupted my own schedule. He seemed to work exclusively at night, always alone, always methodical. During daylight hours, his house appeared completely empty, no movement behind the curtains, no car in the narrow driveway. About a month after he'd moved in, I noticed something else unusual. My internet connection had become frustratingly slow, particularly in the evenings. Pages that should load instantly were taking 30 seconds or more. Streaming services buffered constantly. At first, I blamed my provider. They're always making excuses about network maintenance and peak usage periods. But when I checked my router settings one evening, trying to identify the problem, I discovered something that made me pause. There were multiple devices connected to my home network. Devices I didn't recognize, with names like Garden Cam and Monitor Node and Backyard Watch. I changed my wireless password immediately, but the unknown connections returned within hours. Someone was accessing my internet, and they were using it to run what appeared to be surveillance equipment. The thought that followed was immediate and unwelcome. My new neighbor worked at night, appeared to have no visible job, and was apparently tech-savvy enough to hack wireless networks. He was also creating precise rectangular excavations in his back garden. I tried to push the implications away, but they kept resurging like a persistent headache. Instead of sleeping, I found myself researching missing persons cases in our local area, scrolling through police appeals and newspaper articles about people who had vanished without explanation. There were more than I'd expected. Young women, mostly, who had simply failed to return home from work or nights out. Cases that had gone cold after the initial investigations yielded nothing. The dates troubled me. Several of the disappearances had occurred in the months before Mrs. Henderson went into hospital, when the house next door had been empty and available. A convenient base of operations for someone who needed privacy and direct access to neighboring properties. I know what you're thinking, that I was letting paranoia get the better of me, creating connections where none existed. That's certainly what I told myself during the rational daylight hours when my theories seemed ridiculous and overblown. But the nighttime excavations continued, and my internet remained compromised despite multiple password changes and router resets. Worse still, I'd started noticing small signs that my own property was being observed. Scratches around my back door lock that I didn't remember. Footprints in the flower bed beneath my kitchen window that appeared overnight and were gone by morning. The feeling, growing stronger each day, that I was being watched from the house next door. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. I'd been idly browsing social media one evening when I noticed a post from Sarah Collins, a woman I'd known vaguely at secondary school. She was sharing a missing person appeal for her younger sister Emma, who had disappeared 3 weeks earlier after leaving work at a restaurant in the city centre. Emma's photograph showed a slight girl with dark hair and pale skin, wearing a navy jacket. The description mentioned that she'd been carrying a laptop bag and was known to walk home alone late at night. The similarity to my neighbour was striking enough to give me pause, but what really caught my attention was a detail buried in the appeal text. Emma had been active on various online communities, particularly ones focused on privacy and internet security. Her sister mentioned that she'd been exploring the darker corners of the web, researching topics that had become increasingly concerning to her family. I stared at Emma's photograph for a long time, thinking about rectangular plots and surveillance equipment and the pale young man who worked exclusively in darkness. Then I did something I'd been avoiding for weeks. I accessed the dark web. I won't go into the technical details of how that works. There are enough guides available if you're genuinely curious. What matters is that within an hour of browsing, I'd found what I was looking for. A marketplace buried several layers deep in the hidden internet, accessible only through specific channels and invitation systems. The site was called Garden Services, which should have been my first warning about what I was about to discover. It advertised itself as a community for people interested in discreet disposal solutions and property maintenance. The language was coded, euphemistic, but the underlying meaning was unmistakable once you understood the context. They were selling access to live streams. The feeds were categorized by location, with familiar postcodes and area names that made my hands shake as I scrolled through them. Most were listed as currently offline or archive access only, but there were half a dozen showing green status indicators suggesting active content. I clicked on one marked with my own postal district. The video quality was grainy, filmed from multiple angles that suggested carefully positioned cameras. The location appeared to be underground, probably a basement or converted cellar. The lighting was harsh and clinical, throwing sharp shadows across concrete walls. There were 6 separate enclosures visible in the main view. Rectangular spaces divided by metal barriers, each one approximately 6 feet by 3 feet. The same dimensions as the excavations in my neighbor's garden. 5 of the spaces appeared to be occupied. I slammed the laptop shut immediately, my heart hammering so hard I thought I might be sick. But the images had already burned themselves into my memory. The makeshift cells, the surveillance equipment, the careful documentation of what was happening in that underground space. I sat in my darkened living room for nearly an hour, trying to process what I'd seen and decide what to do about it. The rational part of my brain insisted I should contact the police immediately, report my suspicions and let trained professionals handle the investigation. But another part wondered what evidence I actually had. Unusual gardening habits and network intrusions weren't necessarily criminal activities. The dark web marketplace could be located anywhere in the world, operated by people with no connection to my neighbor or my street. Even if I reported everything I'd discovered, would anyone take it seriously enough to act? While I was debating internally, I heard the back gate creak open next door. Through my kitchen window, I could see the familiar hooded figure making his way across the garden in complete darkness. He was carrying what looked like a spade and several large plastic sacks, moving with the same methodical precision I'd observed over the previous weeks, heading directly toward the excavated plots. I watched him work for 20 minutes, filling in one of the rectangular spaces and immediately beginning work on a new one nearby. The displaced earth went into the plastic sacks, which he loaded into a wheelbarrow and presumably disposed of elsewhere. By the time he finished and returned indoors, there was no visible trace of his activities. The next morning, I called in sick to work and spent the day researching Emma Collins' disappearance in greater detail. I found social media profiles that painted a picture of someone curious and technically minded, exactly the sort of person who might stumble across the wrong section of the dark web. Her final posts were about online privacy and digital security, subjects that could easily lead someone into dangerous territory if they weren't careful about their research methods. The timeline was troubling. Emma had vanished on a Tuesday evening 3 weeks earlier. My neighbor had been working in his garden on Tuesday nights ever since, always filling in existing plots and creating new ones. I tried to convince myself I was making unjustified connections, but the pattern was too consistent to ignore. particularly when I discovered that 2 other recent missing persons had also disappeared on Tuesday evenings, both young women with interests in technology and internet security. The kind of people who might be drawn to explore hidden marketplaces and underground communities. The kind of people who might accidentally attract the attention of someone offering discreet disposal services. That evening, I made my decision. I waited until nearly midnight when the familiar sounds of digging began next door, then made my way carefully through my back garden to the low brick wall that separated our properties. The height difference gave me a clear view of his activities, and what I saw confirmed my worst suspicions. He wasn't just creating burial plots. He was maintaining an underground facility that connected directly to his cellar through a series of concealed access points. The garden excavations were ventilation shafts and emergency exits for a much larger operation taking place beneath ground level. While I watched, he spent nearly an hour checking each of the rectangular spaces, using a torch to examine what appeared to be concealed drainage systems and air circulation equipment. This wasn't the improvised setup of someone acting on impulse. It was a carefully engineered facility designed for long-term operation. I had my phone ready to record evidence, but before I could begin filming, he looked up directly at me. We stared at each other for several seconds across the garden wall. His expression was calm, almost curious, as if my presence was expected rather than surprising. Then he smiled and gave a small wave, like a neighbor acknowledging another neighbor during a chance encounter. I ducked down immediately, my heart pounding, and made my way back to my house as quietly as possible. Once inside, I triple-locked the doors and closed all the curtains, trying to process what had just happened. He'd seen me watching him, seen me recording his activities, and instead of appearing concerned or defensive, he'd seemed pleased about it. The implications made my skin crawl, but I couldn't shake the feeling that his reaction had been planned, that he'd wanted me to discover what he was doing, wanted me to know exactly what was happening in the house next door. I spent the rest of the night sat in my front room with all the lights on, waiting for sounds from next door that never came. No digging, no footsteps, no indication that anyone was awake in the neighboring house. Just silence that felt more threatening than any noise could have been. The next morning, I found an envelope on my kitchen table, not pushed through the letterbox or left on the doorstep. On my kitchen table, inside my locked house, positioned exactly where I'd left my coffee mug the previous evening. The envelope contained a single photograph and a handwritten note. The photograph showed me standing at my bedroom window, taken from somewhere in the neighboring garden. I was clearly visible despite the darkness, captured in sharp detail that suggested professional surveillance equipment. The timestamp in the corner indicated it had been taken several weeks earlier, long before I'd started paying attention to my neighbor's activities. The note was brief and written in neat, precise handwriting. It simply read, "Garden Services is always looking for new contributors. Your documentation skills would be valuable to our community. We'll be in touch soon." I'm writing this 3 months later, and I still haven't contacted the police. Not because I don't want to help Emma Collins and the others who disappeared, but because I'm too frightened of what might happen if I do. The envelope proved that my neighbor could access my house whenever he chose, that he'd been watching me long before I'd started watching him, that my investigation into his activities had been noted and potentially encouraged from the very beginning. But there's something else that stops me from seeking help, something I discovered when I finally worked up the courage to check the Garden Services website again. There's a new section now, marked Upcoming Content, with a familiar address listed beneath it, my address. The preview shows a photograph of my own back garden, taken from multiple angles, with precise measurements for rectangular excavations that haven't been started yet. I haven't seen my neighbor for weeks now, but I know he's still there, still watching, still planning, still maintaining his underground facility while he waits for the right moment to expand operations. The house next door looks completely empty during the day, but I can see the blue glow of computer screens late at night. And sometimes, when the wind is in the right direction, I can hear sounds from beneath the ground that I try very hard not to think about. I keep telling myself I should pack up and leave, find somewhere far away where garden services can't reach me. But I know it wouldn't make any difference. They've already documented my movements, my routines, my vulnerabilities. They know exactly where to find me whenever they decide the time is right. So I stay here, keeping the curtains drawn and the doors locked, writing down everything I've discovered in case someone finds it useful later. In case anyone wonders what happened to me when I inevitably disappear on a Tuesday evening, just like Emma Collins and all the others. The excavations in my garden haven't started yet, but I know they will. The measurements are already planned, the drainage systems designed, the surveillance equipment tested and ready. I just have to wait for my turn to contribute to the community that's been watching me all along. Everyone has a shadow self, the person we become when no one is watching, when the mask slips and our private thoughts emerge. I always considered mine relatively harmless. Late-night rabbit holes of research on obscure topics, occasionally watching people in cafes, imagining their lives, sometimes typing out angry emails I'd never send. Normal stuff. At least that's what I told myself. I teach digital media studies at a mid-tier university. It's not groundbreaking work, but it keeps me engaged, analyzing how technology shapes communication, behavior, and culture. My research specialty is online community formation, particularly around niche interests. This focus has taken me to some fascinating corners of the internet over the years, though always as an academic observer rather than a participant. 3 months ago, I began a new research project on anonymity and digital identity. The plan was straightforward. Examine how people behave differently in spaces where their real-world identity is disconnected from their online actions. I focused initially on anonymous forums, encrypted messaging platforms, and identity-obscuring applications. Standard academic research conducted within ethical guidelines, with IRB approval and proper protocols. What I didn't include in my research proposal was my growing curiosity about truly anonymous spaces, the layers of the internet inaccessible through standard browsers. I had read the academic literature on so-called dark web networks, understood their legitimate uses for privacy-conscious users, journalists, and dissidents, but I had never actually navigated those spaces myself. It represented a gap in my experiential knowledge, one that increasingly felt like a limitation in my research. So I installed a specialized browser, followed basic security protocols, and began exploring. The experience was initially underwhelming. The dark web resembled the early internet. Text-heavy pages with minimal design, slow loading times, frequent dead links. Most sites were marketplaces for illicit goods, financial services operating outside regulation, or forums discussing privacy technology and philosophy. Nothing particularly shocking or unexpected. About 2 weeks into my exploration, I discovered a subforum dedicated to discussing something called experience rooms. The conversation was deliberately vague, full of insider terminology and oblique references. Members debated the authenticity of various rooms, sharing technical criteria for evaluating legitimacy but never explicitly stating what these rooms actually contained. The ambiguity intrigued me professionally. It was a perfect example of how communities develop coded language to both include insiders and exclude outsiders. One username appeared consistently in these discussions: Analyst Prime. Unlike most participants who either celebrated or debunked various rooms, Analyst Prime took a clinical, almost academic approach. They discussed psychological profiles of viewers and subjects, reference engagement metrics and response patterns, and occasionally mentioned a research framework they had developed. Their posts contained the kind of analytical language I might use in my own academic work, which perhaps explains why I found them credible when others seemed like sensationalists. After observing the forum for several days, I sent Analyst Prime a private message explaining my research interest in anonymous communities and asking for clarification about these experience rooms they discuss so analytically. I expected to be ignored or rebuffed. Instead, I received a prompt response asking about my academic background and research methodologies. We exchanged several messages discussing psychology, digital ethnography, and observation bias. Analyst Prime eventually explained that experience rooms were live streaming platforms where viewers could observe people in various situations without the subject's knowledge. Most were fraudulent, pre-recorded content or paid actors pretending to be unwitting participants, but some, they claimed, were genuine. Analyst Prime described themselves as a behavioral researcher studying the psychology of both the observers and the observed in these environments. They offered to show me an authentic room for academic purposes. I should have declined. I should have ended the conversation, deleted the browser, and continued my research through legitimate channels. Instead, I told myself this was a unique research opportunity, a chance to understand a digital phenomenon firsthand, rather than through second-hand accounts. Analyst Prime sent me an address and access credentials for what they called an observation session, scheduled for 2 a.m. the following night. They explained that this particular stream would be appropriate for a first-time academic observer. No illegal activities, no explicit content, just authentic human behavior under observation conditions. They recommended I prepare by reading several psychological papers on voyeurism and surveillance effects, which they linked to normal web academic repositories. The legitimacy of these references lowered my guard further. At 1:55 a.m., sitting in my darkened home office, I accessed the address using the credentials provided. The site had a minimalist interface, black background, a video player in the center, a data panel to the right showing various metrics, and a small text field below for observer notes. No chat function, no visible usernames of other viewers. The video initially showed an empty room, white walls, hardwood floor, a single chair in the center. A timer in the corner indicated the stream would begin in 5 minutes. While waiting, I examined the data panel. It displayed numerous metrics. Current viewer count, 17. Average heart rate of viewers, 72 beats per minute. Average pupillary response, estimated engagement levels, and something labeled empathic resonance score. The sophistication of the analytics suggested serious technology behind what appeared visually to be a simple streaming setup. At precisely 2 a.m., a person entered the frame and sat in the chair. They were ordinary looking, dressed in casual clothes, their face visible but unremarkable. They seemed unaware of the camera, occasionally checking their phone or adjusting their position in the chair. Nothing dramatic or unusual happened. They simply sat, waited, occasionally showing signs of mild impatience or boredom. 10 minutes into this uneventful stream, I noticed changes in the metrics panel. Viewer heart rates had increased slightly. The empathic resonance score was rising. Most notably, my own heart was beating faster despite the mundane scene. A new metric appeared. Anticipation factor, 78%. I couldn't understand why watching someone simply sitting would generate anticipation, yet I felt it too, a growing tension without clear cause. After 20 minutes, the person in the chair checked their watch, stood up, and walked out of frame. The room remained empty for approximately 30 seconds. Then a different person entered and sat down. This new individual also seemed unaware of being recorded, also checked their phone periodically, also displayed mild impatience. The same scenario repeated with no significant variation. What changed dramatically were the metrics. Viewer heart rates increased further. Pupillary response showed significant dilation. The empathic resonance score dropped while anticipation factor rose to 91%. My own physiological response matched these trends. I felt tense, expectant, though nothing objectively tension-inducing was occurring. I recognized this as a conditioned response. Something about this particular setup, an ordinary person waiting alone in a room, had trained regular viewers to anticipate something significant. After 15 minutes, the second person left just as the first had done. The room remained empty again, briefly, before a third individual entered. As this pattern continued, I began to see subtle differences in how each person behaved in the apparently identical situation. Some seemed relaxed, others visibly anxious. Some checked the time frequently, others seemed content to wait. The observer's metrics fluctuated with each new subject, suggesting viewers were making judgments, forming preferences, developing expectations. The clinical nature of the observation disturbed me more than any explicit content would have. The sophisticated measurement of viewer responses, the controlled environment, the rotation of unwitting subjects. This wasn't amateur voyeurism, but something methodical, researched, purposeful. I was witnessing what appeared to be a psychological experiment with non-consenting participants on both sides. The observed subjects unaware of the viewers, and possibly the viewers themselves unaware of being studied through their physiological responses. After an hour, I closed the stream and immediately sent a message to Analyst Prime expressing ethical concerns about the consent issues involved. Their response came quickly, thanking me for my participation and noting that my observer metrics showed particularly interesting patterns for a first-time viewer. They explained that my heart rate, pupillary response, and attention patterns had been measured through my device's camera, a camera I had never authorized to be activated. I immediately covered my webcam with tape and ran security scans on my system. Finding nothing obvious, I still felt profoundly violated. Analyst Prime sent another message, assuring me that my data would be used anonymously and offering to share the resulting analysis for my own research. They seemed genuinely unable to understand why I might object to being monitored without consent, even while studying others being monitored without consent. The cognitive dissonance was remarkable. I didn't respond to their message. Instead, I uninstalled the specialized browser, documented my experience in an encrypted file, and tried to process what I had witnessed. The next morning, I received an email to my university account, an account I had never shared with Analyst Prime. The subject line read, "Observer Study Follow-up." The message contained a link to what was described as your observer profile based on last night's session. Against better judgment, I clicked the link using a virtual machine on a secure connection. The page displayed a detailed analysis of my viewing patterns during the previous night's stream, which subjects held my attention longest. microsecond measurements of my reactions to specific movements or expressions, comparison of my response patterns to other first-time viewers. Most disturbing was a section labeled Observer Typology Classification that categorized me as a pattern recognition dominant viewer with above-average empathic suppression and researcher consistent cognitive framework. The accuracy of this analysis from just 1 hour of unknown surveillance was deeply unsettling. More troubling was the final section of the report, which predicted with specific probability percentages how likely I would be to discuss the experience with colleagues, 17%, report it to authorities, 12%, return for additional observation sessions, 64%, or attempt to investigate further independently, 89%. The last prediction proved immediately accurate. I began researching experience rooms through legitimate academic databases and cybersecurity resources. Most scholarly references dismissed them as urban legends or scams. Law enforcement bulletins mentioned them only as potential fraud schemes rather than actual surveillance operations. The few credible mentions described them as elaborate role-playing scenarios rather than non-consensual observation. A week later, I received another email, this time containing only a date, time, and link. No message, no explanation. Just another observation session invitation. I ignored it. 3 days after that, another invitation arrived. Then another. The frequency increased to daily, then twice daily. Each invitation came from a different email address, making blocking ineffective. 2 weeks into this escalating pattern, I received something different, a link labeled Subject Perspective. When I accessed it through a secure system, it showed a video feed from my own office, recorded the previous day. The camera angle suggested it came from my computer's webcam, which remained covered with opaque tape. Somehow, they were still watching. I replaced my computer entirely, changed my phone, installed advanced security systems in my home, swept for hidden cameras and microphones, found nothing. Yet the invitations continued, now arriving through text messages, professional networking platforms, even comments on my academic articles, always with a date, time, and link, never with further explanation. After a month of this, I received a different type of message, an observation report similar to my own, but focused on a colleague in my department. It analyzed their viewing patterns, psychological responses, and behavioral predictions in the same clinical format as mine. The message implied that my colleague had been invited to an observation session because of their association with me. The final line read, "Observer networks expand through proximity patterns. Your data suggested 6 high compatibility potential observers in your immediate circle." I confronted my colleague cautiously, asking if they had received any unusual invitations recently. Their confused response confirmed they had no knowledge of what I was describing. I chose not to elaborate, not wanting to draw them further into whatever this was. But the implication was clear. My involvement had somehow marked those around me as potential participants. Yesterday, I received the most disturbing communication yet. Not an invitation or a report, but a video file. It showed a compilation of moments from my daily life over the previous week. Me teaching class, buying groceries, meeting with students, working in my office. Each clip was brief, captured from different angles and distances. Some appeared to come from security cameras or colleagues' devices. Others had no plausible source I could identify. The compilation ended with footage of me sleeping in my bedroom the previous night, shot from an angle that suggested a camera in the smoke detector. The file's metadata included viewing statistics. 27 observers had watched this compilation of my life. Their average heart rate, pupillary response, engagement levels, and empathic resonance scores were listed in precise detail. My existence had become content for the very system I had tried to study. This morning, I discovered a new application on my phone that I never installed. Simply labeled Observer, its icon is a minimalist eye design. I can't delete it. When opened, it shows only a counter currently reading 31 and a timer counting down from 24 hours. I don't know what happens when it reaches 0. I've turned off the phone, but found the same application appearing on my new laptop minutes later. I'm writing this account now as documentation and warning. I don't know who or what Analyst Prime represents. I don't know the purpose of these observation networks or why they focus so intently on expanding through my social connections. What I do know is that the line between observer and observed has completely collapsed in my life. Every moment now exists as potential content, every reaction as data for analysis. The most terrifying realization isn't that I'm being watched, is that I've begun watching myself through their framework, analyzing my own reactions, considering how they might appear to observers, modifying my behavior to affect the metrics I imagine are being recorded. My internal experience has been colonized by the observation paradigm. I've internalized the clinical gaze that was directed at me. The counter on the Observer app now reads 28. Whatever happens when it reaches 0, I doubt it represents the end of this experience. More likely, it marks a transition to a new phase, perhaps from passive subject to active participant in ways I can't yet imagine. The only certainty is that in a system designed to categorize everyone as either observer or observed, eventually everyone becomes both simultaneously. The feedback loop never ends. It only expands to include more unwitting participants, more data points, more patterns to analyze. I've been trying to work out when exactly I should have stopped, At what point did this stop being a bit of harmless curiosity and turn into something I should have walked away from? I lie awake some nights, replaying it all, wondering if I'm the sort of person who is always capable of ignoring the obvious warning signs, or if desperation just has a way of making you blind to things you'd normally see clear as day. I used to manage property listings for a lettings agency in Sheffield. Nothing glamorous, just photographing flats and writing descriptions for rental websites. But then someone offered me money to do similar work for properties that weren't exactly available through normal channels, and I convinced myself it was all legitimate because I needed to believe it was. I'm staying with my sister in Glasgow now, as far from Sheffield as I could reasonably get without leaving the country, and I still don't feel safe because I finally understand what those listings were really for, what I was helping these people do, and I know they won't be happy that I've worked it out. The whole thing started about 10 months ago when the lettings agency I worked for went into administration. One day, I'm photographing a 3-bedroom terrace in Hillsborough. The next, I'm being told they can't make payroll, and we're all being let go with immediate effect. I was 42 years old, with a mortgage and no savings to speak of. Watching my entire career disappear overnight, I tried finding similar work with other agencies, but the property market was going through one of its periodic collapses, and nobody was hiring. I signed on at the job center and started applying for anything that seemed remotely suitable, but weeks turned into months with nothing but rejection emails and silence. That's when I got the message through a professional networking site. Someone had seen my portfolio of property photography and was interested in commissioning similar work for a private client. The rate they offered was nearly double what I'd been earning at the agency. £1,500 per property, paid immediately upon completion. I should have been suspicious about why anyone would pay such generous rates for basic property photography, but I was desperate enough to overlook the obvious questions. The client explained they represented overseas investors who needed detailed documentation of UK properties for their portfolio assessments. The first assignment seemed straightforward enough. I was given an address in Rotherham, a modest, semi-detached house in a quiet residential area, and asked to photograph the exterior and, if possible, gather information about the interior layout. The client provided specific requirements about camera angles, lighting conditions, even particular features they wanted documented. When I arrived at the property, I quickly realized this wasn't a house that was for sale or rent. There were curtains in the windows, a car in the driveway, even children's toys scattered in the front garden. This was someone's home, and I was being paid to photograph it without the occupant's knowledge or consent. I almost walked away then, but the client had paid half the fee upfront, and I'd already spent most of it on overdue bills. So I convinced myself I was just taking photographs from a public street. Nothing technically illegal about documenting buildings that anyone could see. I took the exterior shots as requested, making sure to capture all the angles and features the client had specified. Then I walked around to the back alley and photographed the rear of the property as well, noting the security arrangements and access points as the brief had requested. When I submitted the photographs, the client was pleased with my work and paid the remaining fee immediately. They also offered me another assignment for the following week, a different property in Doncaster with similar requirements. Over the next few months, I photographed dozens of properties across South Yorkshire. All of them were occupied homes rather than properties for sale, and all required the same detailed documentation of security features, access points, and daily activity observations. The assignments came with increasingly specific requirements. I was asked to note what time residents left for work, whether they had security systems or dogs, even to identify which windows were typically left open during warm weather. The client claimed this information helped their investors assess neighborhood security and property maintenance standards. But I was starting to understand that I wasn't documenting properties for investment purposes. I was conducting surveillance for people who intended to break into these homes. The detailed information I was gathering would allow burglars to identify vulnerable properties, plan their approach, and minimize the risk of being caught. I tried to convince myself I was being paranoid, that there were innocent explanations for why overseas investors might need such detailed security assessments. But the evidence was mounting that I'd been recruited to provide reconnaissance for organized crime. The breakthrough came when I was assigned to photograph a property in Chapeltown. The house was a neat bungalow occupied by an elderly couple who I'd occasionally see tending their garden when I drove past during my surveillance work. The client's brief was more detailed than usual. They wanted photographs documenting the couple's daily routine, the times when the property was empty, even close-up shots showing the type of locks on the doors and windows. This wasn't property assessment. It was target reconnaissance for people planning to victimize vulnerable elderly residents. I couldn't ignore what I was really doing anymore. I'd been providing intelligence that enabled criminals to identify and exploit the most vulnerable members of our community. Every photograph I'd taken, every security assessment I'd compiled, had probably contributed to someone's home being burgled. But I couldn't just stop accepting assignments without facing serious consequences. I'd become financially dependent on the income, and the client had made it clear they valued discretion above all else. People who cause problems for their operation might face difficulties of their own. I started keeping detailed records of all my assignments, documenting which properties I'd surveilled and what information I'd provided. I told myself I was preserving evidence in case I needed to cooperate with law enforcement. But really, I was just trying to feel less guilty about what I was doing. That's when I discovered the client wasn't just commissioning surveillance from me. They were coordinating dozens of reconnaissance operatives across the country, building a comprehensive database of vulnerable properties and their security arrangements. The operation used hidden internet channels to coordinate activities and share intelligence. I only discovered this because the client sent me login credentials to access their secure communication system, apparently deciding I was trustworthy enough to participate in their wider operations. What I found when I accessed their system was more sophisticated and extensive than I'd imagined. They had detailed profiles of thousands of properties across the UK, all compiled by operatives like me who'd been recruited to conduct surveillance work. The properties were categorized by vulnerability factors: elderly occupants, single parents, families with young children, even specific details about medical conditions or disabilities that might make residents less able to defend their homes. This wasn't opportunistic burglary. It was systematic targeting of the most defenseless members of society. Each property listing included comprehensive intelligence gathered from multiple sources. My photographs and observations were combined with information from other operatives who'd posed as utility workers, charity collectors, even care service providers, to gain access to homes and assess their contents. Some listings included floor plans sketched by people who'd been inside the properties, detailed inventories of valuable items, even assessments of residents' psychological vulnerabilities that could be exploited during home invasions. The operation was treating burglary like a business enterprise, with professional standards and systematic intelligence gathering. They'd industrialized home invasion, creating an efficient system for identifying targets, planning approaches, and maximizing the value extracted from each crime. But what really disturbed me was discovering that some of the listings weren't just for burglary. Certain properties were marked with special designations that indicated they'd been selected for more serious criminal activity. I found discussions among the operatives about properties that could be used for other purposes once the residents had been driven out through harassment or intimidation. Homes that might be suitable for illegal operations, properties in strategic locations that could be taken over by criminals once the legitimate occupants had been sufficiently terrorized. One thread discussed an elderly woman in Barnsley whose home had been repeatedly burgled until she'd agreed to move into a care facility. The property was then rented to criminals who used it as a base for drug dealing, with the original owner having no idea her former home was being exploited for illegal purposes. Another discussion focused on a family in Meadowhall who'd been subjected to escalating harassment until they'd sold their house at below market value. The property had been purchased through a front company and was now being used for purposes the operatives wouldn't specify in their online communications. I realized I'd been part of an operation that went far beyond simple burglary. These people were systematically identifying and exploiting vulnerable residents, not just stealing their possessions, but driving them from their homes and taking over the properties for criminal enterprises. The surveillance work I'd been doing wasn't just enabling individual crimes. It was facilitating a form of domestic terrorism that destroyed people's lives and communities. Every property I documented was potentially being targeted not just for theft, but for systematic harassment, designed to drive out legitimate residents. I started researching the properties I'd surveilled, checking local news reports and crime statistics to see what had happened after I'd submitted my intelligence. What I found confirmed my worst fears. Many of the properties had been burgled within weeks of my surveillance work, often multiple times in quick succession. The burglaries showed intimate knowledge of the residents' routines and security arrangements, suggesting they'd been planned using the intelligence I had provided. But some properties had experienced worse than simple burglary. Several families had been subjected to sustained harassment campaigns that seemed designed to force them to relocate. Vandalism, threatening behavior, even violent confrontations that escalated until the residents felt they had no choice but to move away. A few properties had been taken over entirely after the original occupants had left. Criminals had moved in and established operations that turned quiet residential streets into centers for drug dealing, prostitution, and other illegal activities. I was looking at a systematic campaign to destabilize working-class communities by driving out vulnerable residents and replacing them with criminal enterprises. My surveillance work had been part of a coordinated effort to hollow out neighborhoods and create spaces where organized crime could operate with minimal interference. The elderly couple in Chapeltown, whose home I'd surveilled, were among the victims. They'd been burgled twice in the space of a month, losing possessions that had sentimental rather than financial value. The second burglary had traumatized them so badly they'd moved in with their daughter, leaving their home empty and vulnerable. I checked the property listing system and saw their house had been marked as vacant and available for criminal use. Someone was planning to take advantage of the empty property, probably using it for illegal operations, while the elderly couple paid the mortgage on a home they were too frightened to return to. That's when I realized I couldn't continue being part of this operation, regardless of the financial or personal consequences. I'd been helping to destroy communities and victimize the most vulnerable people in society, all because I'd been too desperate and too cowardly to walk away when I should have. I tried contacting the police to report what I'd discovered, but explaining the technical aspects of the operation proved more complicated than I'd expected. The officer I spoke to seemed confused by my descriptions of hidden internet channels and coordinated criminal intelligence gathering. They took a statement and promised to investigate, but I could tell they were overwhelmed by the scope of what I was describing. Organized crime operations using sophisticated technology to coordinate activities across multiple regions weren't something local police felt equipped to handle. I was advised to stop accepting surveillance assignments and avoid further contact with the criminal operation. The officer suggested I might be called as a witness if they managed to build a case against the organizers, but warned me not to expect quick results given the complexity of the investigation. That advice would have been more useful if I hadn't already made myself a target by asking too many questions about the operation's broader activities. The criminals I'd been working for had been monitoring my access to their communication systems, and they'd noticed my sudden interest in properties I hadn't personally surveilled. I started receiving messages warning me to mind my own business and focus on my assigned surveillance work. The tone was polite but firm, making it clear that curiosity about the operation's wider activities wasn't appreciated. When I ignored these warnings and continued investigating what happened to the properties I documented, the messages became more explicit. I was told that people who caused problems for the operation had a tendency to experience problems of their own, and it would be unfortunate if I found myself in a similar situation. That's when I noticed I was being watched. Cars following me when I drove to surveillance assignments, people photographing me from across the street, even evidence that someone had been through my flat while I was out working. I found my own details posted on the same hidden communication system I'd been using to access the property listings. My home address, my daily routine, even a floor plan of my flat that someone had obviously sketched after gaining access while I was away. The message was clear. I was now a target myself, subject to the same surveillance and intelligence gathering I'd been conducting against others. They were demonstrating that they could reach me anywhere, that they knew intimate details about my life, and that I was just as vulnerable as the elderly couples and single parents I'd been helping them victimize. The surveillance escalated quickly after that. My flat was broken into while I was at the supermarket, though nothing was stolen. Someone wanted me to know they could access my home whenever they chose, that my locks and security measures meant nothing against people who had professional expertise in circumventing such protections. I started finding evidence of their intrusions everywhere. Personal belongings moved slightly out of position, computer files accessed and deleted, even photographs of me sleeping that had been left on my bedside table as a threat. The psychological impact was worse than any physical harm. I couldn't sleep knowing that strangers were entering my home while I was unconscious and vulnerable. I couldn't relax knowing that I was being watched and documented with the same systematic precision I'd applied to surveillance of others. I reported the break-ins to the police, but without evidence of theft or damage. They treated it as low-priority harassment rather than serious criminal activity. They suggested I improve my home security, apparently unaware that I was being targeted by professionals who could circumvent any reasonable security measures. That's when I realized I needed to leave Sheffield entirely. The surveillance operation knew where I lived, where I worked, even where I shopped and socialized. I couldn't escape their attention while remaining in a city where they had extensive resources and intelligence gathering capabilities. I packed essential belongings and drove to Glasgow to stay with my sister, leaving behind most of my possessions and my entire life in Sheffield. I told my sister I needed a change of scene after losing my job, not wanting to burden her with the truth about what I'd been involved with. But even here in Glasgow, several hundred miles from Sheffield, I don't feel entirely safe. The surveillance operation extends across the country, with operatives in every major city conducting reconnaissance work for criminals who treat home invasion as a professional enterprise. I keep checking the hidden communication system I still have access to, monitoring whether my details have been flagged for targeting by operatives in Scotland. So far, I haven't found any specific threats, but I know that could change at any moment. The worst part is knowing that the operation continues without me. Other desperate people are being recruited to conduct surveillance work, probably telling themselves the same lies I did about legitimate property assessment and overseas investors. The properties I documented are still being targeted for burglary and harassment. The elderly couples and vulnerable families I helped identify are still being victimized by criminals who use the intelligence I provided to plan their attacks. I keep thinking about that couple in Chapeltown who are too frightened to return to their own home after being burgled twice in a month. About the family in Meadowhall who sold their house at a loss because the harassment became unbearable. About all the other victims whose lives I helped destroy because I was too desperate for money to ask the obvious questions about what I was really doing. The surveillance operation has probably moved on to recruiting new operatives by now, finding other unemployed property professionals who are desperate enough to accept generous payment for documenting homes without asking why anyone would pay such rates for simple photography work. And somewhere in South Yorkshire, criminals are probably using the intelligence I gathered to plan their next burglary or harassment campaign. Breaking into homes where elderly residents live alone, targeting families with young children, driving vulnerable people from their properties so the homes can be exploited for illegal purposes. I suppose I'm telling you this because I need someone to understand how these operations recruit ordinary people, how they exploit financial desperation to make us complicit in serious crimes, and how they're systematically destroying communities across the country. If you're ever approached with offers that seem too generous for simple work, if someone wants to pay you to photograph properties or gather information about residents, please walk away immediately. Don't make the same mistake I did by convincing yourself it's legitimate, because you need to believe it is. Because once you're involved with these operations, once you understand what they're really doing and who they're targeting, you can't unknow what you've learned. You become a liability they need to manage, a potential threat they need to monitor and control. And if you cause them enough problems, if you try to expose their activities or interfere with their operations, you might find yourself on the receiving end of the same surveillance and harassment you helped inflict on others. I'm living with that fear every day now, wondering if they've decided I'm enough of a threat to warrant more serious attention, wondering if the next property listing I see on their communication system will include my sister's address here in Glasgow. The operation taught me that privacy is an illusion, that home security means nothing against determined professionals, and that anyone can become a target if they threaten the wrong people's criminal enterprises. But most of all, it taught me that financial desperation can make you capable of things you never imagined you'd do, that the desire to pay your bills and keep your home can override your moral judgment until you're complicit in the systematic victimization of innocent people. I can't undo the damage I helped cause, can't restore the sense of security I helped destroy for dozens of families across South Yorkshire. All I can do is hope that someone with more resources and authority will eventually dismantle these operations before they destroy more communities and ruin more lives. And hope that my sister never asks why I jump every time I hear a car door close outside, or why I check the locks 3 times before going to bed, or why I can't seem to settle into normal life here in Glasgow, despite being several hundred miles from the people who turned me into both a criminal and a victim. I never imagined that looking for someone to share rent with could lead me to discover what people are actually willing to pay for when they think no one's watching. My original flatmate at Edinburgh University had dropped out halfway through second year, leaving me with a lease I couldn't afford on my own, and about 3 weeks to find someone to split the costs before I'd have to move back in with my parents in Aberdeen. Not exactly the independent student experience I'd been planning. The usual suspects: spare room, Facebook housing groups, university notice boards, weren't yielding much beyond time wasters and people whose idea of cleanliness clearly differed from mine. Desperation was setting in when someone on my course mentioned there were other places online where you could find flatmates, sites that weren't as mainstream, but often had better results because they catered to people with specific requirements. It made sense when she explained it. Some people needed flatmates who were okay with unusual working hours, pet ownership, or lifestyle choices that might not appeal to everyone. Specialized platforms could match people more effectively than generic room-sharing websites. I found the site she'd recommended through a series of links that took me progressively deeper into less familiar corners of the internet. The interface was basic but functional, with profiles that were much more detailed than typical flatmate finding platforms. Instead of just listing preferences about cleaning and noise levels, people described their living situations in comprehensive detail. Daily schedules, personal habits, even psychological profiles that seemed designed to ensure perfect compatibility between potential flatmates. The level of detail was impressive, if slightly overwhelming. Some profiles read more like dating site descriptions than housing arrangements, with extensive information about personality types, lifestyle preferences, and what they called arrangement parameters that weren't immediately clear. I created a profile that was honest but considerably less detailed than the examples I was seeing, focusing on basic information about my studies, the budget, and preferences for shared living space, within hours, I'd received several responses from people interested in sharing accommodation. Most seemed normal enough. Students and young professionals who needed housing in Edinburgh and were looking for reliable flatmates. But some responses included questions and suggestions that seemed oddly specific and personal. People wanting to know about my daily routine, social connections, and even family circumstances that weren't relevant to sharing rent and utilities. One particularly detailed response came from someone who seemed perfect on paper. Similar age, compatible schedule, excellent references from previous flatmates. But their message included extensive questions about my privacy, preferences, and comfort levels with various domestic arrangements. They wanted to know how I felt about having guests, whether I minded security cameras in common areas, and if I had any concerns about what they called alternative lifestyle choices that might occasionally be visible in shared spaces. The questions weren't necessarily inappropriate, but they had an intensity that seemed excessive for someone just looking for a straightforward flatmate arrangement. When I asked for clarification about what they meant by alternative lifestyle choices, the response was vague but reassuring. They explained that some people had hobbies or professional activities that required privacy and discretion, and they wanted to ensure potential flatmates would be comfortable with arrangements that provided adequate separation between personal and shared spaces. It seemed reasonable enough, and their financial credentials were solid. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop near the university to discuss the practical details of sharing the flat. The meeting went well initially. They were articulate and professional, asking sensible questions about lease terms and household responsibilities. But as the conversation continued, they began discussing the accommodation arrangement in ways that seemed to assume I understood implications that weren't obvious to me. References to discretion agreements and arrangement boundaries that would need to be established, along with mention of additional income opportunities that might be available through connections they could provide. When I asked for more specific information about these opportunities, they explained that sharing accommodation often led to networking possibilities and introductions to people who needed various services from reliable, discreet individuals. Nothing they said was explicitly concerning, but the combination of vague language and implied opportunities created an impression that the flatmate arrangement might involve more than just sharing rent and living space. I decided to research their background more thoroughly before making any commitments, using the personal details they provided to verify their identity and housing history. What I found was troubling. The name and references they'd given me didn't correspond to any verifiable identity or rental history. The professional credentials and educational background they'd described couldn't be confirmed through normal sources. More concerning was that the address they'd listed as their current accommodation was connected to properties that appeared in police reports and local news stories about disturbances, suspicious activities, and investigations into what were described as unconventional business operations. When I tried to research the flatmate finding platform itself more thoroughly, I discovered it wasn't just a housing website, but part of a larger system that facilitated various types of arrangements between people with specific requirements that couldn't be met through mainstream channels. Some profiles were clearly offering accommodation arrangements that involved much more than sharing domestic space. People seeking flatmates who would be willing to participate in activities that required discretion, or who could provide services that weren't advertised openly, but were implied through coded language. The detailed personal information being collected wasn't just for compatibility matching. It was for assessing people's suitability for involvement in activities that required particular psychological profiles and circumstances. I realized I'd been recruited not just as a potential flatmate, but as someone who might be willing to participate in arrangements that involve criminal or exploitative activities disguised as alternative lifestyle choices. The income opportunities that had been mentioned weren't legitimate employment, but payment for participating in activities that required people who were financially desperate and socially isolated enough to agree to things they wouldn't normally consider. But understanding what I'd stumbled across didn't provide clear guidance about how to extract myself safely from the situation. The people involved had already gathered detailed personal information about me and demonstrated sophisticated methods for concealing their actual activities and identities. Simply declining their flatmate offer might not be sufficient if they decided I posed a security risk because of what I'd learned about their recruitment methods. Meanwhile, the platform was probably continuing to target vulnerable students who were desperate for affordable accommodation and might be willing to compromise their safety and ethics in exchange for housing and income they couldn't obtain through legitimate channels. The flatmate search that should have been a straightforward housing arrangement had instead provided insight into systematic exploitation of students who were made vulnerable by financial pressures and housing insecurity. I never responded to any follow-up communications from potential flatmates I'd contacted through the platform, and eventually found accommodation through conventional university housing services despite the increased cost. But I remain concerned about other students who might be recruited through similar platforms, particularly those who were more desperate for housing and income than I'd been, and might be less able to recognize the warning signs of criminal recruitment disguised as accommodation opportunities. The detailed personal profiles and compatibility assessments were probably being used to identify students who could be gradually drawn into increasingly compromising arrangements, starting with housing that seemed legitimate but evolving into participation in activities that would be difficult to escape or report safely. When friends complained about difficulties finding affordable accommodation, I found myself unable to recommend alternative platforms without explaining how I discovered their connection to criminal recruitment, which would require admitting to activities I'd prefer to keep private. The housing crisis affecting students was creating vulnerabilities that were being systematically exploited by people who understood how to present criminal opportunities as legitimate solutions to accommodation and financial problems. Every time I saw flatmate advertisements that promised unusually good deals or mentioned alternative arrangements, I wondered whether students were being recruited for activities that went far beyond sharing rent and living space. The search for someone to help with accommodation costs had instead revealed how easily desperate circumstances could be exploited by people who specialized in identifying and manipulating vulnerable individuals through offers that seemed too good to question until it was too late to withdraw safely. I suppose I should have known something was wrong when they paid me £50 just to watch adverts and give my opinion. That's not the sort of money market research companies usually throw around, especially not for someone like me who'd never done anything more exciting than work behind the till at a corner shop in Wolverhampton. But when you're barely scraping by and someone offers you easy money for sitting in a room and talking about what you think of washing powder commercials, you don't ask too many questions. The invitation came through the post, which was unusual enough on its own. Most market research these days happens online or through phone calls, but this was a proper printed letter with my name and address typed on expensive-looking paper. The letter explained that I'd been selected to participate in an exclusive consumer research study examining how people respond to different types of advertising. They wanted participants between 25 and 45 who worked in retail or service industries and lived in the West Midlands area. The study would involve watching various advertisements and discussing my reactions with other participants. along with some individual interviews about my shopping habits and media consumption. The location was given as a business centre in Birmingham city centre, which seemed legitimate enough. The letter provided a phone number to confirm attendance and mentioned that participants would receive compensation for their time and travel expenses. I called the number and spoke to a woman who sounded professional and knowledgeable about market research procedures. She confirmed the details from the letter and asked some basic questions about my background to ensure I fit their target demographic. The conversation was routine and businesslike, exactly what I'd expect from a legitimate research company. The business centre was easy enough to find, located in a modern office building near the Bull Ring. The reception area looked professional, with branded materials for various companies and a steady flow of people coming and going for different meetings and appointments. I was directed to a conference room on the 3rd floor, where about a dozen other people were already waiting. The group seemed to match the demographic they'd described, mostly people in their 30s and 40s who looked like they worked in shops, restaurants, or other service jobs around the West Midlands. The session began with a researcher introducing herself and explaining that we'd be viewing a series of advertisements for various consumer products. Our task was to watch each advert carefully and then discuss our reactions, focusing on what we found appealing, confusing, or memorable about the marketing messages. The first few advertisements were exactly what I'd expected. Typical commercial spots for household products, food brands, and retail chains. The discussion afterward was straightforward, with participants sharing their opinions about the effectiveness of different marketing approaches and whether the adverts would influence their purchasing decisions. However, as the session progressed, the advertisements became increasingly unusual. Instead of polished commercial spots from recognizable brands, we began viewing what appeared to be amateur or experimental marketing materials for products and services I'd never heard of. Some of these advertisements were for websites and online services that seemed to operate outside normal commercial channels. The marketing materials emphasized privacy, discretion, and access to exclusive content or services that weren't available through conventional retailers or service providers. The researcher seemed particularly interested in our reactions to these unusual advertisements. She asked detailed questions about whether we found the marketing messages compelling, whether we would be interested in learning more about the services advertised, and what factors would influence our decision to engage with unconventional online businesses. During the individual interviews that followed the group discussion, the questions became more personal and specific. The researcher wanted to know about my financial situation, my online activities, and my attitudes toward privacy and security when using internet services. She also asked about my social relationships and support systems, probing into whether I lived alone, how often I communicated with family and friends, and whether I had people in my life who might notice if my behavior or circumstances changed significantly. These questions felt intrusive and irrelevant to market research about advertising effectiveness. When I mentioned feeling uncomfortable with the personal nature of the inquiries, the researcher explained that understanding consumer psychology required comprehensive knowledge of people's life circumstances and decision-making processes. She assured me that all information would be kept strictly confidential and used only for legitimate research purposes. The personal questions were necessary to understand how different life situations influence people's responses to various types of marketing messages. The session concluded with the researcher providing contact information for follow-up research opportunities. She mentioned that participants who provided detailed and thoughtful responses would be invited to participate in additional studies that offered higher compensation for more specialized research activities. I received the promised payment in cash as I left the building, along with a business card containing contact information for future research opportunities. The entire experience had been professional and well organized, despite my discomfort with some of the more personal questions. About a week later, I received a phone call inviting me to participate in a follow-up study that would involve testing online services and providing feedback about user experience and interface design. The compensation offered was substantially higher than the first session, and the work could be completed from home on my own schedule. The caller explained that the research involved evaluating websites and online platforms that were still in development stages. I would be given access to these experimental services and asked to document my experiences using them, focusing on usability, functionality, and overall user satisfaction. This seemed like a natural progression from the advertising research, and the higher pay was attractive enough to override my lingering concerns about the personal questions from the first session. I agreed to participate and was provided with detailed instructions for accessing the experimental websites. The instructions included steps for downloading specialized software that would allow me to access websites that weren't available through normal internet browsing. The researcher explained that many experimental online services operated on private networks to protect their development work from competitors and unauthorized access. The software installation process was more complex than typical internet applications, requiring specific security settings and network configurations that seemed unusual for basic website testing. When I asked about these requirements, the researcher explained that experimental services often required enhanced security measures to protect proprietary technology and user data. Once the software was properly configured, I gained access to a collection of websites and online platforms that were unlike anything I'd encountered through normal internet use. These services offered various types of content and functionality, but many seemed to operate outside the boundaries of conventional online businesses. Some platforms provided access to information and services that were explicitly described as being unavailable through mainstream internet channels. Others offered opportunities to participate in activities or transactions that required significant discretion and anonymity from users. The research tasks involved exploring these platforms thoroughly and documenting my experiences using detailed questionnaires and feedback forms. I was asked to evaluate not just the technical functionality of the services, but also my emotional and psychological responses to the content and activities available. Many of the questions focused on whether I found the services exciting, whether I would recommend them to others, and what factors would influence my decision to become a regular user of these types of platforms. As I spent more time exploring the experimental websites, I began to understand that they were providing access to areas of the internet that most people never encounter. The content and services available through these platforms included activities that were clearly illegal or designed to exploit vulnerable people. Some websites offered detailed instructions for various criminal activities, while others provided marketplaces for goods and services that couldn't be obtained through legitimate channels. Many platforms seemed designed to facilitate interactions between people seeking to engage in harmful or exploitative activities. The realization that I was being asked to evaluate and provide feedback on criminal websites was deeply disturbing. The market research study had been used to recruit people who could be trusted to access illegal online services and provide intelligence about their usability and appeal. When I tried to contact the research company to express my concerns, I discovered that the phone numbers and contact information I'd been given were no longer working. The business address led to an office building that had no record of the research company I'd been working with. I also began noticing signs that my online activities were being monitored more extensively than would be necessary for legitimate market research. My internet usage, email communications, and even my location seemed to be tracked and documented by unknown parties. The specialized software I'd installed to access the experimental websites had apparently provided comprehensive surveillance capabilities that extended far beyond the research tasks I'd been asked to complete. My computer and internet connection had been compromised to allow ongoing monitoring of my personal activities. When I attempted to remove the research software and end my participation in the study, I discovered that the monitoring capabilities couldn't be easily disabled. The software had integrated itself into my computer systems in ways that made complete removal extremely difficult without professional technical assistance. I also received messages suggesting that my participation in the research had provided me with access to sensitive information about illegal online services. The implication was that my knowledge of these criminal platforms made me a potential security risk that required ongoing monitoring and management. The messages reminded me that I had detailed knowledge of how to access and use illegal websites, and that this information could be valuable to law enforcement or competing criminal organizations. My safety and legal protection depended on maintaining discretion about everything I had learned during the research process. I realized that the market research study had been designed to identify and recruit people who could be manipulated into accessing illegal online services while providing detailed intelligence about their operations and user base. The focus group had been a screening process to identify vulnerable individuals who could be trusted with criminal activities. The personal questions during the interviews had been used to assess my psychological profile and determine whether I could be controlled through financial pressure, social isolation, or other forms of manipulation. The research company had been evaluating my suitability as an unwitting participant in criminal online activities. The ongoing surveillance of my personal activities was probably being used to gather leverage that could ensure my continued cooperation with illegal activities, or my silence about criminal operations I had been exposed to during the research process. I never determined who was actually behind the research study or what they ultimately intended to do with the intelligence I had provided about illegal online services. The combination of sophisticated recruitment methods, comprehensive surveillance capabilities, and systematic exposure to criminal activities suggested an organization with significant resources and expertise. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for identifying and recruiting unwitting participants in criminal online activities by presenting illegal research as legitimate market research opportunities. They understood how to exploit people's financial needs and curiosity about technology to recruit accomplices for activities they would never willingly participate in. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my desire for additional income had been transformed into participation in the evaluation and improvement of criminal online services. The market research had been a recruitment method designed to identify people who could be manipulated into providing intelligence about illegal activities while believing they were conducting legitimate consumer research. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar market research companies, offering compensation for participation in studies that involve evaluating experimental online services and technologies. The studies they describe always offer unusually high compensation, always involve accessing specialized websites, and always require comprehensive confidentiality about the research process. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are participating in legitimate market research, while actually providing intelligence and feedback that helps improve criminal online operations targeting vulnerable users. I need to tell someone about this. even if no one believes me, even if it sounds completely mad. I've carried it around for 18 months now, and the weight of it is destroying me. Every time I see a missing person poster, every time there's a news story about someone who's vanished, I wonder if they found the same thing I did, if they're gone because of it. I was living in Norwich then, working as a dental hygienist. My life was predictable in that comfortable way that makes you feel safe but slightly dead inside. Same patients every 6 months, same conversations about flossing, same walk home along the river. I'd been single for about 2 years after a relationship that ended badly, and I'd gotten used to my own company, maybe too used to it. The dark web wasn't something I'd ever planned to explore, but after a documentary about online privacy, I got curious about what was actually on there. Spent a weekend learning how to access it safely, or as safely as you can access something inherently unsafe. I expected drugs, weapons, all the stuff you hear about. What I found was mostly just boring. Dead sites, broken links, things written in languages I didn't understand. But then I found something called the service. It was just a simple page with a search bar. No explanation, no about section, nothing to indicate what you were supposed to search for. I tried a few random words. Nothing came up. Tried some names of celebrities, thinking maybe it was one of those sites that leaked personal information. Still nothing. Then, out of boredom more than anything, I typed in my own name. One result appeared, a link with just my name and a string of numbers after it. My finger hovered over the mouse for a long time before I clicked it. The page that loaded was bizarrely mundane. It looked like a basic profile. My name, my age, my address in Norwich, a recent photo that looked like it had been taken on the street without my knowledge, my place of work, my regular coffee shop, the gym I'd just joined but barely used, even my bloody Netflix viewing history somehow. Below all this information was a single line of text. Service available. There was a button next to it. Submit request. I should have closed it immediately. Should have shut the laptop and pretended I'd never seen it. But there was something so specifically threatening about that phrase. Service available. What service? Available to whom? I went back and searched other names. People I knew. My ex-boyfriend came up. Same format. Personal details, recent photo, that same line about service being available. My colleague, Rachel. My neighbor from 2 doors down. My cousin in Sheffield. Everyone I searched for had a profile, but not everyone had service available written on theirs. Some said service in progress. Others said service complete. Rachel said service complete. This bothered me because Rachel had been acting strange lately. She'd called in sick for 2 weeks, then come back seeming different, jumpy, kept checking her phone. Wouldn't eat lunch with us anymore, just sat in her car. I'd assumed she was going through something personal. I searched for more names, people I knew less well. The man who ran the corner shop near my flat, service in progress. A woman from my gym who'd suddenly stopped coming, service complete. My previous neighbor who'd moved away very suddenly last year, service complete. A pattern was forming that made my hands shake as I typed. I went back to my own profile and really studied it this time. The photo was recent, maybe 2 or 3 weeks old. I was wearing the new coat I'd bought in October. The information was current too, including the gym I'd only joined the previous month. Someone was keeping this updated. Below the submit request button, in tiny text I'd missed before, was a link that said view completed services. I clicked it. It was a gallery of some kind. Hundreds of profiles, but these were different. Each one had before and after sections. The before showed people like my profile, normal information, recent photos, daily routines. The after sections were what made me run to the bathroom to be sick. Some showed people who'd clearly been beaten, bruised faces, broken bones, fear in their eyes. Others showed people in what looked like captivity. Basement rooms, mattresses on floors, chains. But the worst ones, the ones that haunt me, were the ones that showed nothing. Just the word relocated under the after section. I recognized some faces. People from Norwich who'd gone missing over the past few years. A teenager who'd vanished walking home from school. A man who'd left for work and never arrived. They were all here, all marked as service complete. I went back to Rachel's profile with growing dread. Her after section showed her in what looked like a warehouse, sitting on a chair, staring at nothing. The photo was dated 2 weeks ago when she'd been off sick, but she was back at work now. She was fine, wasn't she? The next day at work, I couldn't stop watching her. She seemed normal enough, if quieter than usual. But then I noticed something, a small scar on her neck that hadn't been there before. The way she flinched when anyone walked behind her, how she kept touching her wrist, like checking something was still there. During lunch, when she went to her car as usual, I followed. Watched from a distance as she sat in the driver's seat, not eating, not looking at her phone, just sitting. Then I saw her sleeve ride up. Bruises, dark ones, the kind that come from being held down. I wanted to talk to her, ask if she was okay, but how could I? How could I explain what I knew without admitting I'd been looking at her profile on some horrific, dark website? That night, I went back to the service. I needed to understand what this was, who was running it, what the submit request button actually did. This time, I noticed something new, a small counter in the corner of the main page. Active services, 47. I refreshed the page. Active services, 48. Someone, somewhere, had just submitted a request. I searched frantically through profiles of people I knew, looking for who'd just been marked. Found him after 20 minutes of searching. My ex-boyfriend's best friend, someone who'd always hated me, blamed me for the breakup. His status had changed from service available to service in progress. 3 days later, he was in the hospital. Supposedly a mugging gone wrong, but nothing was stolen. Both his legs were broken. He couldn't remember what happened, just waking up in an alley behind his flat. I checked the service. His status, service complete. That's when I understood. This wasn't just surveillance or stalking. This was a marketplace for violence. Submit a request on someone and something would happen to them. Beating, kidnapping, worse. All presented like ordering a pizza online. I tried to find out more about how it worked. Who was doing the actual violence? How people even knew this site existed. But the deeper I dug, the more frightened I became. Because I started recognizing patterns in the completed services. The man who ran the corner shop, his completed service corresponded with his competition. Another shop owner 3 streets over, having their status changed to service available the same day. Like it was payment, the woman from my gym, her ex-husband's status, had changed to service available the day after hers went to complete. It was a trade. Do something to someone, and you earned the right to have something done to someone else. I stopped sleeping, stopped going to work, just sat in my flat refreshing the service, watching the counter go up. Active services, 52, 53, 54. Then my own status changed. Service in progress. I ran. Packed nothing, just got in my car and drove. Stayed in different hotels every night, paid cash for everything, threw away my phone. But I couldn't resist checking the service from internet cafes. My status stayed the same for 2 weeks. Service in progress. Then, nothing. it went back to service available, like someone had cancelled the request. Or maybe they just couldn't find me. I've never been back to Norwich. I live in Scotland now, different name, different job, always looking over my shoulder. I check the service sometimes when I can't help myself. It's still there, still active. The counter keeps going up. My old profile is still there too, with my Norwich address, my old job, photos from 2 years ago. Service available. But there's a new profile now, with my new name, my Scottish address, a photo from last month. Service available. I've thought about going to the police so many times. But with what evidence? Screenshots from an illegal website, stories about people I can't prove are connected. And more importantly, if the service is real, if there really are people out there fulfilling these requests, what happens if I become too much of a problem? There's something else I haven't told anyone. Last month, I saw my sister's profile appear for the first time. She lives in Bristol, has 2 kids, a normal life. Her status, service available, and right below it, that button. Submit request. Sometimes, late at night, I think about it, about who marked me, who wanted something done to me badly enough to do something to someone else first. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I think about my sister's profile, about how easy it would be to click that button, about who I'd have to hurt to keep her safe. The service is still there, still growing. Every day, more profiles, more services in progress, more people who have no idea they're on a list, available for violence at the click of a button. Every missing person, every unexplained assault, every sudden disappearance, I wonder if they're part of it. I wonder how many people know about it, how many have used it, how many have traded violence for violence, hurt for hurt. And I wonder when my status will change again, when someone, somewhere, will decide I'm worth the trade, when service in progress will appear next to my name again. Only this time, I might not see it coming. I should probably mention up front that I've always been terrible at keeping secrets, so writing this down feels like a massive mistake, but I need to get it out of my head somehow. The whole thing started when my mum called me at university in Newcastle, worried because she hadn't heard from my gran in over a week. Gran lived alone in a little terraced house in Sunderland and usually phoned every few days, but she'd gone completely silent. Mum was stuck at work and couldn't drive up to check on her until the weekend, so she asked if I could pop round after lectures. It seemed like a simple enough favour. Just knock on the door, make sure Gran was all right, maybe stay for a cup of tea and listen to her complain about the neighbours. The sort of family obligation that takes an hour out of your day and makes everyone feel better. But when I got to Grand Street that Thursday afternoon, her house was completely dark and there was a pile of uncollected posts behind the front door. I rang the bell and knocked repeatedly, but got no response. The curtains were drawn tight, and I couldn't see any signs of life inside. I was starting to worry that something serious had happened when I noticed a man watching me from across the street. He was standing by a white van, pretending to check his phone, but clearly keeping an eye on what I was doing at Gran's house. When I looked directly at him, he walked over and introduced himself as someone from the council's Adult Social Services Department. He explained that they'd received reports about an elderly resident who might need assistance, and he was there to conduct a welfare check. The timing seemed like more than coincidence. I just arrived to check on my Gran, and a social worker happened to be doing the same thing at exactly the same moment. But his identification looked legitimate, and he seemed genuinely concerned about Gran's well-being. He suggested we try to gain entry together to make sure she was safe. He had protocols for accessing properties when there were genuine welfare concerns, and my presence as a family member would help ensure everything was done properly. That should have been when I insisted on calling my mum first, or asked to see more formal identification, or just walked away entirely. But I was genuinely worried about Gran, and this seemed like the fastest way to find out if she was all right. The social worker had tools for gaining entry without causing damage, and within a few minutes, we were inside Gran's house. It was immediately obvious that she hadn't been home for several days. Stale air, unopened mail, food going off in the kitchen. But the house didn't show signs of any emergency or struggle. Gran's belongings were all in their normal places. Her medication was still in the bathroom cabinet, and there were no obvious indications of what might have happened to her. The social worker seemed particularly interested in Gran's personal documents and financial paperwork. He spent considerable time looking through drawers and filing cabinets, claiming he needed to check for information about her care arrangements or emergency contacts. He also took detailed photographs of different rooms, explaining that documentation was required for welfare check reports and that the images would help other professionals assess Gran's living situation and support needs. Something about his behavior was starting to make me uncomfortable, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly what seemed wrong. He was thorough and professional, asking appropriate questions about Gran's routine and health concerns. But he was also gathering much more information than seemed necessary for a basic welfare check. Personal financial documents, details about her daily schedule, even observations about security arrangements and valuable items in the house. When I suggested that we should contact police about Gran's apparent disappearance, the social worker discouraged immediate reporting. He explained that elderly people often made unexpected changes to their routines, and that filing missing person reports prematurely could cause unnecessary alarm and waste police resources. He suggested waiting another day or two to see if Gran returned home naturally, while he conducted follow-up inquiries through official channels that might locate her more efficiently than police investigations. That advice seemed reasonable at the time, but looking back, it was probably designed to delay any official involvement in Gran's disappearance while giving him time to complete whatever he was really doing in her house. I left that afternoon thinking I'd done everything possible to check on Gran's safety and that proper authorities were handling the situation through appropriate channels. But over the next few days, I started having doubts about the encounter. When I tried to contact the Social Services Department to follow up on their welfare check, I couldn't find any record of the officer I'd met or any scheduled visits to Gran's address. The phone number on the identification he'd shown me led to a generic voicemail system that didn't identify any specific department or organization. When I tried to report my concerns to the main council office, they had no knowledge of any welfare checks being conducted in Gran's area. I realized that the man I'd helped gain entry to Gran's house probably wasn't a legitimate social worker at all. I'd assisted a stranger in conducting what was essentially a burglary, providing family authorization for someone to access property and information they had no right to examine. But understanding that I'd been deceived didn't immediately clarify what had actually happened to Gran, or why someone had wanted access to her house and personal documents. When I finally convinced my mum to report Gran as missing, the police investigation revealed that she'd been admitted to hospital several days earlier after collapsing while out shopping. When she was found, she had been unconscious and had no identification with her, which prevented the hospital from contacting her family members immediately. Gran was recovering well, but the timing meant that her house had been empty and vulnerable during exactly the period when the fake social worker had gained access with my unwitting assistance. Someone had been monitoring Gran's situation carefully enough to know when she'd be absent from her home. and had used that opportunity to conduct systematic search of her property while maintaining the pretense of official welfare concern. The detailed photographs and personal information gathering suggested they'd been looking for specific items or intelligence rather than just conducting a random burglary. They'd wanted access to Gran's financial records, personal documents, and security arrangements for reasons that went beyond simple theft. When I tried to research whether other elderly people in the area had experienced similar fake welfare checks, I found scattered reports of supposed social workers and health visitors who had gained access to properties under false pretenses. Most victims had been elderly people living alone who were dealing with health problems or family concerns that made them vulnerable to official-sounding offers of assistance and support. The fake officials were systematic and professional, using legitimate-looking identification and appropriate terminology to convince both elderly residents and family members that their visits were authorized and necessary. But the real purpose seemed to be gathering intelligence about elderly people's circumstances, financial situations, and security arrangements that could be used for subsequent criminal targeting. The operation was sophisticated enough to coordinate monitoring of individual elderly people, timing of fake welfare visits, and recruitment of unwitting accomplices like family members who could provide legitimate-seeming authorization for property access. I'd been used as cover for what was essentially organized reconnaissance against my own grandmother, providing the family presence needed to make the fake welfare check appear legitimate and authorized. But the most disturbing aspect was realizing that this was probably happening to elderly people across the region, with fake officials systematically gathering intelligence about vulnerable individuals who could be targeted for various forms of exploitation. The criminals were using people's genuine concern for elderly relatives to facilitate their own access to properties and personal information, turning family care instincts into tools for criminal targeting. Meanwhile, the intelligence they'd gathered from Gran's house was probably being used to plan future crimes against her, or being sold to other criminals who specialized in targeting elderly victims with specific vulnerabilities. I'd inadvertently provided criminals with everything they needed to systematically exploit my grandmother while thinking I was helping ensure her safety and well-being. The fake welfare check had been so convincing that I'd never questioned whether the man's authority was legitimate, and by the time I realized I'd been deceived, the damage was already done. Gran recovered fully from her hospital stay, but I never told her or my mum about the fake social worker I'd helped gain access to her house. The knowledge that I'd facilitated what was essentially preparation for crimes against my own grandmother was too disturbing to share with family members who trusted me to protect rather than endanger her. But I remained concerned about what use might eventually be made of the intelligence that had been gathered about Gran's circumstances, and whether the fake welfare check operation was continuing to target other elderly people whose families could be manipulated into providing unwitting assistance for criminal reconnaissance. The guilt about my role in facilitating the fake welfare check was compounded by the realization that I probably wouldn't recognize similar deception if it happened again, and that my willingness to trust official seeming authority could be exploited to harm people I cared about. When Gran mentioned a few weeks later that she'd been receiving unusually persistent calls from companies offering home security services, financial advice, and healthcare products, I knew the intelligence gathered during the fake welfare check was already being used to target her for various forms of exploitation. My brother Danny used to collect coincidences, not deliberately. He just had this habit of pointing out when things lined up in ways that seemed too convenient to be random. like when his favorite band announced a concert on his birthday, or when the book he needed for a school project turned up in a charity shop the same day he got the assignment. He'd get this look on his face, half suspicious and half delighted, as if he'd caught the universe playing a trick on him. I've never been the type to believe in coincidences, but I am now. I've learned that sometimes what looks like pure chance is actually something much more deliberate, much more planned than you could ever imagine. And sometimes curiosity about the wrong thing can make you part of someone else's design without you ever realizing it. This is about my younger brother Danny. He was 15 when it happened, the kind of lad who spent most of his time online but wasn't particularly tech savvy. Just a normal teenager who played games, watched videos, and got into arguments on forums about things that didn't really matter. He lived with our mum in Nottingham after our parents split, and I'd see him every other weekend when he'd come to stay with me in Sheffield. He was always curious about things he wasn't supposed to know about. Not in a rebellious way. He just wanted to understand how the world actually worked. The trouble started when he read something online about hidden parts of the internet where you could find things that weren't available on normal websites, not just pirated content, but genuinely disturbing material that existed in spaces most people never knew about. During the summer holidays, he started researching these hidden networks, following links from one forum to another, slowly building an understanding of how to access parts of the internet that required special software. His first attempts were unsuccessful, mostly leading to dead links, but he persisted with that teenage conviction that there were secrets being kept from him. When he finally managed to access these hidden networks, most of what he found was disappointing. Defunct marketplaces, conspiracy forums, websites selling things he had no interest in. But he kept exploring, going deeper into increasingly obscure corners. The content became progressively stranger and more disturbing, moving from simple illegality into areas that made him genuinely uncomfortable. Yet something compelled him to continue. The breakthrough came when he found a forum dedicated to discussing live content. Users shared links and recommendations with the casual tone of people discussing television programs, rating what they'd seen, and making requests for specific types of content. Reading through these discussions, he began to understand that what he'd initially dismissed as internet mythology might actually exist. The sites themselves were primitive but functional. Basic interfaces, poor video quality, minimal features, but they worked well enough to stream content that was clearly authentic rather than professionally produced fiction. What he found most unsettling was how organized it all seemed despite the amateur presentation. There were schedules, regular programming, someone coordinating activities across multiple streams. The forums contained discussions about how participants were recruited and managed. The process seemed to start with identifying vulnerable individuals through social media and gaming platforms, gradually building trust before making direct contact. Reading these discussions made him increasingly uncomfortable, but also more fascinated. Part of him knew he should stop, that he was seeing things no 15-year-old should see, but another part couldn't look away. What really caught his attention were the references to operations in the UK. Users shared information about potential targets and opportunities across different regions, including areas he recognized. The discussions about recruitment were particularly detailed. Users traded advice on social media monitoring, techniques for initiating contact, methods for gradually escalating involvement. He started noticing patterns in his own online activities that matched what he'd read about target identification. Gaming platforms, where he'd made friends with people he'd never met. social media interactions with accounts that seemed designed to gather personal information, and messages from users who showed unusual interest in his daily routine and family situation. The realization that he might have accidentally identified himself as a potential target was genuinely frightening. His exploration of these networks would have left digital traces. His interest in the content would have been noted, and his online behavior would have been analyzed for vulnerabilities. By investigating their world, he'd made himself visible to people who specialized in exploitation. The direct contact began through private messages on one of the forums. Someone had been observing his posts and wanted to share more exclusive content that wasn't available in the public areas. The approach was gradual and friendly, presenting the interaction as a privilege rather than something that should raise suspicion. For a moment, he hesitated. Something about the message felt too convenient, too perfectly timed. But curiosity won out over caution, as it always seemed to with him. The private content was significantly more disturbing than what he'd seen in the open forums. Higher production values, more organized presentation, material that suggested the operators had serious resources and locations. Over several weeks, the private conversations became more personal. His contact showed interest in his life, his location, his family situation, and his daily routines. The questions were subtle and spread across multiple conversations, but collectively they built a detailed picture of his circumstances and vulnerabilities. The turning point came when his contact offered to arrange a meeting. Not dramatic or obviously threatening, just a suggestion that he might be interested in seeing how these operations actually worked, perhaps even contributing in some way. The proposal was presented as an opportunity rather than a demand, something that should feel exciting rather than dangerous. By this point, his judgment seemed completely compromised. The weeks of exposure to increasingly extreme content had normalized things that should have been immediately recognized as dangerous. His contact had skillfully managed the progression from curious observer to potential participant, using techniques that had clearly been refined through experience. The meeting was arranged for a weekend when he was supposed to be staying with me in Sheffield. Instead of taking the usual train, he was to meet his contact at a service station just outside Nottingham. The location was public enough to feel safe but isolated enough for privacy. Exactly the sort of place that would appear in the recruitment discussions he'd read. I didn't know any of this was happening. As far as I was concerned, he was coming to stay as usual, maybe arriving a bit later than normal, but nothing that seemed worth questioning. Our mum dropped him at the train station that Saturday morning, and we expected him to arrive in Sheffield by early afternoon. When he didn't turn up, we initially assumed he'd missed his connection or decided to meet friends instead. Teenagers don't always follow plans exactly, and he wasn't particularly reliable about keeping people informed of his movements. It wasn't until evening that we started to worry seriously. The police were helpful, but not particularly concerned at first. A 15-year-old missing for less than 24 hours wasn't unusual, especially during school holidays when kids often made spontaneous plans with friends. They took details and assured us they'd investigate, but their tone suggested this would resolve itself quickly. His phone was switched off, his social media accounts showed no recent activity, and none of his friends had heard from him since the previous evening. The complete silence was unusual for someone who normally maintained constant online contact with various people throughout the day. The investigation revealed that he'd never boarded the train to Sheffield. CCTV from the station showed him leaving the building shortly after our mum had dropped him off, walking towards the car park rather than the platforms. After that, the trail went cold completely. Police found his online activities eventually, but understanding what they meant required technical expertise that took time to arrange. By the time they'd pieced together his exploration of hidden networks and identified his contact, weeks had passed, and any physical evidence had long since disappeared. The forums he'd been using went offline shortly after his disappearance. Not just the specific sites he'd visited, but entire sections of the network seemed to shut down and relocate. Whether this was coincidental timing or a deliberate response to increased attention was impossible to determine. His contact's identity proved impossible to trace. The account had been carefully constructed to avoid revealing any genuine personal information, using technical methods that made investigation extremely difficult. The conversations they'd had contained no references to real locations or identifiable details. 6 months later, we're still waiting for answers that will probably never come. His disappearance has been classified as suspected abduction, but there's no evidence of who might be responsible or where he might have been taken. Sometimes I wonder if his curiosity was genuinely random, or if he was deliberately guided towards those networks by people who were already watching for suitable targets. The coincidence of him discovering exactly the right forums, connecting with exactly the right person, and being offered exactly the opportunity that would appeal to his personality seems almost too convenient to be accidental. I think about the techniques they described for identifying and approaching targets, the systematic way they built trust before making their move. Everything that happened to him followed patterns that were discussed openly in those forums, as if his entire experience was just another implementation of proven methods. His initial discovery might not have been accidental at all. His online activities could have been monitored and guided. His curiosity deliberately cultivated by people who specialized in recruiting vulnerable individuals. That's why I believe in coincidence now. Not because things happen randomly, but because recognizing patterns helps you see when they might be something more deliberate. Danny used to collect coincidences like they were treasures. Now I wonder if he became one himself. I wish I'd thrown that recipe card away the moment I realized it wasn't for anything you'd actually want to eat. It was tucked inside a cookbook I'd bought from a charity shop. One of those massive family recipe collections from the 1970s that promised to feed a household for about 50 pence per meal. Perfect for a student budget, and exactly the sort of thing you'd expect to find in a help-the-aged shop for a couple of quid. The recipe card was handwritten on proper index cardstock, the kind people used before everything went digital. Someone had taken real care with it, writing out ingredients and instructions in neat handwriting that looked like it belonged to someone who took cooking seriously. But the recipe itself was strange. It was for something called compliance cookies, which wasn't a name I recognized, and the ingredient list included items that definitely weren't meant for baking. Things like pharmaceutical compounds with complex chemical names, and instructions for precise measurements that seemed more suited to a laboratory than a kitchen. At first, I assumed it was someone's idea of a joke recipe, or maybe notes from a chemistry student who'd been using recipe cards for study materials. But the more I looked at it, the more detailed and professional it appeared. The instructions weren't written like a joke. They included specific timing requirements, temperature controls, and even warnings about handling certain ingredients safely. Someone had clearly tested this recipe multiple times and refined the process based on actual results. Most concerning were the notes written in the margins about dosage calculations based on body weight and expected effects on different types of people. These weren't cooking notes. They were instructions for administering controlled substances to unwitting victims through food. I tried to research some of the chemical compounds mentioned in the recipe and found that several were pharmaceutical drugs that could cause serious behavioral changes if consumed without medical supervision. Others appeared to be industrial chemicals that had no legitimate use in food preparation. The recipe was essentially a guide for drugging people without their knowledge or consent, disguised as baking instructions that could be easily overlooked or dismissed as harmless cooking experiments. But finding this recipe card raised disturbing questions about who had created it and what they'd been planning to do with these so-called compliance cookies. I decided to look more carefully through the cookbook to see if there were other unusual recipe cards or notes that might provide context for what I'd discovered. What I found were several more handwritten cards tucked between pages, all containing similar recipes for foods and drinks that included pharmaceutical or chemical additives designed to affect people's behavior or cognitive function. Someone had been systematically developing methods for administering various drugs through normal food and beverages, with detailed instructions for preparation and dosage that suggested extensive testing and refinement. The recipes covered everything from mild sedatives that could make people compliant and suggestible, to more serious compounds that could cause unconsciousness or memory problems that would prevent victims from recalling what had happened to them. But most disturbing was that these weren't theoretical experiments. The margin notes included observations about how different people had responded to various formulations, with adjustments made based on real-world testing of these dangerous recipes. Someone had been using these recipes to drug actual people, documenting the results and continuously improving their methods based on observed effects on unwitting victims. I was holding evidence of systematic poisoning that had probably been used to facilitate serious crimes against people who had no idea they were being chemically incapacitated. When I tried to research whether similar recipe cards or instruction sets were available through other sources, I found myself following links to hidden websites that specialized in providing exactly this type of criminal instruction. The sites contained extensive libraries of recipes and techniques for administering various drugs through food and drinks, with detailed information about sources for ingredients, preparation methods, and strategies for avoiding detection. The communities using these sites shared experiences and improvements, treating systematic poisoning as a collaborative hobby where people could learn from each other's successes and mistakes. But most shocking was discovering that the charity shop cookbook wasn't an isolated case. These recipe collections were deliberately distributed through second-hand bookshops, charity sales, and other channels where they could be discovered by people who might be interested in their contents. The recipes were being spread systematically, with experienced practitioners using anonymous distribution methods to share their techniques with potential new users who were seeking ways to gain control over other people through chemical means. I realized that charity shops and second-hand bookstores were being used as distribution networks for criminal instruction materials, with dangerous recipe collections hidden among normal cooking books, where they could be found by people looking for exactly this type of information. But the casual way these materials were being distributed suggested that systematic drugging was much more common than I'd ever imagined, with established communities of people who regularly use these techniques against unsuspecting victims. The professional quality and extensive testing notes indicated that these weren't amateur experiments, but refined criminal methods that had been developed and perfected through extensive real-world application. People were being systematically drugged in restaurants, social situations, and domestic environments by individuals who had access to detailed instructions for chemical incapacitation that had been tested and proven effective against unwitting victims. But proving the criminal nature of these recipe cards would be complicated, since they were presented as unusual cooking instructions rather than explicit guides for drugging people. The chemical compounds mentioned in the recipes could potentially have legitimate uses, and the format made them appear like eccentric culinary experiments rather than systematic poisoning instructions. Meanwhile, the distribution system was probably continuing to spread these dangerous recipes through charity shops and second-hand bookstores, making them available to anyone who was looking for methods to chemically control other people. The recipe cards I'd found were just a small sample of criminal instruction materials that were being circulated through channels that appeared completely innocent and legitimate. But the most troubling realization was that the people creating and distributing these recipes were probably still active, continuing to develop new methods and test them on unwitting victims who would never realize they'd been systematically poisoned. The extensive margin notes and refinement instructions suggested ongoing criminal activity that was being documented and shared to help other people become more effective at drugging their intended targets. I never reported the recipe cards to police, partly because explaining how I'd found them would be difficult, and partly because the evidence was ambiguous enough that prosecution would be challenging without specific victims or witnessed crimes. But I remained disturbed by the knowledge that systematic poisoning instructions were being casually distributed through second-hand book channels, and that the people responsible were probably continuing to refine and share their techniques with growing communities of individuals who used chemical incapacitation as a regular method for controlling others. The cookbook I'd bought for student budget meal planning had instead provided insight into criminal activities that were probably happening much more frequently than anyone realized, with victims who would never understand why they'd experience unexplained drowsiness, memory problems, or behavioral changes in social situations where they should have felt safe. Every time I ate food prepared by other people or accepted drinks in social situations, I found myself wondering whether I was consuming something that contained more than the listed ingredients, and whether the people serving food and drinks had access to recipe cards that weren't designed for normal culinary purposes. When I eventually moved house and donated books to charity shops, I made sure to flip through every cookbook and recipe collection first, checking for handwritten cards that might contain instructions for activities that had nothing to do with legitimate cooking. The lecture notes on the USB stick I discovered in the university library weren't from any course I'd ever heard of. I was hunting for a power socket in the back corner of the university library when I spotted it plugged into an outlet behind one of the desks. Someone had obviously been charging it and forgotten to take it with them when they left. Happens all the time. Students are constantly losing phones, chargers, and memory sticks around campus. I unplugged it thinking I'd hand it in at the front desk, but curiosity got the better of me first. The stick was unlabeled and looked fairly new, so I figured I'd have a quick look to see if there were any files that might help identify the owner. Maybe a name in a document or assignment header that would let me return it directly. When I plugged it into my laptop, the drive contained several folders organized by what appeared to be academic subjects: psychology, sociology, medicine, standard university course materials. But when I opened the psychology folder, the content wasn't anything I recognized from the curriculum. The files were lecture notes and research papers, but the topics were disturbing. Documents about psychological manipulation techniques, studies on breaking down mental resistance, even what appeared to be instruction manuals for inducing specific types of trauma responses in test subjects. I assumed it must be postgraduate research materials, maybe someone studying forensic psychology or criminal behavior analysis. Dark topics, but legitimate academic subjects that would require understanding how psychological harm was inflicted in order to treat or prevent it, But as I looked through more files, the content became increasingly practical and detailed. Not theoretical analysis of psychological manipulation, but step-by-step guides for actually implementing these techniques against real people. The sociology folder contains similar material focused on social isolation tactics, methods for cutting people off from support systems, and strategies for making individuals dependent on specific handlers or controllers. Again, presented in academic language, but with practical applications that seemed designed for actual use rather than theoretical study. Most disturbing was the medicine folder, which contained detailed information about pharmaceutical compounds that could be administered without detection, dosage calculations for different body weights, and instructions for recognizing and managing various types of drug-induced behavioral changes. The documents were professionally written and extensively referenced, but they read more like training manuals for criminal activities than legitimate academic research. Someone had compiled comprehensive guides for psychological manipulation, social control, and chemical incapacitation disguised as university study materials. I started checking the file properties and metadata to understand more about where these documents had come from and who might have created them. Most showed creation dates within the past few months, and several contained revision histories suggesting they were actively maintained and updated. But there were no identifying details about the author or institution. The files were carefully sanitized to remove any information that might trace them back to specific individuals or organizations. When I tried to research some of the reference studies and publications mentioned in the documents, I found that while many were real academic papers, they were being cited in ways that distorted their original findings and conclusions. Legitimate research about trauma recovery was being misrepresented to support techniques for inflicting psychological damage. Medical studies about pharmaceutical effects were being reframed as instructions for drugging people without consent. Academic work was being systematically corrupted to create guides for criminal activity. The USB drive wasn't just study material someone had forgotten. It was a comprehensive training curriculum for people learning to manipulate, control, and harm others using supposedly scientific methods. But I had no idea whether the person who'd lost it was a student researching these topics for legitimate academic purposes, or someone actively involved in activities that required this type of specialized knowledge. The location where I'd found the drive didn't provide any obvious clues. That section of the library was used by students from multiple departments, and anyone could have been working there and accidentally left the USB stick behind. I considered reporting the find to university security or police, but explaining the content would require admitting that I'd accessed files that might be evidence of criminal activity. Without knowing whether the materials were connected to ongoing crimes or just disturbing academic research, reporting them might create problems for innocent people while failing to prevent actual harm. But keeping the drive felt equally problematic. If the materials were being used to plan or commit serious crimes against real victims, failing to report them might mean allowing preventable harm to continue. I decided to research whether similar training materials were available through other sources, hoping to understand whether this was an isolated collection or part of a larger pattern of criminal instruction sharing. That research led me to hidden websites that specialized in providing exactly these types of educational resources. Comprehensive training programs for people who wanted to learn psychological manipulation, social control, and chemical incapacitation techniques. The materials on the USB drive weren't unique. They were part of systematic educational offerings designed to train people in methods for harming others while avoiding detection or accountability. The courses were professionally structured and extensively detailed, covering everything from basic psychological pressure tactics to advanced pharmaceutical manipulation. Students could progress through different skill levels, receive updated materials, and even access practical training opportunities. Most disturbing was that the program specifically targeted university students and recent graduates, recruiting people who had academic backgrounds that would make them effective at applying psychological and medical knowledge for criminal purposes. The training wasn't just theoretical. It included practical assignments where students were expected to test techniques on real people and report back on the effectiveness of different approaches. I realized that whoever had lost the USB drive was probably participating in an organized criminal training program that was systematically teaching people to harm others using supposedly scientific methods. But the educational materials were just one part of a larger operation that included practical application opportunities. Students who completed the training programs were connected with people who could provide targets for practicing their newly acquired skills. The psychological manipulation, social control, and chemical incapacitation techniques weren't being taught for academic interest. They were professional development for people planning to participate in serious crimes against vulnerable victims. The university environment provided perfect cover for this type of criminal education. Students regularly accessed disturbing academic content, participated in psychological research, and studied medical topics that would seem suspicious in other contexts. People learning to manipulate and harm others could blend seamlessly into legitimate academic communities while developing skills that would eventually be used against innocent people who had no idea they were being systematically targeted. But identifying specific participants in these training programs would be nearly impossible without inside knowledge of the recruitment and education processes. The materials were designed to be shared discreetly among trusted individuals who had demonstrated commitment to the criminal applications. Meanwhile, the training programs were probably continuing to recruit new students and develop increasingly sophisticated methods for psychological manipulation, social control, and chemical incapacitation that could be used against growing numbers of victims. The USB drive I'd found was evidence of systematic criminal education that was almost certainly being used to facilitate ongoing harm against people who had no idea they were being targeted by individuals with specialized training in exploitation techniques. But proving the connection between the educational materials and specific crimes would require much more comprehensive investigation than I could undertake safely on my own. I never returned the USB drive to the library or attempted to identify its owner. Instead, I destroyed it and tried to forget about the disturbing training materials I'd discovered. But the knowledge that such comprehensive criminal education was being conducted through apparently legitimate academic channels made me constantly aware of how vulnerable everyone was to manipulation by people who had learned to weaponize psychological and medical knowledge against unsuspecting victims. The week after I destroyed the drive, I noticed someone had been asking around the library about a lost USB stick, providing descriptions that matched exactly what I'd found and offering a substantial reward for its return. I've always been someone who says yes to small favors without thinking too hard about it. Not because I'm particularly generous, more that it's easier than making excuses. If someone asks for something that won't cost me much time or effort, I'll generally just do it. That tendency has worked out fine over the years, helping friends move, looking after pets, providing references, normal, helpful acts that most people do without incident. I work as a speech and language therapist in Wolverhampton, mostly with children who have communication difficulties. I've been doing it for about 9 years now, working through a clinic that serves several schools in the area I live alone, in a small terrace house, nothing remarkable. The sort of settled but unexciting life that probably describes plenty of people my age. I'd never thought of my willingness to help as a vulnerability. Just a normal part of being reasonably decent. About a year ago, I was contacted by someone claiming to represent a parents' advocacy organization. They'd found my details through the clinic where I work and wanted to ask if I'd be willing to provide a brief testimonial about the importance of early intervention for children with speech delays. They were putting together a campaign to raise awareness and secure better funding for therapy services. And they wanted to include perspectives from professionals working directly with affected families. The request came via email and seemed legitimate enough. The organization's name was something generic but plausible. Parents United for Communication Support, or something similar. The email was professionally written, explained their goals clearly, and the request itself seemed entirely reasonable. They wanted a short video testimonial, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, where I'd talk about the impact that proper therapy can have on children's development and why adequate funding matters. I'm generally skeptical of unsolicited requests, but this one felt appropriate to my role. Advocacy for better therapeutic services is something I genuinely believe in, and the request wasn't asking for anything that seemed problematic. Just my professional opinion about work I do anyway, recorded in a format that could be shared with policymakers or included in awareness campaigns. The sort of thing that many professionals in my field have done at some point. I responded saying I'd be happy to provide a testimonial, and they sent back detailed instructions about what to include and how to record it. They wanted me to speak naturally about my work, mention specific challenges I'd seen families face due to inadequate access to services, and emphasize the difference that early intervention can make. They suggested I record it in my home rather than at the clinic, to make it feel more personal and less formally clinical. The instructions specified that I should introduce myself with my full name and professional role, so viewers would understand my credentials. They wanted me to mention where I worked and how long I'd been practicing, again for credibility. They suggested filming in a comfortable setting, maybe in my living room or somewhere that felt relaxed rather than office-like. The goal was to come across as authentic and personally invested, rather than reading from a script in a professional environment. I spent an evening recording the testimonial according to their guidelines. It took a few attempts to get something I was happy with. Speaking naturally to a camera feels more awkward than you'd expect, and I wanted to sound professional but not overly rehearsed. I talked about working with children who struggle to communicate, the frustration families experience when they can't access adequate support, and the transformative impact that proper therapy can have when it's available early enough. In the final version, I introduced myself by name, mentioned I'd been a speech and language therapist for 9 years, stated where I worked, and spoke for about 3 minutes about the importance of early intervention and proper funding. I filmed it in my living room, as suggested, trying to create the warm personal atmosphere they'd requested. I thought it came across as genuine and professionally credible, the sort of testimonial that might actually be useful for an advocacy campaign. I uploaded the video through a link they'd provided and received a thank you email shortly afterward. They said the testimonial was exactly what they needed and would be included in materials they were preparing for distribution to policymakers and funding bodies. They mentioned my contribution would help make a real difference in securing better services for children like those I worked with. It felt good, honestly. A small effort that might contribute to something meaningful. I didn't think about the testimonial again for several months. It had been a minor thing, an evening's work that I'd done, because it aligned with my professional values, and because saying no would have required more energy than simply doing what they'd asked. The organization never contacted me again, which seemed fine. Presumably, they'd used the testimonial in whatever campaign they'd been planning and moved on. Then, about 6 months after I'd recorded it, a colleague mentioned she'd seen something online that looked like me, but in a context she found confusing. She'd been searching for information about therapeutic services and stumbled across a video featuring someone who looked exactly like me, speaking in my voice, but saying things that didn't quite match what she knew about my work or views. She thought perhaps I'd done an interview she wasn't aware of, but some of the content seemed odd. When she described what she'd seen, I didn't immediately connect it to the testimonial I'd recorded, but something about her description made me uneasy. So I asked her to send me the link if she came across it again. She found it that same afternoon and forwarded it to me with a message saying she'd definitely been right that it was strange. The video she'd found was professionally edited and appeared to be a promotional advertisement for private speech therapy services. It featured footage of me, clearly taken from the testimonial I'd recorded, but edited in ways that completely changed the context and meaning of what I'd said. Individual sentences had been extracted and rearranged, paired with text and imagery that made it seem like I was endorsing a specific private practice and criticizing NHS services. The editing was sophisticated enough that the transitions felt natural if you weren't paying close attention. My voice remained consistent, the visual cuts were smooth, and the overall presentation made it seem like I'd intentionally recorded an endorsement for these private services. Someone watching casually would have no reason to suspect it wasn't genuine, particularly since I'd introduced myself by name and professional credentials exactly as the original instructions had specified. I was immediately angry and disturbed by this misuse of footage I'd provided in good faith. I contacted the parents' advocacy organization using the email address they'd originally reached out from, demanding they remove the edited video and explain how my testimonial had ended up being used for commercial purposes. The email bounced back as undeliverable. I tried searching for the organization online and found nothing. No website, no social media presence, no record of their existence beyond the emails they'd sent me. I reported the misuse to the private practice that appeared to be benefiting from the promotional video. They claimed they'd commissioned the video from a marketing company and had no knowledge that the testimonial wasn't genuine. They removed it from their website, but said they'd pay good money for professional promotional content and were as much victims of deception as I was. That should have been the end of it, an unpleasant experience of being deceived and having my professional credibility misused, but resolved once the immediate misuse was addressed. Except a few weeks later, my colleague found another video featuring the same footage of me, this time edited differently and appearing on a completely unrelated website advertising therapeutic services in a different region. Over the following months, my testimonial footage appeared in dozens of different contexts, sometimes promoting private therapy services, sometimes in advertisements for educational products, occasionally in materials for organizations whose purposes I couldn't even identify. Each time the editing was different, my words rearranged and recontextualized to serve whatever purpose the current user needed. My face and voice, speaking with apparent professional authority, endorsing things I'd never heard of and didn't support. I reported each instance I discovered, but they appeared faster than I could track them. The testimonial footage had clearly been sold or distributed to multiple parties who were using it for various commercial purposes. My introduction, stating my name, professional role, workplace, and credentials, made the footage particularly valuable because viewers would perceive me as a credible authority endorsing whatever product or service was being advertised. Then I received a message from someone claiming they'd found my testimonial footage for sale on the dark web. They were a journalist investigating deceptive marketing practices and had discovered a marketplace where professional testimonial footage was being sold to businesses wanting to create credible-seeming endorsements without actually hiring genuine professionals or seeking authentic testimonials. She showed me the listing where my footage was available. It was on a marketplace organized like a professional stock footage library, with categories for different professions and types of testimonials. My footage was listed under healthcare professionals, described as a genuine speech therapist providing credible endorsement content that could be edited for various purposes. The listing included the raw footage I'd originally recorded, allowing buyers to edit it however they wanted for their specific needs. It emphasized my credentials and authentic presentation, marketing the footage as valuable specifically because I'd introduced myself with real details that made edited versions appear legitimate. The price was substantial, around several £100s for unlimited editing rights, marketed as a bargain compared to hiring an actual professional to record testimonials. The purchase history showed my footage had been bought by over 40 different accounts. 40 separate buyers had paid for the right to edit my testimonial into whatever promotional content suited their purposes. Each one could create unlimited variations, rearranging my words and pairing them with whatever imagery or text advanced their commercial interests. The journalist explained that this type of testimonial farming was increasingly common. Scammers would create fake organizations or causes that sounded legitimate, request testimonials from professionals who wanted to support apparently worthy purposes, then sell the resulting footage on dark web marketplaces to businesses engaged in deceptive advertising. The professionals who'd recorded testimonials rarely discovered the misuse, and when they did, the distributed nature of the content made it nearly impossible to fully address. She'd been investigating after several other professionals contacted her about similar experiences: speech therapists, medical professionals, educators, anyone whose credentials made them valuable endorsers for products or services. All of them had been deceived into recording testimonials for fake organizations, only to have their footage sold and misused extensively. I contacted a solicitor about potential legal action, but the situation was complicated by the distributed nature of the misuse and the difficulty of identifying who was actually responsible. The fake organization that had requested my testimonial didn't exist in any traceable form. The buyers on the dark web marketplace were anonymous. The individual businesses using edited versions of my testimonial could claim they'd purchased what they believed was legitimate promotional content and weren't responsible for the deceptive acquisition. The journalist published an article about testimonial farming that included my story alongside several others. The publicity led to some of the more prominent misuses being removed, but I knew the footage itself still existed in the collections of people who downloaded it before marketplaces were shut down or moved to new locations. My testimonial could still appear in new contexts indefinitely, edited in ways I'd never see and used for purposes I'd never approve of. What made it particularly violating was understanding how the deception had worked. They'd specifically requested I film at home to make it feel personal and authentic, which also meant the footage showed details of my living space. They'd asked me to introduce myself with my full name and credentials to establish credibility, which made edited versions seem authoritative. They'd suggested I speak naturally about my work, which provided hours of raw footage that could be chopped up and rearranged into almost any message they wanted to create. I'd willingly provided everything they needed to create convincing false endorsements of products and services I knew nothing about. My desire to help what I believed was a worthy cause My tendency to say yes to reasonable-sounding requests had been deliberately exploited to turn me into an unknowing spokesperson for commercial interests I'd never chosen to support. The psychological impact went beyond just anger at being deceived. Every time I introduce myself professionally now, every time I speak about my work, I wonder if someone might recognize me from one of the edited testimonials and assume I actually endorse whatever product or service they'd seen me appearing to promote. My professional credibility, which I'd spent years building, had been weaponized without my consent and used in ways that could potentially damage the reputation I depended on. I also think about the 40 unknown buyers who purchased my testimonial footage. Who were they? What products or services did they use my image to promote? How many people saw versions of me endorsing things I'd never heard of, believing I genuinely recorded those testimonials? The journalist's investigation suggested the testimonial farming operation had collected footage from over 200 professionals before being exposed, meaning thousands of deceptive advertisements had been created using stolen credibility. The organization that had originally contacted me was never identified or prosecuted. The marketplace where my footage was sold was shut down, but apparently resurfaced elsewhere shortly afterward. The individual buyers who'd purchased my testimonial remained anonymous, protected by the architecture of dark web transactions that made tracing specific users nearly impossible, without extensive resources and cooperation that rarely materialize it. I'm much more careful now. I question motivations more thoroughly, research organizations more extensively before agreeing to participate in anything. But I also know the damage is already done. My testimonial footage exists in collections I'll never access, potentially still being edited into new promotional content. My face and voice continuing to endorse things I've never agreed to support. That's what I think about now when I see professional testimonials in advertisements. Not whether the person genuinely believes what they're saying, but whether they actually said it at all, whether their footage was stolen through deceptive requests and edited to serve purposes they'd never approved, whether that credible-seeming healthcare professional or educator actually recorded that endorsement, or whether someone like me was tricked into providing raw material that was later manipulated into whatever message served commercial interests. I tried to help what I believed was a worthy cause by recording a simple testimonial about work I genuinely cared about. That willingness to help was systematically exploited to turn me into an unknowing spokesperson for dozens of products and services I'd never endorsed. My professional credibility became a commodity sold to the highest bidders. My face and voice repurposed endlessly for commercial gains I'd never share in, and purposes I'd never chosen. The testimonial footage exists. Somewhere online, my edited image continues appearing in contexts I'll never see, endorsing things I'd never support, speaking words I never said to serve interests I'd never approve of. That's the lasting price of one evening spent trying to help. One small favor that seemed entirely reasonable at the time, but turned out to be exactly the vulnerability someone was looking for. I'd always been competitive with puzzles and problem-solving games, the sort of person who couldn't resist a Sudoku or crossword that others had given up on. My mates used to joke that I should try those online puzzle competitions where people solve increasingly difficult challenges for prize money. But I never thought I was good enough for that level of competition. That changed when I was 25 and unemployed in Leeds, spending most days applying for teaching jobs that never materialized while living off savings that were rapidly dwindling. The job market for history teachers was brutal, and I was starting to consider completely different career paths when something happened that made me realize my puzzle-solving hobby might actually be worth something. I'd been working through some logic problems on a free puzzle website when a message appeared offering access to more challenging content if I was interested in testing my skills against harder material. The invitation seemed automated, probably triggered by my completion time or accuracy rate, but it led to a section of the site I hadn't seen before. The puzzles there were considerably more complex than anything I'd encountered on mainstream puzzle platforms. Not just mathematical problems or logic games, but challenges that required research, pattern recognition across multiple data sources, and the sort of analytical thinking that goes beyond casual entertainment. Some challenges involved analyzing communication patterns in large datasets. Others required identifying connections between seemingly unrelated pieces of information. And a few demanded the kind of systematic investigation that reminded me of historical research methods I'd learned during my degree. The difficulty level was addictive. These weren't puzzles you could solve in a few minutes during a coffee break, but genuine intellectual challenges that required hours of focused analysis and creative problem-solving approaches. More importantly, the platform offered small payments for successfully completing certain challenges. Nothing substantial, but enough to make the time investment feel worthwhile when I wasn't earning anything through conventional job applications. Over several weeks, I worked through increasingly difficult challenges, earning modest amounts that helped offset my unemployment while keeping my analytical skills sharp during a period when I wasn't getting much intellectual stimulation. The challenges gradually shifted from abstract logic problems to tasks that involved analyzing real-world information. Some required researching public records and identifying patterns in business registrations. Others involved tracking information flow through social media platforms or news reporting. The analytical work was genuinely engaging, combining the satisfaction of puzzle solving with research skills that were directly relevant to my historical training. It felt like productive use of my education during a time when my actual qualifications weren't leading to employment opportunities. But as the challenges became more complex and better paid, they also started requiring access to information sources that weren't available through normal internet browsing. The platform provided specialized software that could access databases and information networks that weren't indexed by standard search engines. The research challenges using these alternative information sources were considerably more interesting than anything I'd worked on before. Instead of analyzing sanitized datasets or public information, I was working with raw communication logs, unfiltered social media activity, and comprehensive records that showed how information actually moved through digital networks. The analytical challenges required understanding not just what information was being shared, but how different groups used various platforms to coordinate activities, spread influence, and maintain privacy while conducting business or personal activities. Some challenges focused on identifying key influencers in specific online communities. Others involved mapping relationships between apparently unconnected individuals or organizations, and a few required analyzing the effectiveness of different communication strategies for achieving particular goals. The work was intellectually stimulating and felt like legitimate research that could potentially be valuable for academic or professional purposes. I was developing data analysis skills that might be relevant for future employment, while earning enough to cover basic living expenses. But I also started noticing that some challenges involved analyzing information about people and organizations in Yorkshire, including details about businesses and individuals in Leeds and surrounding areas that I was familiar with from living in the region. The research wasn't focused on abstract or distant subjects, but was systematically analyzing real people and activities in my immediate geographic area. Some challenges required identifying vulnerabilities in local business operations. Others involved mapping social connections between specific individuals, and a few focused on analyzing personal communication patterns that revealed private information about real people's relationships and activities. I realized that my analytical work wasn't contributing to academic research or legitimate business intelligence, but was being used to compile detailed information about Yorkshire residents for purposes that weren't clearly explained. The puzzle-solving platform seemed to be using gamified challenges to recruit people with analytical skills for conducting systematic research into real people's private lives and business activities. When I questioned the purpose of the more invasive research challenges, the platform explained that understanding social and business networks was essential for various legitimate purposes, including market research, academic studies, and security analysis. They assured me that all information was obtained through legal sources and that my analytical work was contributing to legitimate research rather than harmful activities. But the analytical challenges continued becoming more specifically targeted at Yorkshire residents, with increasing focus on gathering detailed intelligence about specific individuals' personal circumstances, business relationships, and private activities. Some challenges required analyzing people's financial situations based on their digital footprints. Others involved identifying personal vulnerabilities that could be exploited for various purposes. And a few focused on mapping family relationships and social connections that could be used to influence or manipulate specific individuals. I started recognizing that the research I was conducting involved some people I knew personally from around Leeds, including detailed analysis of their private communications, business activities, and personal relationships. The puzzle platform wasn't just collecting abstract information about Yorkshire residents, but was systematically profiling real people I encountered in my daily life, using my analytical skills to compile intelligence that could be used for manipulation, harassment, or exploitation. My competitive puzzle-solving hobby had been exploited to recruit me for conducting surveillance research on my own community, with the intellectual satisfaction of challenging analytical work being used to overcome ethical concerns about systematic invasion of privacy. I tried to investigate what was being done with the analytical research I'd been conducting, following the specialized software connections to discover where my intelligence reports were being distributed and used. The investigation led to online communities that operated outside normal internet infrastructure, where detailed personal information about UK residents was being traded and analyzed for various purposes that range from targeted advertising to systematic harassment. The analytical intelligence I'd been providing through puzzle challenges was being used by these communities to develop comprehensive profiles of Yorkshire residents that could be used for financial exploitation, personal manipulation, or coordinated harassment campaigns. Some community participants specialized in using personal intelligence for systematic psychological manipulation of selected targets, while others focused on financial exploitation or identity theft based on detailed knowledge of people's circumstances and vulnerabilities. The research skills I developed through historical training and puzzle solving were being used to facilitate systematic harm to real people in my own community, with the intellectual challenge of analytical work being used to disguise surveillance activities as legitimate research. When I attempted to stop participating in the platform challenges, I discovered that my analytical work had already provided enough intelligence about Yorkshire residents to make withdrawal complicated, without risking exposure of activities I'd inadvertently supported. The platform made it clear that my research contributions had been valuable enough that they preferred continued cooperation, rather than dealing with complications that might arise if I attempted to expose their data collection activities. They suggested that ongoing participation in analytical challenges would be considerably less problematic than attempting to report activities that I'd already provided substantial research support for implementing. The competitive puzzle solving that had seemed like productive use of my analytical skills during unemployment had made me complicit in systematic surveillance activities affecting real people in my own community. I never found safe methods for extracting myself from involvement with the platform, or for warning Yorkshire residents who were being profiled using intelligence I'd helped compile through analytical challenges. The puzzle platform continues operating. The systematic analysis of UK residents continues expanding, and people continue having their personal information collected and distributed through gamified research challenges that exploit competitive instincts and intellectual curiosity. I eventually found teaching work through conventional job applications, but the analytical research I'd conducted during unemployment continues being used to facilitate systematic targeting of Yorkshire residents who have no idea their personal information was collected through puzzle-solving activities. The intellectual challenge that had seemed like productive use of my historical research skills turned out to be recruitment for comprehensive surveillance activities affecting real people in my own community, with competitive puzzle solving being used to overcome ethical resistance to systematic invasion of privacy. My analytical contributions continue being used to harm vulnerable individuals throughout Yorkshire, while the platform continues recruiting unemployed graduates who believe they're developing valuable research skills rather than providing intelligence for systematic exploitation disguised as challenging intellectual work. The first parcel arrived on a Tuesday morning, and I almost didn't accept it because I hadn't ordered anything. I was finishing my third year studying psychology at Manchester, living alone in a studio flat above a chippy on Wilmslow Road, the sort of place where the smell of vinegar soaked into everything and the radiators clanged all night, but it was cheap and walking distance from campus, perfect for a student budget stretched to breaking point. The delivery driver was holding a small brown package about the size of a paperback book, with my name and address printed on a generic white label. No return address, no company logo, nothing to indicate where it had come from. When I told him I hadn't ordered anything, he just shrugged and said it was already paid for, so I might as well take it. Inside was a mobile phone, not a smartphone, just one of those basic Nokia models you'd see in petrol stations, the kind drug dealers supposedly used because they were harder to trace. It was switched on, fully charged, with a single number saved in the contacts list under the name Service. I should have thrown it away immediately, should have reported it to the police, or at least asked my neighbours if they'd received anything similar. Instead, I did what any curious student would do. I Googled the phone's model number and tried to work out where it might have come from. That's how I ended up on the dark web for the first time. One search led to another, and before I knew it, I was reading about anonymous communication methods and untraceable delivery services. The deeper I dug, the more references I found to something called physical drop protocols, ways of getting items to specific people without leaving any digital fingerprints. The phone sat on my desk for 3 days before it rang. I was eating breakfast, scrolling through lecture notes, when the Nokia started buzzing across the wooden surface. The caller ID just showed Service. I stared at it for maybe 10 rings before curiosity got the better of me, and I answered. No one spoke. There was background noise, traffic maybe, or machinery, but no voice. After about 30 seconds, the line went dead. When I tried calling back, it went straight to voicemail. No greeting, just silence, and then the beep. That night, I found the website. It wasn't easy to locate. I'd been browsing hidden sites for hours, following links that led to more links, most of which were broken or led to placeholder pages. But eventually, I stumbled across something called Direct Physical Services, a page with minimal text and a simple contact form. The description was deliberately vague. Something about bridging digital anonymity with real-world requirements and providing discrete solutions for complex delivery needs. There was a phone number listed at the bottom of the page, the same number that was saved in the Nokia's contacts. I spent the next few hours exploring related sites, trying to piece together what this service actually did. From what I could gather, it was some sort of courier operation that specialized in anonymous deliveries. People would request items through the hidden website, pay through untraceable methods, and then receive packages with no identifying information about the sender. Mostly, it seemed to be used for things that weren't quite illegal, but weren't exactly legitimate either. Rare books that might have been stolen from libraries, prescription medications that didn't require prescriptions, personal documents that someone shouldn't have had access to, the kind of grey area transactions that people preferred to keep off the normal internet. But there were darker hints too, references to biological samples and personal effects that suggested the service wasn't limited to simple package delivery. Some of the site's clients seemed to be requesting very specific items from very specific people, as if they had inside knowledge of their target's routines and possessions. The Nokia rang again on Friday evening. This time, when I answered, there was a voice. Male, middle-aged, with a London accent that had been carefully modulated to sound nondescript. He asked if I was satisfied with the service so far. And when I said I didn't understand what service he was referring to, he chuckled softly. He explained that I'd been selected as a distribution point for their operation. Parcels would be delivered to my address, and I would be responsible for passing them on to their final recipients. In exchange, I'd receive a small commission for each successful handover, enough to cover rent for a few months, he suggested. When I started to protest that I hadn't signed up for anything, he cut me off gently. He said my browsing history suggested I'd already shown interest in their services, and my address had been verified as suitable for their requirements. If I wasn't interested in participating, I could simply ignore future deliveries, but the initial phone was mine to keep regardless. Then he hung up, leaving me staring at the Nokia and wondering how anyone could know what websites I'd been visiting. I used the university's internet connection, which should have provided some level of anonymity, but apparently that wasn't enough to stay completely hidden. The second parcel arrived the following Monday. This one was larger, maybe the size of a shoebox, and significantly heavier. The same generic labeling, the same anonymous delivery driver, who seemed surprised when I questioned him about the sender. When I opened it in my flat, I found a collection of items that made no immediate sense together. There was a house key, still warm from being recently cut, a small digital camera, the kind used for security systems, a manila envelope containing what looked like bank statements and utility bills for someone I'd never heard of. And at the bottom, wrapped in tissue paper, was a lock of dark hair tied with a piece of string. The implications were disturbing. Someone had paid to have these items collected and delivered, but the combination suggested something much more invasive than a simple theft. The bank statements were recent, from a Barclays branch in South Manchester. The utility bills covered the same address. The key looked like it belonged to a front door, but it was the hair that really unsettled me. It wasn't the kind you'd get from a hairbrush or a pillow. It had been cut deliberately, all the same length, as if someone had taken it, while the owner was unconscious or restrained. I should have called the police then, should have handed over everything and explained about the phone and the website and the strange service that seemed to be operating out of my address. Instead, I found myself back on the dark web, trying to understand what I'd gotten involved with. The Direct Physical Services website had changed. There were new sections now, accessible only through specific links that hadn't been there before. One was labeled Active Collections and contained a list of items currently being sourced. Most were vague: personal documentation from target residents or biological verification material, but some were terrifyingly specific. One request was for recent photographs from family home, kitchen area preferred. Another wanted clothing items worn within last 48 hours unwashed. There was even a listing for spare house keys copied from originals, North Manchester postcodes only. What made it worse was realizing that some of these requests had completion dates in the past, items that had already been collected and delivered. The parcel sitting on my desk was just one of many that had passed through this network, and I was apparently part of a much larger operation than I'd understood. The phone rang again that evening, but this time I didn't answer. It kept ringing though, every few hours throughout the night. Always the same caller ID, always the same patient buzzing until it reached voicemail. By morning, there were dozens of missed calls logged in the phone's memory. When I finally picked up, the voice was less friendly than before. He asked why I hadn't acknowledged receipt of the second delivery, and when I said I wasn't comfortable with the arrangement, he reminded me that I'd already accepted payment for services rendered. The phone itself was worth more than £50, he pointed out, and keeping it without fulfilling my obligations would constitute theft. More importantly, he added, my address was now registered in their system as an active distribution point. Other clients depended on the reliability of their network, and disappointing them would have consequences that extended beyond simple financial penalties. When I asked what he meant by consequences, he described my daily routine in uncomfortable detail. The time I left for lectures, the route I took to campus, the coffee shop where I usually stopped for lunch. He knew about my part-time job at the campus library, my weekend visits to the Arndale Centre, even the fact that I ordered takeaway from the same Indian restaurant every Thursday night. The message was clear. They'd been watching me long enough to know everything about my life, and that information could be used against me if I decided not to cooperate. The third parcel arrived on Wednesday, and this time I knew I had to get rid of it without looking inside. But curiosity is a dangerous thing, especially when you're already involved in something you don't fully understand. The package was smaller than the others, about the size of a jewelry box, but it was cold to the touch and seemed to contain liquid of some kind. Inside was a small glass vial filled with what looked like blood, dark red, slightly congealed, with a medical label stuck to the side that showed a name and date from just 2 days earlier. There was also a printed sheet with what appeared to be test results, blood type, DNA markers, other medical information that I didn't fully understand, but that looked official and recent. Someone had paid to have blood samples collected and analyzed, then delivered to my address for distribution to a third party. The implications were horrifying. This wasn't just about stealing personal belongings or copying keys. Someone was harvesting biological material from unwilling victims. I tried calling the number on the Nokia to demand an explanation, but it went straight to a recorded message. The voice was the same one I'd spoken to before, but now it was reciting an address in Moss Side and instructing me to deliver the package by 6 o'clock that evening. if I failed to complete the delivery on time, there would be additional charges applied to my account. What account? I'd never agreed to any financial arrangement, never signed any contracts or provided payment information. But apparently, that didn't matter. In their system, I was already committed to seeing this through. The address in Moss Side turned out to be a laundrette, the kind of place that stayed open late and asked no questions about who was washing what. When I arrived with the package, there was a woman waiting by the change machine. Early 30s, nervous looking, constantly checking her watch and glancing towards the door. She approached me as soon as I walked in, asking if I was there for the collection. When I handed over the package, she seemed relieved but also frightened, as if she was expecting something much worse than a small glass vial. She left immediately, without saying anything else. But I noticed she threw the package into a bin outside rather than keeping it. That's when I realized I wasn't the only one caught up in this system. The woman had been just as scared as I was, probably coerced into participating through the same combination of threats and surveillance that had trapped me. We were all just links in a chain that none of us fully understood. The Nokia rang as I was walking back to my flat. This time, the voice was congratulating me on a successful delivery and explaining that my commission would be processed within the next few days. When I asked how they planned to pay me, considering they had no banking information, he laughed and said payment would come in the form of continued personal security. As long as I cooperated with their requests, he explained, I would remain safe from the various unpleasant individuals who use their services. But if I decided to stop participating or involve the authorities, those same individuals would be provided with detailed information about my involvement in their operations. I was trapped. Even if I went to the police, how could I explain my role without admitting to handling stolen property and biological samples? And who would believe that I'd been forced into it by anonymous phone calls and untraceable deliveries? The parcels kept coming after that, usually 1 or 2 per week, always containing items that someone shouldn't have had access to. House keys and alarm codes, medical records and prescription bottles, personal photographs and pieces of jewelry that looked like family heirlooms. Each delivery came with specific instructions about where and when to hand over the package. Sometimes it was normal places, coffee shops, bus stations, shopping centers. But increasingly, it was locations that felt designed to isolate and intimidate. Abandoned buildings, empty car parks, the sorts of places where you wouldn't want to be caught alone at night. The people collecting the packages were getting stranger too. Not just nervous civilians like the woman at the laundrette, but individuals who seemed more comfortable with the criminal aspects of the operation. People who looked at me like they were memorizing my face for future reference. I tried to break the cycle several times, ignoring phone calls, refusing deliveries, even going so far as to leave Manchester for a long weekend to see if distance would make a difference. But they always found ways to bring me back into compliance. When I ignored calls, they started leaving voicemails with increasingly personal information about my family back in Liverpool. When I refused a delivery, the driver simply left the package outside my door where anyone could have taken it. When I left town, I returned to find evidence that someone had been inside my flat. Nothing stolen, just small changes that proved they had access whenever they wanted it. The breaking point came when I received a package that contained my own belongings. It was things from my childhood bedroom at my parents' house, a watch my grandfather had given me, photographs from school trips, even a diary I'd written when I was 14. Items that should have been safely locked away in Liverpool, not sitting in an anonymous parcel delivered to my address in Manchester. The message was unmistakable. They could reach anyone, anywhere, anytime they wanted. My participation wasn't really optional. It was just the illusion of choice designed to make me feel like I had some control over the situation. That was 3 months ago. The deliveries are still coming, and I'm still making the handovers because I don't see any alternative. The commission payments have started arriving too. Always in cash, always left in places where I'm guaranteed to find them. Just enough to make it clear that they're keeping track of my financial situation as closely as everything else. Sometimes I wonder about the other people involved in this network. The drivers who deliver packages without asking questions, the collectors who pick them up without explanation, the clients who pay for services that probably violate dozens of laws. Are they all trapped like I am, or did some of them choose this willingly? What scares me most is how organized it all seems. This isn't some amateur operation run by opportunistic criminals. It's a systematic business with established procedures and reliable infrastructure. The kind of thing that would require serious planning and resources to maintain. And if they can do this to me, a random student who stumbled onto their website by accident, what are they capable of doing to people who actually pose a threat to their operations? I still have the Nokia. It sits on my desk, fully charged, waiting for the next call. Sometimes I think about smashing it, or throwing it away, or just running as far from Manchester as I can get. But I know it wouldn't make any difference. They've got my details now, my routines, my weaknesses, my family connections. Whether I keep cooperating or try to escape, I'll always be part of their system in some way. The worst part is knowing that somewhere out there, other people are receiving their first mysterious parcel, probably telling themselves it's just a mistake or a harmless prank, not realizing they've just become part of something much darker than they could imagine. What would you say if I told you that taking care of an elderly person could lead to becoming the star of a dark web murder broadcast? 4 months ago, I was just a care worker in Sheffield, trying to pay off my student loans and build some experience before applying to nursing school. Now, I'm hiding in a service station outside York, and tomorrow night, thousands of people are going to watch me become the entertainment in a red room that I helped set up without realizing what I was doing. I work for a private care agency that provides live-in support for elderly clients who want to remain in their own homes rather than move to residential facilities. It's demanding work, 12-hour shifts, difficult clients, family members who expect miracles, but it pays better than most jobs available to someone with just A-levels and a care certificate. The assignment that changed everything started in late September. I was assigned to provide overnight care for a man named Arthur Henley, an 80-year-old former academic living alone in a large Victorian house in Crooks. Mr. Henley had early-stage dementia and required supervision during the night, as he had a tendency to wander and had fallen several times trying to navigate his house in the dark. The house was impressive but dated, 3 stories, original features, and a basement that Mr. Henley used for storage. He'd been a professor of computer science at Sheffield University before retiring, and the house was filled with books, academic papers, and what appeared to be decades of accumulated technology. Old computers, servers, and networking equipment were scattered throughout various rooms. Mr. Henley was polite but distant during my first few weeks on the assignment. His dementia seemed relatively mild, occasional confusion about dates or names, some difficulty with complex tasks, but generally coherent and self-sufficient during daylight hours. He maintained a regular routine of reading, light gardening, and what he called his research projects in the basement. My role was primarily supervisory, ensuring he didn't wander outside at night, helping if he became confused or distressed, and managing his medication schedule. During the day, Mr. Henley was largely independent, so I had considerable downtime to study for my nursing school applications or catch up on personal tasks. About a month into the assignment, I started noticing some unusual aspects of Mr. Henley's routine. He received frequent deliveries of computer equipment, always paying in cash and insisting on handling the transactions personally. When I asked about his continued interest in technology, he explained that he was working on research projects related to his former academic work. Mr. Henley also had visitors at odd hours, usually late in the evening or very early in the morning. These weren't social calls from friends or family, but business-like meetings with younger people who would arrive with equipment or documents. When I asked about these visits, Mr. Henley explained that he was consulting on technical projects for former colleagues. The basement became increasingly off-limits during this period. Mr. Henley installed new locks and made it clear that his research space was private. I could hear equipment running constantly, humming servers, cooling fans, and what sounded like multiple computers operating simultaneously. The electricity bills must have been substantial. Around this time, Mr. Henley began asking me to help with some of his technical projects. Simple tasks initially: moving equipment, organizing cables, cleaning workspace areas. He offered to pay me extra for this assistance, which I welcomed given my financial situation. The work seemed harmless enough, just basic maintenance and organization. Gradually, Mr. Henley's request became more specific. He needed help setting up camera equipment in various rooms of the house, testing lighting configurations in different spaces, ensuring that recording devices had clear sight lines and optimal audio pickup. He explained that he was documenting his house's architecture and historical features for academic purposes. The camera installations were professional-grade equipment, far more sophisticated than anything needed for simple documentation. Multiple angles in each room, motion sensors, night vision capabilities, and centralized recording systems that fed back to his basement setup. When I commented on the complexity, Mr. Henley explained that thoroughness was essential for proper academic documentation. I also helped Mr. Henley test various aspects of his recording systems. He would have me move through different rooms while he monitored the coverage from his basement, adjusting camera angles and audio levels to ensure optimal capture quality. He said this was necessary to document how people interacted with historical architecture. During these tests, Mr. Henley would give me specific instructions about timing, positioning, and behavior. Stand in certain locations for predetermined durations. React to various stimuli he would introduce. Follow scripted movements through the house while he recorded everything from his monitoring station. The level of detail seemed excessive for architectural documentation. As weeks passed, Mr. Henley's dementia symptoms appeared to fluctuate dramatically. Some days, he seemed completely lucid and organized, managing complex technical projects with expertise that seemed inconsistent with cognitive decline. Other days, he appeared genuinely confused and disoriented, requiring assistance with basic tasks. I began to suspect that Mr. Henley's condition might not be as severe as initially diagnosed, or that he was deliberately exaggerating his symptoms. His moments of clarity always coincided with technical work or visits from his mysterious colleagues. His confusion seemed to occur primarily when I asked questions about his projects or tried to understand what he was really doing. 3 weeks ago, everything became clear in the worst possible way. Mr. Henley had asked me to test a new camera installation in the basement. claiming he needed to document some architectural features of the foundation. When I went downstairs, I discovered that the space had been completely transformed from a storage area into something resembling a professional studio. Multiple camera angles captured every inch of a central area that had been set up with restraints, medical equipment, and tools that clearly weren't for architectural documentation. Banks of monitors showed various live feeds from around the house, including rooms where I'd helped install cameras. Computer screens displayed dark web sites with streaming interfaces and viewer count displays. Most disturbing was seeing my own image on several monitors. Live feeds showing me in different rooms of the house, recorded footage from previous weeks, and edited compilations of my movements and reactions during Mr. Henley's tests. I realized that his architectural documentation project had been recording me extensively, creating content that was apparently being shared online. Mr. Henley appeared behind me, no longer showing any signs of confusion or dementia. He explained calmly that his condition had been largely fabricated to create a suitable cover for his actual work. Care workers were ideal subjects because they were isolated, had regular schedules, and were accustomed to working in private homes without supervision. He showed me the full extent of his operation. The basement was equipped for live streaming to dark web audiences who paid for authentic, unscripted content. The house had been converted into a production facility where he could create material featuring unwitting participants who thought they were just doing their jobs. Mr. Henley's research projects involved documenting potential subjects, testing their reactions to various situations, and gradually preparing them for final broadcasts. The care worker arrangement provided perfect cover, a legitimate reason for someone to be in the house regularly, explaining any unusual behavior or equipment to neighbors or family members. My weeks of helping with camera installations and testing had been preparation for my own broadcast. Mr. Henley's audience had been watching my daily routines, learning my behavior patterns, and anticipating the moment when I would transition from unknowing assistant to featured content. The visitors who came at odd hours weren't academic colleagues. They were part of a network that specialized in creating dark web entertainment using people who had no idea they were being groomed for participation. Care workers, domestic staff, delivery personnel, anyone whose job provided access to private spaces and isolated working conditions. Mr. Henley explained that tomorrow night's broadcast would feature the culmination of months of preparation. His audience had been following my story through surveillance footage, watching me gradually become complicit in setting up the very equipment that would be used for my final performance. I managed to escape while Mr. Henley was distracted with technical preparations, but I know the surveillance network extends beyond his house. They've been monitoring my communications, tracking my movements, and building detailed profiles of everyone in my life. Running might delay the inevitable, but it won't prevent it. Since leaving Sheffield, I've been moving between different locations, but they keep finding me. Messages sent to devices I thought were secure. People who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Evidence that my movements are being tracked and reported back to Mr. Henley's operation. Yesterday, I received a package at the hotel where I'm staying. A package containing a tablet computer that showed live feeds from Mr. Henley's house. The basement had been prepared for broadcast, with professional lighting and multiple camera angles focused on the central area where I'd unknowingly helped position equipment. Text on the screen explained that tomorrow's broadcast was titled The Care Worker Series Finale, and that thousands of viewers had been following my story from the beginning. They'd watched me arrive for the assignment, gradually discover the truth about my situation, and attempt to escape. My real life had become entertainment for people willing to pay for authentic reactions to genuine danger. The message included details about my movements over the past few days, demonstrating that their surveillance had continued despite my leaving Mr. Henley's house. They knew which trains I'd taken, where I'd been staying, even what I'd eaten for my last few meals. Every step of my escape had been monitored and possibly broadcast to paying audiences. I could go to the police, but Mr. Henley has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in his dark web activities. Surveillance footage of me helping install cameras, testing equipment, and following his instructions could be edited to support a narrative of voluntary cooperation rather than unwitting assistance. The care agency would have records of my assignment to Mr. Henley's house, my regular presence there, and my involvement in his technical projects. Without context, my actions would appear to show someone knowingly participating in the preparation of illegal streaming equipment. Mr. Henley's operation is too sophisticated, too well established, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The dementia diagnosis provides perfect cover for his activities. Who would suspect an elderly man with cognitive decline of running a complex dark web broadcasting network? Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the Care Worker series. They've paid to see someone whose job involves protecting vulnerable people become vulnerable themselves. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Mr. Henley's audience. I'm writing this from a service station toilet because it's the only place where I can't see any obvious surveillance equipment. But I know they're still watching somehow. The tablet shows real-time updates about my location and activities, suggesting that their monitoring capabilities extend far beyond Mr. Henley's house. In roughly 10 hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they've provided or continue running. But Mr. Henley has demonstrated that his network can find me anywhere, and his audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The most terrifying realization is that Mr. Henley's operation probably targets multiple care workers simultaneously. How many other people might be unknowingly helping prepare equipment for their own final broadcasts? How many elderly clients might be using their care arrangements as cover for dark web activities? The care industry provides perfect access to vulnerable workers who are isolated, poorly paid, and desperate for employment. Care workers enter private homes, work alone for extended periods, and are expected to assist with whatever tasks their clients require. It's an ideal setup for exploitation. Mr. Henley spent decades in computer science, developing expertise that he's now using to create sophisticated surveillance and streaming operations. His academic background provides credibility. His age and supposed medical condition deflect suspicion, and his resources allow him to maintain complex technical infrastructure. The dark web provides anonymity for his viewers, untraceable payment methods, and platforms that can't be easily monitored or shut down by authorities. He can broadcast authentic suffering to paying audiences without meaningful oversight or accountability. Tomorrow's broadcast is being promoted as authentic content, featuring genuine reactions from someone who doesn't understand what's happening until it's too late. Mr. Henley's audience values realism over performance, preferring to watch real people discover their situation in real time. I never thought my care work would make me a target for this kind of exploitation. I thought the biggest risks were difficult clients or workplace injuries. I never imagined that helping an elderly person could lead to becoming the star of my own murder broadcast. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. I spent months caring for someone I thought was vulnerable, only to discover that I was the vulnerable one all along. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Shift. Mr. Henley's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who thought she was just doing her job. The care worker becomes the one who needs caring for, and there's no one left to help. Right, so this is going to sound absurd, but I've got to tell someone what's been happening to me because I'm honestly not sure what to do anymore. I've always been the sort of person who minds their own business, keeps their head down, pays the bills on time. You know the type. Nothing exciting ever happens to people like me, which is exactly how I preferred it. I work from home doing proofreading for small publishers, live alone in a rented terraced house in Didcot. That's nothing special, but it suits me fine. My biggest worry used to be whether I'd have enough work to cover the rent each month. That all changed about 6 months ago when my washing machine packed up. Sounds trivial, doesn't it? The sort of everyday annoyance that happens to everyone eventually. But what started as a simple repair job has turned into something I'm still trying to wrap my head around. And I keep wondering if I'm losing my mind or if this is actually as serious as it seems. The machine had been making grinding noises for weeks before it finally gave up completely. Nothing dramatic, just stopped mid-cycle one Tuesday morning, leaving me with a drum full of soggy clothes and no obvious way to get them clean. I rent a small terraced house in Didcot, and the landlord's policy is that tenants handle their own appliance repairs, so I started looking for local washing machine engineers. That's how I found Dave's number, scribbled on a card pinned to the notice board in the local co-op. No fancy business name or website address, just Dave, all appliances fixed, with a mobile number written in blue biro. The sort of basic advertising you see from tradesmen who rely on word of mouth rather than internet marketing. I called him that afternoon and he sounded professional enough over the phone. Said he could come round the following day during his lunch break to have a look at the machine, and that his call-out fee was £30 whether he could fix it or not. Standard rates for that sort of work, and he seemed keen to fit me in quickly. Dave turned out to be a short, stocky bloke in his 40s, wearing navy overalls and carrying a toolbox that looked like it had seen better days. He was polite and methodical, spending nearly an hour diagnosing the problem with my machine. Eventually, he concluded that the drum bearings had failed and would need replacing, but the parts would cost more than the machine was worth. Instead of trying to sell me an expensive repair, he suggested I might be better off buying a replacement. He mentioned that he occasionally had refurbished machines available and that he could probably source something suitable within my budget if I wasn't in a rush. This seemed reasonable enough, so I gave him my contact details and asked him to let me know if anything appropriate came up. He said he'd keep an eye out and would call me within the week if he found anything promising. Dave called 3 days later with details of a nearly new machine that had come from a house clearance. The previous owners had moved abroad unexpectedly and couldn't take their appliances with them, so everything was being sold off cheaply. He could deliver and install it for £200, which was significantly less than I'd expected to pay for a decent replacement. I arranged for him to bring it round the following Saturday morning. He arrived punctually with the machine loaded in the back of his van, along with a young lad he introduced as his nephew who was helping with deliveries. The installation went smoothly, and the machine worked perfectly when we tested it with a quick wash cycle. Dave explained the various settings and programs, then spent several minutes showing me how to clean the filter and maintain the rubber seals to prevent future problems. But there was something about his behavior during the installation that struck me as odd. He seemed unusually interested in the layout of my house, asking questions about my work schedule and whether I lived alone. When I mentioned that I worked from home as a freelance proofreader, he made several comments about how convenient it must be to have such a flexible routine. He also spent considerable time examining my existing plumbing and electrical connections, taking photographs with his phone supposedly, to ensure he had the right fittings for future reference. This seemed professional enough, but he photographed more than just the utility connections. I noticed him capturing images of my kitchen layout, the view from my windows, and even the contents of some cupboards while he was checking pipework. At the time, I assumed this was just thoroughness on his part. Some tradesmen are very methodical about documenting their work, and Dave had been professional in every other respect. It was only later that I started questioning his motives for gathering so much information about my living arrangements. The first sign that something wasn't right came about 2 weeks after the installation. I started receiving marketing calls from companies I'd never heard of, all offering services that seemed remarkably well tailored to my specific circumstances. There were calls about home security systems that would be ideal for someone living alone in a terraced house. Offers of broadband upgrades that mentioned my work from home situation, despite the fact that I'd never discussed my internet usage with any service providers. Even unsolicited quotes for household insurance that included specific details about my property layout and contents. The callers knew too much about my personal circumstances for this to be coincidental marketing. Someone had provided them with detailed information about my living situation, work arrangements, and daily routine. I started paying attention to other changes in my routine that had occurred since Dave's visit. I'd been receiving more posts addressed to previous occupants of my house, including bank statements and official documents that suggested someone was using my address for financial services I'd never heard of. There had also been several instances of people knocking on my door asking for directions or claiming to be conducting surveys, but their questions seemed more focused on confirming my identity and schedule than gathering general information. Most concerning was a pattern of minor problems with services and deliveries. My internet connection had become unreliable. My post was being delivered at inconsistent times, and I'd received several packages that I hadn't ordered, but which contained items that were obviously intended for someone monitoring my daily activities. These packages contained things like small electronic devices, camera equipment, and recording equipment that had no obvious legitimate purpose for someone in my circumstances. I began to suspect that Dave's visit had been more than a simple appliance repair and replacement operation. Looking back at his behavior during the installation, I realized that his questions about my routine and his extensive photography of my property had been systematic rather than casual. He'd been gathering intelligence about my living situation for reasons that had nothing to do with washing machine maintenance. I tried to contact him using the mobile number from his original advertisement, but it was no longer in service. The card had disappeared from the co-op notice board, and none of the local appliance repair businesses I contacted had heard of anyone called Dave operating in the area. He'd vanished completely, leaving only the washing machine and the growing evidence that my personal information was being circulated among people with unknown motives for wanting detailed intelligence about my daily life. I started researching similar cases online, looking for information about tradesmen who used service calls as opportunities to gather personal information for identity theft or other criminal purposes. What I found suggested this was a more common problem than I'd realized, but the cases I discovered seemed to focus on financial fraud rather than the comprehensive surveillance I was experiencing. Following various leads and references led me into online communities where people discussed more sophisticated forms of personal intelligence gathering. Some of these communities operated through private channels that required special access methods to reach. Eventually, I found myself exploring parts of the internet that exist beyond normal search engines. What I discovered was that Dave hadn't been working alone, and his operation wasn't focused on traditional financial fraud. The platforms I accessed contained extensive databases of personal information about ordinary people, organized by location, lifestyle, and vulnerability factors. My own details were there, listed under a section that seemed to specialize in people who lived alone and worked from home. The information was remarkably comprehensive, including not just the basic details Dave had observed during his visit, but additional intelligence that had been gathered through other methods. Details about my work clients, my financial situation, my social relationships, and my daily routine that could only have been obtained through systematic monitoring of my activities. But this wasn't a passive database. It was an active marketplace where detailed personal information was being sold to buyers with specific requirements. The platform operated like a sophisticated customer service operation, with different categories of information available at various price points. Basic profiles cost relatively small amounts, but comprehensive intelligence packages that included real-time monitoring and regular updates were priced at several £1,000s. Dave's role had been what they called primary access acquisition, gaining entry to target properties under legitimate pretexts and gathering initial intelligence that could then be developed through other methods. The washing machine replacement had been a perfect cover for conducting a thorough survey of my living situation while establishing credibility for future contact. But the operation didn't stop with Dave's visit. The information he'd gathered had been used to coordinate a comprehensive monitoring program that involved multiple people and various surveillance methods. The marketing calls, the misdirected post, the unexpected deliveries. All of this had been part of a systematic intelligence gathering operation designed to build a complete picture of my daily life and personal circumstances. The buyers for this information weren't necessarily planning traditional crimes like burglary or identity theft. Many seemed to be purchasing personal intelligence for psychological reasons that were harder to understand, but potentially more disturbing. There were discussion threads about clients who used the gathered information to create elaborate fantasies about their relationships with the surveillance targets. They would study the intelligence reports in obsessive detail, learning intimate facts about strangers' daily routines and personal habits. Some took this further, using the information to engineer coincidental encounters with their targets, or to insert themselves into their daily routines through carefully planned interactions. Others seemed content to simply observe from a distance, knowing that they had access to private information about people who remained completely unaware they were being monitored. But the most disturbing category of buyers were those who used the personal intelligence as preparation for what they called direct engagement activities. These clients were purchasing comprehensive information about specific individuals as groundwork for more serious interventions that required detailed knowledge of their targets' vulnerabilities and daily routines. Reading through the client testimonials and service reviews, I began to understand that Dave's visit had been the beginning of a much larger operation that was still ongoing. The monitoring hadn't stopped when he'd completed the washing machine installation. It had simply moved to more subtle methods that were harder to detect, but potentially more invasive than his initial intelligence gathering. My internet activities were being tracked, my phone calls were being monitored, and my daily movements were being documented through methods I couldn't identify, but which provided whoever was watching me with real-time information about my activities and whereabouts. The evidence was in the precision of the marketing calls and unsolicited approaches I'd been receiving. The callers knew not just my basic personal details, but also my current mood, my recent purchases, and even my immediate plans for the day. They were accessing information that could only be obtained through comprehensive surveillance of my digital communications and physical activities. I realized that the washing machine Dave had installed probably contained monitoring equipment that was providing ongoing access to my home network and personal devices. The machine was connected to my Wi-Fi for diagnostic purposes, and it would be relatively simple to use that connection for unauthorized data collection. But I also suspected that my property had been accessed again since Dave's visit, probably to install additional surveillance equipment in locations where it would be virtually undetectable. The pattern of minor service problems I'd been experiencing, internet outages, delivery issues, unexpected correspondence, could all be explained as methods for testing and maintaining surveillance systems that had been installed throughout my property. I was living in a house that had been comprehensively compromised by people who were monitoring my every activity and selling that information to anonymous buyers with unknown motivations. The realization made me physically sick, but it also explained why I'd been feeling increasingly paranoid and anxious over the past few months. My subconscious had been picking up on signs of surveillance that my rational mind had dismissed as coincidence. I started paying closer attention to my environment, looking for evidence of the monitoring equipment I now knew had been installed throughout my property. What I found confirmed my worst suspicions. There were small cameras concealed in light fittings and smoke detectors, audio recording devices hidden in electrical outlets, and monitoring equipment built into appliances I'd assumed were legitimate. The washing machine Dave had installed was certainly part of the surveillance network, but it was just one component in a comprehensive monitoring system that covered every room in my house. They could see and hear everything I did, 24 hours a day, and they were presumably sharing that information with the clients who had purchased access to my personal intelligence profile. But discovering the surveillance equipment didn't provide any obvious path toward removing it or escaping from their monitoring network. The devices were professionally installed and integrated into my property's essential systems in ways that would make removal virtually impossible without completely rewiring the house. Even if I could identify and disable all the obvious surveillance equipment, there were probably backup systems and remote monitoring methods that would maintain their access to my personal information. More troubling was the realization that moving to a different property wouldn't solve the problem. The intelligence they'd gathered about my routine, preferences, and behavior patterns would allow them to re-establish surveillance wherever I relocated. They knew me well enough to predict my actions and could simply repeat Dave's initial approach with whatever cover story seemed most appropriate for my new circumstances. I was trapped in a surveillance network that had been designed to be inescapable once the initial intelligence gathering had been completed. The only way to stop the monitoring would be to somehow identify and confront the people operating the network, but they remained completely anonymous and operated through platforms that were designed to protect their identities. I could report the surveillance to the police, but what evidence could I provide beyond my suspicions about a washing machine repair that had seemed legitimate at the time? The monitoring equipment had been professionally concealed, and the intelligence marketplace operated through channels that would be virtually impossible for authorities to investigate. Even if I could prove that surveillance was taking place, the operators could simply claim it was legitimate research or marketing activity. The information they were gathering and selling wasn't necessarily illegal. It was just comprehensively invasive. I've been living with this knowledge for 3 months now, trying to maintain normal routines, while knowing that everything I do is being monitored and potentially shared with anonymous buyers who might have any number of motivations for wanting detailed access to my private life. The psychological pressure is worse than any physical threat could be. Knowing that your most private moments are being observed and commodified creates a level of paranoia that makes normal life almost impossible to maintain. But I've also started to notice changes in my circumstances that suggest the monitoring operation is moving to a new phase. People have begun approaching me in public places, engaging in conversations that demonstrate surprising knowledge about my personal interests and daily routine. Shop assistants who know details about my purchasing habits that they shouldn't have access to. Neighbors who seem unusually interested in my work schedule and social relationships. Even delivery drivers and service technicians who visit my property seem to know more about my circumstances than their professional roles should require. I'm surrounded by people who have access to intimate details about my private life, while I remain ignorant of their true motivations for engaging with me. The surveillance network hasn't just been monitoring me. It's been building a comprehensive profile that can be used to engineer social interactions and manipulate my daily environment in ways that remain virtually undetectable. I think they're preparing for something that requires more direct access than remote surveillance can provide. Yesterday, I received a call from someone claiming to be Dave's business partner, explaining that they needed to perform routine maintenance on the washing machine he'd installed. They offered to come round this weekend to check the connections and update the software systems. I know this is the next phase of whatever operation began with Dave's initial visit 6 months ago. But I also know that refusing the appointment would only confirm their assessment that I've become aware of their surveillance activities, which might accelerate whatever they're planning to do next. Sometimes the only choice available is between cooperating with people who are exploiting you or resisting them in ways that might make your situation even worse. I'm going to let them into my house this weekend because I don't think I have any realistic alternative. But I wanted to document what I've learned in case something happens to me, or in case my behavior suddenly changes in ways that concern people who know me. If you're reading this, be careful about letting tradesmen into your home, especially ones who seem unusually interested in your personal circumstances, or who ask more questions than their work requires. Dave is probably still out there, looking for new targets and gathering intelligence for clients who remain completely anonymous, but definitely aren't benign. Your washing machine breaking down might seem like a minor inconvenience, but it could be the beginning of something much worse than you ever imagined possible. I probably shouldn't admit this, but I used to fix old family photographs for money, and some of the images people wanted restored were definitely not family pictures. I'd always been good with digital art software, not professionally trained or anything, just someone who'd grown up messing about with Photoshop and had developed a decent eye for color correction and image repair. My flatmate mentioned that her gran had boxes of old photographs that were fading or damaged, and wondered if there was anyone who could fix them digitally. I offered to have a go, partly because I was curious about the technical challenge and partly because I was perpetually skint and thought it might lead to some paid work. The results were better than I'd expected. I managed to restore color to faded wedding photos and repair tears in pictures that had genuine sentimental value. More importantly, my flatmate's family were delighted and willing to pay reasonable money for the service. Word spread quickly among families who had accumulated decades of photographs that were deteriorating in storage. Most people had precious memories slowly fading away in albums and shoeboxes, but professional restoration services were expensive and often had waiting lists of several months. I started advertising photo restoration through local classified ads and university notice boards, offering to repair damaged images for about half what commercial services charged. The work was satisfying and fitted well around my studies. I could work on images during evenings and weekends while building up useful digital art skills. Most clients were exactly what you'd expect. Older people wanting to preserve family memories, couples restoring wedding photographs, parents fixing damaged pictures of their children. Straightforward work that involved removing scratches, adjusting faded colors, and occasionally reconstructing small damaged areas using content from other parts of the image. But after a few months, I started receiving requests through more unusual channels. Instead of local recommendations or university advertising, people began contacting me through anonymous email addresses and online platforms that specialized in discrete services. These clients offered significantly higher payments for restoration work, often several times what I charge for normal family photographs. They explained that they had valuable historical images or sensitive personal photographs that required professional quality restoration but couldn't be handled through commercial services for privacy reasons. The first few assignments seemed legitimate enough. Historical photographs that appeared to be from private collections, possibly valuable enough to justify the premium prices and confidentiality requirements. The technical challenges were more complex than family snapshots, but the work itself was similar to what I'd been doing for other clients. However, I gradually began noticing things about these high-paying assignments that made me uncomfortable. Some photographs showed people in situations that didn't seem consistent with normal historical documentation or family photography, images that appeared to have been taken without the subject's knowledge, often in private locations where photography wouldn't normally be permitted. Other images contained content that seemed deliberately obscured or damaged in ways that suggested someone had tried to prevent the photographs from being useful as evidence or identification. Faces that had been scratched out, backgrounds that had been chemically treated to remove details, even physical damage that appeared to have been inflicted intentionally rather than through normal aging. When I asked clients about the context of these unusual images, they typically claimed the photographs were part of private collections or family archives that required discretion due to the prominence or sensitivity of the people depicted. But as I worked on more of these assignments, I started recognizing patterns that suggested the images weren't legitimate, historical photographs at all. Many showed recent locations and modern details that contradicted claims about their age and historical significance. Others contained evidence of digital manipulation that predated my restoration work, suggesting they'd been deliberately altered before being submitted for further modification. Most concerning were images that appeared to show people in distress or dangerous situations. Photographs that looked like they might have been taken during crimes or other illegal activities, with the restoration work focused on making faces and identifying details clearer rather than simply repairing age damage. I began to suspect that some clients were using my restoration services to enhance evidence of criminal activities or to prepare images for blackmail and extortion purposes. The technical skills I developed for repairing family photographs were being used to make incriminating or exploitative images more useful for people who specialized in harming others. But the money was substantial enough to cover most of my university expenses, and I convinced myself that I was just providing technical services without knowledge of how the restored images would eventually be used. When I tried to research some of the clients who had submitted unusual photographs, I found that most were using anonymous contact methods and temporary email addresses that made them impossible to trace or verify. The payment methods they used were also designed to maintain anonymity, involving cash transfers and prepaid cards that left no permanent records connecting them to the restoration work. Some clients had submitted multiple batches of photographs over time, suggesting they were involved in ongoing activities that regularly generated images requiring professional enhancement. The volume and consistency implied systematic operations rather than occasional private requests. I started paying closer attention to the specific types of restoration work being requested and the techniques that clients wanted me to use on their images. Many requests involved enhancing details that would be useful for identification or evidence purposes, making faces clearer, improving the visibility of text or documents in backgrounds, even adjusting lighting and contrast to reveal information that had been hidden in shadows or poor exposure. Other assignments involved removing or obscuring details that might complicate the use of images for illegal purposes, eliminating identifying marks from locations, removing evidence of dates or times when photographs had been taken, even altering backgrounds to make images appear to have been taken in different places. The restoration work was essentially image manipulation, designed to make photographs more useful for criminal activities, while removing details that might help law enforcement or victims identify when and where the images had been created. I was unknowingly providing professional quality technical support for operations that relied on photographic evidence to facilitate blackmail, exploitation, and other serious crimes. But extricating myself from these high-paying assignments wasn't straightforward. The clients who submitted unusual photographs often returned with additional work, suggesting they were satisfied with my technical skills and discretion. Some began requesting rush jobs with premium payments, emphasizing the time-sensitive nature of their requirements and the importance of maintaining absolute confidentiality about the restoration work. When I tried to decline certain assignments or reduce my availability for this type of work, several clients expressed disappointment and offered substantially higher payments to ensure my continued services. The pressure to maintain my involvement felt excessive for people who were supposedly just seeking technical assistance with private photograph collections. I tried to research whether other photo restoration services had experienced similar requests for unusual or potentially illegal image enhancement work. What I found was that criminal organizations regularly used legitimate photo editing services to prepare images for various illegal purposes, often targeting freelance operators who worked independently and maintained less rigorous oversight of client requirements. The technical skills required for photo restoration were identical to those needed for sophisticated image manipulation and evidence tampering, making it easy for criminals to obtain professional quality services through seemingly innocent channels. I realized that my restoration business had probably been targeted specifically because I operated independently, charged reasonable rates, and had demonstrated both technical competence and willingness to work with anonymous clients who paid well for discretionary services. But understanding the criminal nature of some assignments didn't immediately resolve my situation. I'd already completed restoration work on dozens of images that might have been used to facilitate serious crimes against innocent people. Even if I'd been unaware of how the enhanced photographs would be used, my technical expertise had contributed to making harmful activities more effective and harder to detect or prosecute. The clients who had submitted criminal photographs also had detailed knowledge of my personal circumstances, payment methods, and technical capabilities, information that could be used to ensure my continued cooperation, or to implicate me in their illegal activities if I tried to withdraw my services. When I attempted to stop accepting assignments that seemed potentially criminal, I discovered that determining which photographs were legitimate and which were connected to illegal activities was often impossible based solely on image content. Many criminal photographs appeared innocuous without context, while some legitimate historical images contained disturbing content that reflected the circumstances of their original creation, rather than contemporary illegal activities. The ambiguity made it difficult to establish clear boundaries around acceptable work without potentially losing all the high-paying assignments that had been covering my university expenses. Meanwhile, new clients continued to contact me with requests for restoration work, often specifically mentioning my reputation for quality results and discretion with sensitive historical materials. The referral pattern suggested that my services were being recommended within communities that specialized in activities requiring professional image enhancement for illegal purposes. I was probably being systematically recruited by criminal organizations that needed reliable technical support for operations involving photographic evidence, blackmail materials, and other image-based crimes. The photo restoration skills I developed for preserving family memories had instead made me a valuable asset for people who specialized in exploiting and harming others through sophisticated manipulation of visual evidence. But the most disturbing realization was that legitimate photo restoration services were probably being infiltrated by similar criminal recruitment efforts, making it difficult for anyone offering technical services to distinguish between innocent preservation requests and systematic exploitation of their skills. People seeking to earn money through freelance photo editing were being systematically targeted and gradually drawn into providing technical support for serious crimes, while believing they were just helping clients preserve valuable images. 3 weeks after I'd stopped accepting new restoration assignments, someone left an envelope under my door containing printed copies of several photographs I'd restored, along with newspaper clippings about crimes where the enhanced images had apparently been used as evidence or blackmail materials. The rain lashed against the windscreen, a relentless drumming that mirrored the throb behind my eyes. 39 years old, a failed business, and now this, ferrying anonymous packages through the sodden, forgotten arteries of this provincial city. My worn hands gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white against the grey plastic. The van, a rental with a persistent rattle in its exhaust, was my office, my prison, my silent confessor. I once owned a small chain of artisan bakeries. Mark's Marvelous Muffins, I'd called it, a name that now tasted like ash in my mouth. The dream had crumbled faster than a stale scone, leaving behind a mountain of debt and a hollow ache where my pride used to be. Compliance, my old friend, had always been my default setting. Nod, agree, avoid the fuss. It was easier, I told myself, than fighting. Now, it was just easier. The private forum, Midnight Runners, had appeared like a mirage in the desert of my despair. A discreet ad, tucked away in a corner of the dark web I'd stumbled upon during a late-night search for anything that paid cash. Courier work, flexible hours, excellent rates, no questions asked. That last part was the hook, the siren song for a man drowning in his own silence. My first few runs were innocuous enough. Small, lightweight boxes, sealed with industrial-grade tape. Drop-offs in dimly lit car parks behind abandoned warehouses. Pickups from anonymous-looking industrial units. The instructions were always precise, a sequence of coordinates and times, delivered via an encrypted message. I was a ghost in the night, a silent cog in a clandestine machine. The money, transferred directly to a burner account, was surprisingly good. Enough to keep the wolves from the door, to make the monthly debt repayments, to buy another week of fleeting normalcy. Then came the wait. The first heavy package felt like a lead brick. It thudded onto the passenger seat, shifting the van's balance. I felt a prickle of unease, a whisper of something cold against my spine. My instructions remained the same. Collect, deliver, do not question. Compliance mark. Remember, just do what you're told. The rain had finally eased, leaving the air thick with the smell of damp concrete and exhaust fumes. The streetlights, sporadic and weak, cast long, distorted shadows that danced in my peripheral vision. Tonight's pickup was an old abattoir, long since defunct, its corrugated iron walls rusting like an ancient wound. The air here was heavy, not just with moisture, but with something else, a faint metallic tang that made my stomach churn. I pulled the van into the designated bay, the tires crunching on gravel. The back door of the abattoir stood ajar, a sliver of deeper darkness against the grey night. No one was visible, just the waiting silence and the rhythmic drip of water from a broken gutter. I clicked off the engine, plunging the cab into near-total blackness. My breath hitched in my throat. This was new. Usually, the package was already waiting, or a shadowy figure would emerge, wordlessly placing it in my van. A low scraping sound echoed from within the building. My heart hammered against my ribs. I swallowed, a dry, uncomfortable gulp. "Hello." My voice sounded thin, reedy, swallowed by the vast emptiness. No answer. The scraping continued, growing louder, accompanied by a soft, guttural grunt. I fumbled for my phone, the screen a sudden, blinding rectangle of light. No signal, of course. A figure emerged from the darkness of the abattoir, silhouetted against the faint, ambient glow from the city beyond. Tall, broad-shouldered, its movement slow, deliberate. It carried a large, rectangular object wrapped in heavy-duty black plastic sheeting, secured with what looked like industrial strapping. The plastic gleamed wetly in the faint light. "Evening," the figure rumbled, its voice deep, gravelly, like stones tumbling in a well. No accent I could place. "Here for the pickup?" My throat was still tight. "Yeah, Mark." The figure didn't offer a name. It simply walked towards the van, its gait steady, unhurried. The package it carried was enormous, far larger than anything I'd transported before. It seemed to sway slightly as the figure moved, an unsettling, almost organic motion. "Open up," the figure commanded, nodding towards the rear doors of the van. I scrambled out, my movements clumsy, my hands trembling as I unlocked the back. The figure reached the van, and with surprising strength, heaved the package inside. It landed with a dull, heavy thud that vibrated through the metal floor. The air inside the van suddenly felt colder, denser. "That's it," the figure said. "Next drop is... you know the drill." I nodded, unable to speak. The figure turned and melted back into the shadows of the abattoir, leaving me alone with the oppressive silence and the hulking presence in the back of my van. I climbed back into the driver's seat, my hands still shaking. The metallic tang in the air was stronger now, a coppery scent that made my stomach clench. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The package, shrouded in black plastic, seemed to absorb what little light seeped into the van. It was too big, too heavy, too cold. The cold. That was the other thing. Some of the parcels, particularly the heavier ones, had started to feel unnervingly cold to the touch, even through the thick cardboard. And then there were the stains. Dark, irregular patches that sometimes seeped through the cardboard, a faint reddish brown. I told myself it was oil, perhaps some industrial lubricant. But the metallic smell. Tonight, the cold was palpable. A frigid aura emanated from the black plastic, chilling the air in the back of the van. My breath plumed in front of my face. My destination was a deserted car park on the far side of the city, nestled between a derelict factory and a stretch of overgrown wasteland. The usual spot. I drove, the van's rattling exhaust a frantic heartbeat against the oppressive silence of the night. Every bump in the road sent a shiver through me, a primal fear that the contents of the package would shift, would reveal themselves. Curiosity. It was a slow, insidious poison, seeping into the cracks of my carefully constructed compliance. Each heavy package, each cold touch, each reddish stain, chipped away at my resolve. Tonight, the dam broke. I pulled into the deserted car park, the only vehicle for miles. The rain had started again, a soft drizzle now, blurring the edges of the distant city lights. I cut the engine, the sudden silence deafening. My hands gripped the wheel, then slowly, deliberately, I released them. "No," I whispered, the word a desperate plea to myself. "Don't do it, Mark." But the word was meaningless. My body moved without my consent. I unbuckled my seatbelt, my movements stiff, robotic. I climbed out of the driver's seat, the cold air biting at my exposed skin. I walked to the back of the van. The rhythmic drip of rain from the roof racked the only sound. My fingers fumbled with the latch, the metal cold and slick. It gave way with a soft click. I swung open the doors. The black plastic package loomed in the darkness, a malevolent presence. The cold hit me then, a bone-deep chill that stole my breath. It was like standing in a freezer. I reached out, my hand hovering just above the plastic. I could feel the intense cold radiating from it. My fingers brushed against the surface, slick with condensation. It wasn't just cold, it was frozen. My gaze fell upon a corner of the package. The plastic, stretched taut, had a small tear, barely an inch long. And through that tear, a glimpse of something pale, something impossibly white. My heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic bird trapped in a cage. "Don't do it, Mark. Don't look." But I had to. The need to know, to understand the source of this creeping dread, was an irresistible force. I knelt, my knees protesting against the rough floor of the van. My trembling fingers, cold and clumsy, fumbled at the strapping. It was thick, tightly bound. I tugged, pulled, my nails scraping against the coarse material. Finally, a buckle gave way with a soft snick. I unfastened another, then another. The black plastic, no longer held rigid, sagged slightly. I reached inside the tear, my fingers brushing against something smooth, cold, and strangely yielding. I widened the tear, peeling back a corner of the plastic. The pale object came into full view. It was a foot, a human foot, pale, almost translucent. The toes curled slightly, the nails neatly trimmed, frozen solid. A choked gasp escaped my lips, a raw animal sound. My stomach lurched, a wave of nausea washing over me. I scrambled back, hitting my head on the low ceiling of the van. The coppery smell was overwhelming now, thick and cloying. My eyes darted to the rest of the package, my mind reeling. If that was a foot, then the rest of the package must contain. I didn't need to see more. The image of that pale, frozen foot was seared into my mind. Human remains. I was transporting human remains. My hands flew to my mouth, stifling a cry. The horror of it, the sickening reality, crashed down on me. My phone. I needed to call someone. The police. My fingers fumbled in my pocket, pulling out the cheap burner phone I used for the midnight runners' jobs. No signal. Still no signal. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog of shock. I had to get out of here. I had to report this. But who would believe me? A down-on-his-luck delivery driver, caught, with a body in his van. The evidence was all against me. My eyes scanned the desolate car park. Nothing. Just the drizzle, the distant city hum, and the chilling presence in the back of my van. My mind raced, a frantic hamster on a wheel. What did I do? Where could I go? The forum. I had to check the forum. There had to be some explanation, some way out of this nightmare. I climbed back into the driver's seat, my limbs heavy, uncoordinated. I started the engine, the familiar rumble a jarring intrusion into the suffocating silence. I drove, not towards the drop-off, but aimlessly, desperately. The image of the foot, so impossibly white and still, flashed behind my eyelids. I found a small, isolated lay-by, tucked away behind a dense copse of trees. No street lights, just the inky blackness and the relentless drizzle. I pulled out my personal phone, the one I kept for real life. Miraculously, there was a weak signal. My fingers flew across the keyboard, navigating to the private forum. My heart pounded with a terrible premonition. I typed in my credentials, the screen flickering to life. My eyes scanned the recent posts, looking for anything, any clue, and then I saw it. A new thread, posted just minutes ago. The title, stark and chilling, stood out like a freshly dug grave. A driver available, reliable, discreet. Beneath it, a photograph. A grainy, low-resolution image of my van. My rental van. And then the details. My name, Mark, my phone number, my address. My world tilted. The air left my lungs in a ragged gasp. They knew everything. They had been watching me. This wasn't some random job. It was a trap. I wasn't just a courier. I was a mark. The horror of the foot in the back of my van was instantly eclipsed by a new, more visceral terror. They knew where I lived. They knew who I was. And they were advertising me. Not as a driver, but as a commodity. A new piece of inventory. My own compliance, my lifelong habits of doing what I was told, had led me here. To this desolate lay-by, with a frozen body in my van, and my own face plastered across a forum for what? The rain hammered against the roof of the van, a frantic drumbeat accompanying the frantic hammering of my heart. I was trapped. There was no escape. They had me. My phone rang, a sudden jarring sound that made me jump. The number was unknown. My hand trembled as I answered. Mark, a deep voice rumbled, the same voice from the abattoir. No question, just a statement. You've been a good boy. My breath hitched. What? What do you want? A low chuckle, devoid of humor. We want you to continue being a good boy, Mark. That package in your van, it needs to be delivered to the usual spot. And then you come home. Home? I croaked, my voice barely a whisper. You know where I live. We know everything, Mark, the voice purred. And we know you're a man who understands consequences. You've seen what happens when people don't comply, haven't you? The image of the frozen foot flashed before my eyes. My stomach churned, a bitter bile rising in my throat. Yes, I managed, the word tasting like ash. I understand. Good, the voice said, a note of satisfaction in its tone. Now, deliver the package, and then we'll talk about your next assignment. The line went dead. I stared at my phone, the screen dark, reflecting my own terrified face. My reflection, pale and drawn, stared back at me, a stranger in a nightmare. I was no longer just a delivery driver. I was an accomplice, a silent partner in a gruesome enterprise. And my compliance, my fatal flaw, had finally devoured me whole. I restarted the van, my hands clammy on the wheel. The cold from the back of the van seeped into the cab, a constant chilling reminder of my new reality. The rain continued to fall, washing over the city, washing over me, but it couldn't wash away the stain of knowing, the stain of complicity. I drove towards the drop-off point, the deserted car park. The silence in the van was no longer empty. It was filled with the unspoken horror of what I carried and the chilling certainty of what awaited me. My life, once a mundane struggle against debt, had twisted into a grotesque dance with death, orchestrated by unseen hands. And I, compliant Mark, was now one of their puppets. My strings, once invisible, were now pulled taut, binding me to their macabre game. The night stretched before me, endless and terrifying, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that I would never be able to unsee what I had seen, or undo what I had done. The weight of it all, heavier than any package I had ever carried, settled deep within my soul, and I drove on, into the inescapable maw of my own making. The familiar coordinates glowed on the GPS, a cold, digital beacon in the gloom. The car park, a desolate expanse of cracked tarmac, stretched out before me, illuminated by the intermittent flicker of a broken streetlight. It was eerily quiet, the only sound the gentle hum of the van's engine and the distant wail of a siren, a mournful cry swallowed by the vastness of the night. I pulled up to the designated spot, a faded painted bay near a chain-link fence. My hands, still trembling, cut the engine. The silence that followed was thick, suffocating. I stared at the dashboard, unable to move, unable to breathe. The cold from the back of the van was a physical presence, wrapping around me, seeping into my bones. My eyes drifted to the rearview mirror. The black plastic package, still menacingly large, seemed to pulse in the faint light. The torn corner, a gaping wound, showed just enough of that ghastly white foot to keep the image fresh, vivid, horrifying. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadow detaching itself from the deeper shadows near the derelict factory. It moved with a fluid, almost predatory grace. My breath hitched. This wasn't the usual anonymous drop-off. This was different. The figure approached the van, tall and lean, its face obscured by the deep hood of a dark jacket. No, not a jacket. A heavy coat, long and flowing. The figure stopped a few feet from the rear of the van, its stance relaxed, almost casual. "Evening, Mark." A voice, smooth and cultured, floated through the damp air. It was different from the gravelly voice on the phone, yet equally chilling. Right on time. I swallowed, my throat dry. "The package." "Yes, the package," the figure mused, stepping closer. I could feel its gaze, sharp and assessing, even though I couldn't see its eyes. "A rather substantial delivery tonight, wouldn't you say?" My silence was my answer. "Open up, Mark," the figure instructed, a subtle gesture of its gloved hand towards the back of the van. My fingers, numb with cold and fear, fumbled with the latch. It clicked open, a sound like a pistol shot in the stillness. I swung the doors wide. The black plastic, with its horrifying contents, was fully revealed. The figure stepped forward, pausing at the threshold of the van, its head tilted slightly. A long, slender hand, encased in a black leather glove, reached out. It brushed the torn plastic just above the frozen foot. "Ah, yes," the figure murmured, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on its lips. "You found our little surprise, didn't you?" My blood ran cold. You knew." "Of course we knew," the figure replied, its voice laced with a predatory amusement. "We wanted to see if you were truly compliant, Mark. If you truly understood the..." nature of our work. It glanced at me, and even though I couldn't see its eyes, I felt their piercing intensity. And you did. You delivered it. A wave of shame, hot and sickening, washed over me. I had complied. I had delivered a body. I had become one of them. What now? I asked, the words barely a whisper. The figure stepped into the van, moving with an unnatural ease around the massive package. It produced a small silver device from its coat pocket, a scanner. It ran the device over the package. A soft beep confirmed the delivery. "Now, Mark," the figure said, turning back to me, "you go home. And you wait for your next instructions." "My next instructions," I stammered. "But the forum. My details. You posted them. For what?" The figure chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. "Oh, that. A little insurance policy. Just in case you decided to deviate from the plan. To ensure your continued discretion." It paused, its gaze unwavering. "You're a valuable asset, Mark. Reliable, discreet, just like the post says." My mind reeled. They weren't going to kill me. Not yet. They were keeping me as a driver, a silent participant in their monstrous trade. The post wasn't a warning. It was an advertisement. For me. "But the body," I whispered, my voice thick with horror. "What do you do with them?" The figure tilted its head again. "That, Mark, is not your concern. Your concern is to drive, to deliver, to remain discreet." It took another step closer, its presence overwhelming. "Do you understand?" I nodded, unable to do anything else. My compliance, once a shield, was now a chain. "Good," the figure said, its voice softening, yet somehow becoming even more menacing. "Now, leave the package and go home." It stepped out of the van, melting back into the shadows. I heard a faint click, then the distinct sound of a heavy door closing. I peered into the darkness. The figure was gone. The package remained, a silent, chilling testament to my new reality. I closed the van doors, the metal clanging shut with a finality that echoed in my soul. I climbed back into the driver's seat, my hands still shaking, my mind a maelstrom of fear and despair. I drove home, the journey a blur of rain-slicked roads and flashing streetlights. The van, now empty of its gruesome cargo, felt even colder, filled with the lingering chill of death. My small terraced house, once a sanctuary, now felt like a cage. I parked the van, switched off the engine, and sat there in the darkness, listening to the rain. The silence was deafening, punctuated only by the frantic beat of my own heart. I stumbled inside, the familiar surroundings offering no comfort. The scent of stale coffee and old papers filled the air, a stark contrast to the metallic tang that still clung to my clothes, to my skin, to my very being. I stripped off my clothes, throwing them into a corner as if they were contaminated. I stood under the shower, letting the hot water sluice over me, scrubbing my skin raw, trying to wash away the stench of the abattoir, the cold of the freezer, the indelible stain of the frozen foot. But it wouldn't wash off. It was inside me now. I crawled into bed, the sheets cool against my burning skin. Sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the pale, frozen foot, the pristine white nails, the curled toes, and then my own face, superimposed over the image, a grim, silent accomplice. The next morning, the sun, a weak, watery disk, struggled to penetrate the grey clouds. My phone buzzed. A new encrypted message. My heart leaped into my throat. New assignment. Pick-up point. Old textile mill, East End. Time, 2200. Package, standard. Payment, increased, standard. That meant smaller. But the payment increase, it was a bribe, a subtle reinforcement of the chain. I stared at the message, my finger hovering over the delete button. I could run, disappear, but where would I go? They knew everything. My name, my address, my face. They had advertised me. They owned me. My compliance, once a quiet habit, had become a monstrous, all-consuming force. It had led me down a path from which there was no return. I was no longer Mark, the failed baker, the struggling delivery driver. I was Mark, the reliable, discreet courier, the one who asked no questions, the one who delivered. The thought of the money, the increased payment, gnawed at me. It would clear a bigger chunk of debt, buy me more time, more normalcy, a fleeting illusion of control. I pushed myself out of bed, my limbs heavy, my mind numb. The metallic tang was still there, a phantom scent. I walked to the kitchen, the floorboards creaking under my weight. I made a cup of tea, the familiar ritual, a small anchor in the storm of my despair. As I stirred the sugar, my eyes caught my reflection in the dark surface of the tea. A man, hollow-eyed and gaunt, stared back, a stranger. The old Mark, the one who tried to maintain a facade of control, was gone, replaced by this new Mark, a puppet dancing to a macabre tune. I lifted the cup to my lips, the warm liquid a bitter comfort. The night awaited, and I, the compliant Mark, would be there, driving, delivering, lost in the labyrinth of my own making, forever stained by the cold touch of what I carried. The rain had stopped, but the chill remained, and the hum of the van waiting outside was a constant haunting reminder of my inescapable fate. I was a ghost in the night, a silent cog in a clandestine machine. Only now I knew what the machine processed, and I was part of it. I'm still not entirely sure whether I should be worried about this, but something about my fitness tracking app has been bothering me for weeks now. I've never been particularly athletic, but during my final year at university in Southampton, I decided I needed to do something about the weight I'd gained from 3 years of living on pizza and energy drinks. Nothing dramatic, just enough exercise to feel better about myself and maybe improve my energy levels for dissertation writing. The campus gym was intimidating and expensive. Running outdoors felt too public for someone as unfit as I was. So I settled on long walks around the city and basic exercises I could do in my room. Simple stuff that didn't require equipment or expertise, just consistency and gradual improvement. To track my progress, I downloaded a fitness app that had been recommended by several friends. It monitored walking routes, counted steps, estimated calories burned, and provided encouragement through achievements and social features that let you compare progress with other users. The app was free and seemed well designed, with comprehensive tracking features that motivated me to walk further and exercise more regularly. Within a few weeks, I was genuinely enjoying the routine and feeling noticeably better both physically and mentally. But after using the app for about a month, I started noticing things that seemed odd about how it collected and used data. The location tracking was more detailed than seemed necessary for basic fitness monitoring. Instead of just recording walking routes and distances, the app was documenting exactly where I went, how long I spent in each location, and patterns in my daily movements that went well beyond exercise tracking. When I checked the app's privacy settings, I found that it was collecting information about my sleep patterns, heart rate variations, and even ambient sound levels during workouts. Much more comprehensive physiological monitoring than would be needed for simple step counting and distance measurement. The social features also seem designed to gather personal information rather than just facilitate fitness motivation. The app encouraged users to share detailed profiles including photos, personal goals, daily schedules, and even information about where they lived and worked. Other users could see not just your exercise statistics, but comprehensive data about your location patterns, activity levels at different times, and personal information that would be valuable for anyone wanting to track or target specific individuals. I started paying closer attention to the other users who appeared in my social feed and the types of interactions the app encouraged between fitness tracking community members. What I found was concerning. Many profiles seemed designed to gather information about other users rather than share genuine fitness experiences. Accounts that asked detailed questions about people's routines, living situations, and daily activities while providing minimal information about their own circumstances. Some users specifically targeted people who lived alone, had predictable schedules, or shared information about feeling isolated or vulnerable. The fitness community was being used as a recruitment tool for identifying potential victims of various types of exploitation. When I tried to research the company behind the fitness app, I found minimal information about their business operations, data protection policies, or regulatory oversight of their health monitoring services. The app was free because users weren't the customers. They were the product being sold to buyers who wanted detailed information about people's daily routines, physical capabilities, and personal vulnerabilities. I realized that my fitness tracking data was probably being sold to criminals who specialized in targeting people based on their movement patterns, living situations, and physiological information. The comprehensive location tracking would be valuable for burglars who wanted to know when people were away from home. The health monitoring data could identify targets who were physically vulnerable or dealing with medical conditions that might affect their ability to resist attacks. Most disturbing was the possibility that the social features were being used to facilitate stalking and harassment by providing detailed information about users' daily routines and personal circumstances. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd been using the app for several months and had provided comprehensive data about my movements, health, and personal situation to people whose intentions were clearly not focused on fitness support. When I tried to delete my account and remove my data from the platform, I found that the app's privacy policies made it nearly impossible to completely eliminate information that had already been collected and potentially shared with third parties. The fitness tracking that I'd thought would help me become healthier had instead made me a target for people who specialized in exploiting detailed personal information for criminal purposes. But the most troubling realization was that fitness and health apps were probably being systematically used as surveillance tools to gather intelligence about vulnerable populations. People seeking to improve their health and well-being were unknowingly providing criminals with everything they needed to plan targeted attacks, burglaries, and other forms of exploitation. The data I'd voluntarily shared while trying to get fit was now part of databases that were used to facilitate serious crimes against people who had trusted technology companies to protect their personal information. I stopped using the app immediately, but the damage was already done. Months of location data, health information, and personal details were permanently part of systems that specialized in turning fitness motivation into opportunities for criminal exploitation. After I deleted the app, someone broke into my flat while I was at my regular Tuesday evening lecture, taking only items that matched exactly what I'd photographed and shared, through the fitness community's achievement system. Okay, so this is what happened to me, and I'm still not entirely sure how I ended up in this situation. 3 months ago, I was just a postgraduate student in Manchester, looking for someone to share the rent on a decent 2-bedroom flat near the university. Now I'm locked in a bathroom, in a Premier Inn somewhere outside Liverpool, and in roughly 12 hours, thousands of people are going to watch me die on a live stream that my flatmate has been preparing for weeks. I should probably start from the beginning. I'm 23, studying for a master's degree in social work in Manchester. The course is demanding but rewarding. We spend a lot of time discussing vulnerable populations and how to protect people from exploitation. The irony of my current situation isn't lost on me. Finding affordable accommodation in Manchester is nearly impossible on a student budget, so when I saw an advert for someone looking to share a spacious flat in Didsbury, I jumped at the chance. The rent was reasonable, the location was perfect, and the flatmate seemed normal enough based on our brief text exchanges. Her name was Emma. She worked from home doing something with computers, and she preferred a quiet environment for studying and working. Emma was in her late 20s, softly spoken and obsessively tidy. She kept strange hours, often up all night working, sleeping during the day. But she was respectful about noise levels and always paid her share of bills on time. She'd converted the larger bedroom into both a sleeping area and an elaborate home office setup with multiple monitors, professional lighting equipment, and what appeared to be streaming gear. When I asked about her work, Emma explained that she created content for online platforms. She was deliberately vague about the specifics, mentioning something about niche audiences and specialized streaming services. I assumed she was doing gaming content or tutorials. Lots of people make decent money creating online content these days, and her equipment certainly looked professional enough. Emma rarely had visitors, rarely went out during normal hours, and seemed to live entirely online. She ordered everything for delivery, groceries, meals, even basic household items. The only times I saw her leave the flat were for brief walks at odd hours, usually very late at night or very early in the morning. She seemed almost allergic to natural daylight. About a month after moving in, I started noticing some odd things about Emma's routine. She would receive packages almost daily, not just normal deliveries, but items that required signature confirmation and seemed unusually heavy or bulky. When I asked about them casually, she explained that her work required specialized equipment that needed regular updates or replacements. The packages often arrived when I was at university, but occasionally I'd be home to sign for them. Medical supplies, plastic sheeting, industrial cleaning products, and items I couldn't identify wrapped in unmarked packaging. When I mentioned that some of the delivery content seemed unusual, Emma became defensive and explained that her content creation required props and materials that might seem strange to people unfamiliar with her industry. I also started noticing sounds from Emma's room at night, not just typing or video calls, but movement of heavy objects, occasional thuds that suggested furniture being rearranged, and what sounded like construction or assembly work. When I asked about the noise, she apologized and explained that she was upgrading her studio setup for better production quality. Around this time, Emma started asking me personal questions that seemed oddly specific. Details about my course schedule, when I'd be home or away, whether I had family visiting, if I was dating anyone seriously. She framed these as normal flatmate conversations, but something about her interest felt intrusive rather than friendly. She also began showing unusual interest in my social work studies, particularly the modules dealing with vulnerable populations and crisis intervention. Emma would ask detailed questions about what we learned in lectures, how we identified at-risk individuals, and what protocols we followed when someone was in immediate danger. I assumed she was just curious about my studies. One evening, while Emma was out on one of her rare excursions, I heard sounds coming from her room despite knowing she wasn't home. Thinking we might have an intruder, I carefully checked her door and found it unlocked. Inside, her computer setup was more extensive than I'd realized. Multiple monitors showing different websites, several cameras positioned around the room, and equipment I didn't recognize, but that looked expensive and professional. What disturbed me most was seeing my own image on one of the monitors. It appeared to be a live feed from a camera positioned somewhere in the common areas of our flat, showing the kitchen and living room from an angle that would capture anyone moving through the space. Emma had been recording the shared areas of our home without telling me. I confronted her about the surveillance when she returned, but Emma had a reasonable explanation ready. She claimed that she'd installed security cameras after some break-ins in the neighborhood and had forgotten to mention them. She apologized for not discussing it first and offered to adjust the camera angles to respect my privacy better. But over the following days, I started noticing more cameras hidden throughout the flat. Tiny devices positioned to capture different angles of the common areas, all feeding back to Emma's monitoring setup. When I looked more carefully, I realized she had created comprehensive surveillance of our entire living space, recording everything that happened when I was home. I also discovered that Emma had been accessing my personal computer when I was out. Files had been moved, browser history showed searches I hadn't made, and my social media accounts had been accessed from IP addresses I didn't recognize. She'd been systematically gathering information about my personal life, my schedule, my relationships, and my online activities. When I confronted Emma about this invasion of privacy, her demeanor changed completely. She dropped the apologetic, reasonable flatmate persona and became coldly professional. She explained that her work required detailed background information about people in her environment, and that my presence in the flat made me part of her operational security considerations. Emma then showed me exactly what kind of content she created. Her monitors displayed dark websites with addresses I couldn't read, streaming platforms that required special browsers to access, and chat systems where users discussed upcoming broadcasts using terms I didn't understand. Her work wasn't gaming content or tutorials. She was involved in producing live streams for audiences willing to pay for authentic, unscripted content. The surveillance of our flat wasn't for security, it was for content creation. Emma had been documenting my daily routines, my reactions to stress, my interactions with visitors, and my responses to various situations. She'd been creating a detailed profile of my behavior patterns and psychological responses for audiences who paid premium rates for authentic material. Most disturbing was learning that I hadn't randomly responded to a flatmate advertisement. Emma had specifically targeted me after researching my background, my studies, my family situation, and my social connections. She'd identified me as someone who would be suitable for her purposes, isolated enough to be vulnerable, but connected enough to generate interest from her audience. Emma explained that her viewers had been following my story for weeks through the surveillance footage. They'd watched me cook dinner, study for exams, talk on the phone with family, and navigate the stress of postgraduate studies. I'd unknowingly become a character in an ongoing narrative that thousands of people were consuming as entertainment. The final phase of Emma's project was transitioning from passive observation to interactive content. Her audience had paid substantial amounts to move beyond just watching my daily routine to influencing what happened to me. Emma showed me chat logs where viewers discussed scenarios they wanted to see enacted, specific situations they wanted me placed in, and reactions they hoped to capture on camera. I tried to leave immediately, but Emma calmly explained that I was already too deeply involved in her operation to simply walk away. She showed me evidence of my unwitting participation, footage of me in various states of undress, recordings of private phone conversations, and documentation of my daily routines that would be embarrassing if shared publicly. More significantly, Emma revealed that she'd been using my identity for aspects of her dark web activities. Communications sent from my computer, financial transactions processed through accounts opened in my name, and interactions with her network that created digital trails linking me to her operation. If authorities ever investigated her activities, the evidence would suggest I was a willing participant rather than an unwitting victim. Emma's audience had been anticipating this revelation for weeks. The moment when I discovered the truth about my situation was itself content they'd paid to see. My shock, fear, and growing understanding of my predicament had all been broadcast live to viewers who found authentic reactions more entertaining than scripted performances. The final broadcast was scheduled for the following night. Emma's viewers had paid premium rates to see the conclusion of my story, the moment when passive observation became active participation. She explained that my background in social work made me particularly interesting to her audience, people who enjoyed watching those trained to help others become helpless themselves. I managed to escape that night while Emma was distracted with technical preparations. I grabbed what cash I had and left Manchester without telling anyone where I was going. But Emma's surveillance network extended beyond our flat. She'd been monitoring my phone, my email, my social media accounts, and my financial transactions. Every move I made was being tracked and reported back to her operation. Over the past week, I've been moving between different hotels, paying cash when possible, avoiding main roads and CCTV cameras, but they keep finding me. Hotel staff who seem to recognize me despite my using different names, other guests who ask too many questions about my plans, messages sent to devices I thought were secure. Yesterday, I received a package at the hotel I'm staying in. A package addressed to a false name I'd only used for one night. Inside was a tablet computer showing a live stream of my current hotel room, apparently filmed from multiple hidden cameras. Text on the screen explained that Emma's audience had been following my escape attempt and were eager to see the conclusion of my story. The message included details about my movements over the past week, demonstrating that their surveillance had been comprehensive despite my attempts at evasion. They knew which trains I'd taken, which hotels I'd stayed in, even which restaurants I'd eaten at. Every step of my escape had been monitored and broadcast to paying viewers. Tonight's broadcast is being promoted as the finale of what Emma's audience calls the Social Worker series. They've been following my story from the beginning, watching me search for accommodation, move in with Emma, gradually discover the truth about my situation, and attempt to escape. My real life has become a multi-part series for dark web entertainment. The scheduled broadcast location is an address here in Liverpool. Emma's technical setup has apparently been relocated to continue the production, despite my escape from Manchester. Her audience expects to see the conclusion of my story, and they've invested too much money in following the narrative to accept an anticlimactic ending. I could go to the police, but Emma has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in her dark web activities. My computer history, financial records, and communication logs would all support a narrative of voluntary involvement rather than victimization. The surveillance footage could be edited to remove context and present my actions as cooperative rather than unknowing. Emma's operation is too sophisticated, too well planned, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The dark web provides anonymity for her viewers, untraceable payment methods, and platforms that can't be easily monitored or shut down by authorities. She can broadcast from anywhere to anyone without meaningful oversight or accountability. Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the Social Worker series. They've paid to see someone trained to recognize and prevent exploitation become the victim of exactly the kind of predatory behavior I studied in university. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Emma's audience. I'm writing this from the bathroom of my hotel room because it's the only space where I can't see any obvious camera equipment. But I know they're still watching somehow. The tablet shows real-time footage of the main room, tracking my movements even when I think I'm unobserved. In a few hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they provided or continue running. But Emma has demonstrated that her surveillance network can find me anywhere, and her audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The show, as they say, must go on. The most terrifying realization is that Emma's operation probably has multiple series running simultaneously. How many other people might be living unknowingly under surveillance, gradually being prepared for their own final broadcasts? How many students, workers, and ordinary people might be unwitting stars of dark web entertainment? The technology exists to monitor anyone, anywhere without their knowledge. The dark web provides platforms for consuming authentic suffering as entertainment. And there are people willing to pay substantial amounts to watch real victims discover their situation too late to escape it. I never thought my social work training would become relevant to my own survival. But here I am, recognizing all the signs of systematic exploitation and predatory behavior that I learned to identify in vulnerable populations. The difference is that this time, I'm the vulnerable one. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Session. Emma's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who spent years learning to protect others, but couldn't protect herself. The irony would be funny if it weren't so terrifying. The job advert was buried deep in the freelance section of a university careers website. £15 an hour for translating simple documents from French to English, work from home, flexible hours. Perfect for someone like me who needed money but had a packed schedule at university. My French was decent enough from A-levels and a gap year in Lyon. Certainly good enough for basic translation work that wouldn't interfere with my history degree. I applied through a standard online form and got a response within hours. The company, Linguistic Solutions Ltd, specialized in document translation for small businesses and individual clients who needed quick, affordable service for routine paperwork and correspondence. My first assignment arrived by email the next day. A collection of what appeared to be personal letters and basic business documents. Nothing complex, just straightforward prose that required careful attention to meaning rather than any specialized vocabulary or technical knowledge. The letters seemed to be from various French speakers writing about everyday concerns, family matters, travel plans, work situations. Exactly the sort of material you'd expect from a translation service, handling personal correspondence for clients who didn't speak French themselves. But something about the content made me uncomfortable, though I couldn't initially pinpoint what was wrong. The letters contained unusually detailed information about people's daily routines, living situations, and personal relationships. More detail than you'd typically include in normal correspondence, as if the writers were deliberately documenting comprehensive information about specific individuals. One letter described a woman's weekly schedule with minute precision: which days she worked late when she went shopping, exactly what time she returned home each evening. Another provided detailed layouts of someone's house, including information about locks, alarm systems, and which rooms were typically occupied at different times. When I mentioned these concerns to my contact at Linguistic Solutions, they explained that the detailed nature of the correspondence reflected cultural differences in French letter-writing traditions. French speakers often included more comprehensive information about their circumstances than British writers might consider necessary. The explanation seemed reasonable, but I started paying closer attention to the specific types of information being documented in subsequent translation assignments. Many letters contained what appeared to be surveillance reports disguised as personal correspondence. Detailed observations about people's behaviors, habits, and vulnerabilities written in the casual style of letters between friends or family members. Others included technical information about security systems, building layouts, and access methods that would be valuable for planning break-ins or other criminal activities against the people being described. I realized that I wasn't translating legitimate personal correspondence at all. The letters were intelligence reports about potential victims, written in French to avoid easy detection by law enforcement, and translated into English for criminals who were planning targeted attacks. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd already translated dozens of documents that contained detailed information about innocent people who were being systematically surveilled and assessed as targets for serious crimes. The translation work I'd thought would provide simple part-time income had instead made me an accessory to what appeared to be organized stalking and criminal planning on a significant scale. When I tried to stop accepting assignments from Linguistic Solutions, my contact expressed disappointment about my reduced availability and offered premium rates for continuing to work on their most urgent projects. They emphasized that my translation skills and attention to detail made me particularly valuable for their specialized document processing, and suggested that maintaining consistent service was important for building long-term freelance relationships. The pressure to continue working felt excessive for routine translation services. It seemed more like concern about losing access to someone who had proven reliable for processing sensitive intelligence materials without asking awkward questions. I attempted to research Linguistic Solutions more thoroughly and found that while they maintained professional business registration and contact information, there was minimal verifiable information about their actual client base or the types of translation services they provided. Most legitimate translation companies had extensive portfolios of work, client testimonials, and clear specializations in particular industries or document types. Linguistic Solutions operated with much less transparency than would be expected for an established language services provider. More troubling was evidence that some of the individuals described in the documents I translated had subsequently experienced break-ins, stalking incidents, or other crimes that seemed to be based on detailed knowledge of their routines and vulnerabilities. The translation work wasn't supporting legitimate business communication. It was facilitating systematic criminal activity against people who had no idea they were being surveilled and assessed as targets. But proving the connection between my translation work and subsequent crimes would require admitting that I'd been processing what I now understood were criminal intelligence reports, potentially making me legally liable as an accessory to serious offenses. The detailed personal information about my own circumstances that I'd provided when applying for the translation work would also make it easy for the people behind linguistic solutions to monitor my activities or take action against me if they considered me a security risk. Meanwhile, the criminal intelligence operation was probably continuing with other translators who were unaware of the true nature of the documents they were processing, gradually building comprehensive profiles of potential victims across multiple regions and criminal specializations. People seeking legitimate freelance translation work were being systematically recruited to provide professional language services that facilitated serious crimes, while believing they were just helping with routine business correspondence. The French language skills I developed through education and travel had instead made me a valuable asset for criminals who needed to process surveillance intelligence without attracting the attention that would come from using obviously criminal terminology or communication methods. But the most disturbing realization was that this recruitment method was probably being used to target people with other language skills as well, creating a distributed translation network that could process criminal intelligence in multiple languages while maintaining plausible deniability about the content. Students and freelancers seeking part-time work were being systematically exploited to provide essential services for criminal operations that relied on detailed surveillance and intelligence gathering to identify and target vulnerable victims. I never completed another translation assignment, but I remained concerned about the possibility that the criminal organization would continue to monitor my activities or attempt to ensure my silence about what I discovered through their document processing operations. The comprehensive personal information they'd collected during the application process, combined with their demonstrated capabilities for surveillance and criminal planning, made it clear that they had both the motivation and resources to take action against anyone who posed a threat to their continued operations. 2 months after I'd stopped all contact with Linguistic Solutions, I received a handwritten letter in French containing detailed information about my current daily routine and living situation, along with a note explaining that maintaining discretion about translation work was important for protecting the privacy of all parties involved in confidential document processing.